What if Quirkless Deku found a power beyond quirks?
And unlock the training secrets of Dragon Ball Z?
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku Discovered Dragon Ball Z Training Book Movie. Before we start, please go support LINZEF for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Despite being quirkless, he never gave up on the idea of being a hero. A book he finds by coincidence will help him fulfill that dream. Chapter 1. The world where powers exist, and they're called quirks. A hereditary mutation that grants incredible physical abilities, but only 80% of people have them. The 20% who didn't inherit them were called quirkless and were looked down upon by those who did. But among them was a boy who didn't expect to be a hero without a quirk. Falls to the ground. I told you Deku, you can't be better than me if you don't have a quirk. Shows mini explosions in his hands. Bakugo Katsuki, 12 years old, bearer of the explosion quirk, was bothering a green-haired boy, Midoriya Izuku, 12 years old, for being quirkless and for something else. Izuku was quirkless, the father of 2 quirk holders, a rare occurrence. But despite this, he never gave up on his dream of being a hero. He lived learning and writing down every quirk he saw and studied them in depth. He constantly trained his body and practiced some martial arts to one day become a hero. One day, after school, he went straight to the library because he had to write a report that would go into more depth about quirks. When he arrived, the librarian recognized the green-haired boy. She was a young woman with dark hair. "Hello Midoriya-san, moving books." "Hello Fukawa-san. Sorry I haven't been here for a while." "Fukawa. No need smiles, tell me, what book are you looking for?" "Izuku. One about quirks." Fukawa. Thinks for a moment. I don't know any other books besides the ones you've already read. You could check further back in the bookcase. The book you want might be there." Izuku. Thank you. After catching up with Fukawa, Izuku heads to the back of the library. It was quite large, and the books were countless. When he got there, he found books he'd never seen before. He continued looking through each book, but as he moved it, one of them fell on his head. Izuku. Too. But that. He sees the book on the floor and decides to pick it up. The name of the book and the author seem to have faded over time. Curious, Izuku decides to open the book. Izuku. The index also disappeared. Continues reading the book. Kai is the inner energy of a living being, and anyone can master Kai to a greater or lesser extent. Generally, the more energy is concentrated, the more time it will take the user to materialize it. When a fighter increases his Kai, he is able to obtain greater strength, speed, resistance, and is able to increase the power of his attacks to cause greater damage to his opponents. He closes the book and continues looking at the others until he finds the one he was looking for. Izuku. There really are some weird books here. When he arrives with Fukawa, he shows him both books, but it seemed that the one that hit him on the head was not registered in the library, so Fukawa gave it to him. Izuku. Hey, are you safe? Fukawa. Of course, and no one will notice. Smiles a little. Izuku. Thank you Izuku. Trademark smile. Izuku. And ready. Izuku. It's worth a try. He sits on the floor and places his hands in front of him, a few inches from touching. Then he closes his eyes and meditates for a while. 30 minutes passed and he didn't feel anything happening. When he opened his eyes, he saw a small sphere of white energy. It vanished and he fell exhausted to the floor. Izuku. Controls his breathing due to exhaustion that was weird. He gets up and goes to the kitchen for some food. After filling his stomach and brushing his teeth, he returned to the bedroom to rest, but what happened before left him excited, so he decided to try again. This time he remembered the sensation he felt the first time and managed to create the Kai sphere in less time, but this time it was bigger. The Eplevered lost control a little again, and this time the sphere shot out, breaking the window. Izuku. I think I should practice a little more. Sweating cold and falling unconscious due to exhaustion. Izuku. Waking up. When was it that remembers? That's right. Checks the time. Oh no. I'm late. The green-haired boy dresses quickly, eats a light breakfast, and runs to school, arriving a little late, but nothing serious. Classes continued with the same routine. Boring classes, average food, and insults from the gray-haired boy. After class, the green-haired boy takes a different path and enters the forest. He arrives at a secret area where he can read quietly, with nothing but the noise of birds. A perfect place for what he's about to try. The green-haired boy sits on the grass and concentrates, the energy sphere appearing instantly. While concentrating, he noticed that he was constantly losing strength, so he tried to keep it with one hand while avoiding consuming too much energy. While practicing, Izuku came up with an idea and fired the energy sphere at a rock, but when he did, the sphere vanished. Izuku. Let's try again. The green-haired man tried again, but fainted again, while he remained unconscious. 2 hours passed, and he woke up. He still had time, so he went back to the first step. Izuku. I probably need to practice more. So, for a few weeks, he decided to train the basics of Kaiyus, creating multiple energy spheres, along with physical training. But he didn't realize until the very last moment what he had achieved. The green-haired man managed to increase his power, and not only that, but also his strength, speed, and physical endurance. To see if it was true, he decided to punch a rock with his bare hands. The stone cracked, and upon seeing his fist, he was surprised to see fewer wounds than he expected. Excited, he decided to try throwing a Kai sphere, but at first glance, he thought it would be too little power, so he decided to increase the amount. At first glance, it was the same size but shone a little brighter. The green-haired man fires. The attack hits the large rock he attacked earlier and explodes. Shards fly everywhere, and Izuku protects himself with his arms. The cloud of dust dissipates, revealing the shattered stone. Izuku. Wow, I think that was too much power. Maybe I should lower the power more. As he looked at his own hand, a million questions arose. How old is this book? Who left it in the library? Who wrote it? Thousands upon thousands of questions arose, but then he simply looked up to heaven and thanked whoever wrote it, as it gave him a golden opportunity to be a hero, like the one he idolizes so much. Thus, 2 years passed. Izuku was now 14 years old, and his Kai control and capacity had increased exponentially. Not only that, but his physical abilities were quite good, allowing the dojo where he trained martial arts to participate in tournaments. They won some of them, giving popularity to the dojo and those who trained there. The green-haired boy's parents attended some tournaments with Bakugo's parents, since they are friends. Bakugo himself went from time to time, but out of obligation. Events also reached the school, giving rise to a small fan club for the green-haired boy, earning the envy of some classmates. Occasionally, he found love letters, and like a true gentleman, he always read them. But he wasn't very interested in the subject and rejected them. Right now, Izuku was walking through the city towards school. Along the way, there was an incident with a tall villain, but the situation was under control, thanks to Kamui Woods and Mount Lady. Izuku jotted down the events in his notebook, specifically how the hero's quirks worked. Already at school. Teacher. Okay, students, this being your final year, I'll give you your documents for future aspirations. But surely everyone here wants to be a hero, right? The teacher throws the papers in the air, and the students use their quirks to affirm the teacher's question. Shut up, damn extras. The one who shouted was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Some people complained to him for calling them extras. Bakugo. I will be the greatest hero of all. And for that, I will enter UA. Everyone was surprised. The admission rate for that academy was very low because it was quite difficult, but that wouldn't stop Bakugo. Professor. It says here you're aiming for UA, Midoriya. Everyone turned to look at the green-haired boy, who nodded. The pale-haired boy angrily approaches Izuku. Bakugo. Come here. He approaches the green-haired boy's table and makes it explode. Izuku dodges and steps back. Izuku. Calm down Kakin, we can both study, they're nervous. Bakugo. With a vein in his forehead, damn. The green-haired boy continued dodging Bakugo's explosive attacks, but he was stopped by the teacher. Teacher. I already told you Bakugo, it is forbidden to use his quirks. Bakugo. TSK. Classes continued as normal, and after they ended, some kids invited the green-haired boy to the arcade, which he accepted without hesitation. As they walked toward the city, one of the kids saw a news report on his phone about a thief near the city. The kids walked there anyway, being more cautious so as not to run into the villain. Then. A slimy creature was hiding in the sewers. Villain. Well, where can I find a good Tisfias? He was watching the streets from a manhole cover. Oh, that's interesting. The villain noticed a certain young man who had exploded an empty soda can. Villain. Jumps towards the student. I got you. In one part of the city was Izuku and some boys already near the arcade, but then the group notices a crowd of people watching an alley. Izuku. What's happening there? Hey, we should go see. Boy. Huh. But we're close. The OY2. If you want, go see, we'll wait for you. Izuku. Better not. You guys go ahead and have fun, I'll come later. Both boys nodded and moved forward while the green-haired man approached the crowd. He tried and tried, but the crowd wouldn't let him see what was happening, so he approached a man who was calmly watching everything. Izuku. Excuse me. This man's appearance was peculiar. His body was completely thin, and he wore baggy clothes. His hair was blonde and messy, and he had dark eyes with greener eyes. What's happening, Shonen? Izuku. What's going on? Apparently a villain caught a student and managed to trap him in an alley. But they can't get close because of the fire. Izuku. I see, wait, fire? Yes. Apparently the villain managed to control the student a bit and he set some garbage on fire with an explosion. Izuku. Damn, jumps, managing to pass over the crowd. What are you doing, Shonen? Izuku. What else? Delver someone. After managing to reach the entrance of the alley, he jumps over the fence and dodges the heroes who were preventing the crowd from getting any closer. Izuku. Sorry. He approaches the villain, who was trying to drown the young man. Villain. Stay away, kid. Use Bakugo and throw an explosion at the young man. Midoriya dodges the attack and launches a Kai blast straight at the villain's face, blinding him. Using the opportunity, he cuts the villain's tentacles and frees Bakugo. Bakugo. Damn. I didn't ask for your help. Izuku. So what? This is what a hero would do. The villain recognizes himself and tries to approach the boys, but Izuku doesn't allow it and launches multiple Kai waves while trying to convince Bakugo to approach the other heroes. One of the villain's tentacles manages to catch Izuku, but said tentacle is caught by a larger hand. What were you here for, villain? Almight. Detroit. Villain. Wait. Smash. The blow completely disarms the villain and causes a weather change. Both with a single blow. Izuku was lectured for his actions, but later praised for his quirk. Bakugo was simply praised. They both left the place and headed home. They were together because they lived on the same street. Bakugo. Listen to me, Midoriya. I didn't want your help, I can take care of myself. Do you understand? Izuku. Don't worry, I know. You don't owe me anything. Jokes a little. Bakugo. Do I owe you? Maybe, but don't think I'll apologize. Turns around and goes another way. Damn smartass. Izuku. Smiles. How stubborn. Izuku walks home to rest. He had to train and get stronger if he wanted to get into UA. Elsewhere. Almight. They are too persistent. The number one hero was running away from the news while he had in his mind a certain green-haired man who surprised him with his actions. Chapter 2. 11 months, the time left until the UA Academy entrance exam begins. Izuku was thinking about it, but also about his fight against the villain. He was thinking deeply about it since it was his first fight without the rules of not using a quirk, noticing that it was very different and difficult. So right now, he was thinking about a training regimen. Izuku. The green-haired boy was walking home while he thought about it. Izuku. I've already done too many air punches in the dojo. It would be boring. While he was thinking about it, he noticed a beach to his left. The view was amazing, but it was somewhat spoiled by the amount of junk dumped on the sand. Izuku. What a waste. This place looks great. Done, decided. The green-haired man goes down to the beach and starts moving the junk. He knew he had to find a place for it or find a way to transport it, so he'd rent a truck later to haul everything. Izuku. Taking down a refrigerator. Now I see why mom wanted me to get a license. Excited. That will be interesting. His passion for becoming stronger and his dream of becoming a hero were intertwined. For the first 6 months, Izuku moved and carried heavy objects like refrigerators and tires. He also kept his schoolwork in check, so doing all of this exhausted him, but his spirit was unbreakable. Days later, at night. Some women were enjoying a girls' night out. They were none other than the heroines Mount Lady, Utakeyama, Midnight, Namuri Kayama, and Mirko, Rumi Isagayama. Despite what they showed in public, they were good friends. Sighs in relief. Finally a day off. Namuri. Don't say that, it's not worthy of a hero. But, there are too many jobs. Rumi. You are not allowed to say the word work tonight. The three were dressed in civilian clothes and wore wigs to hide their identities. As they walked, they saw a beach along their way. Wow, how nostalgic. I used to come here with my classmates when we had free time. Namuri. I understand. In high school, we made a sandcastle, but then Yamada-kun knocked it down with his quirk because he was singing. Rumi. Haha, listening to his anecdotes is fun. Namuri. Wait, didn't you do something cool in high school? Rumi. Not much, just studying and sports. Come on, you must have gone out with at least some guy. Rumi. There was no one interesting. Either they were afraid of me or they didn't like my behavior looking away. Namuri. Rumi. Don't worry, I didn't even like them. I'll just go out with someone stronger than me. Like All Might. Rumi. Don't joke around. There's no way I'd go out with someone like him. He draws too much attention, not to mention his behavior recalling a television interview with a hero. And Namuri laughed a little at the brunette's words. At that moment, they heard the sound of metal colliding with other metal coming from a mountain of scrap metal a few meters away from them. They turned to look and realized that there were lights there. They had heard rumors that drugs and weapons were trafficked in that place, so Rumi didn't hesitate and jumped there. In the air, she quickly equipped special boots with metal plates that looked like rabbit feet. Rumi. Arco Lunar. The heroine attacks the young man who is standing there, who quickly throws the scrap from his hands and blocks the woman's attack with both arms. Umi. Impossible, steps back and positions himself to attack again. Who are you? The young man brings the Kai sphere towards him, showing his face and green hair. Umi. Why are you here at this hour? Izuku. These hours. Notes the moon. I'm sorry, I was cleaning the place. Umi observed the young man closely and couldn't help but see the well-trained body of the green-haired man who wasn't wearing a shirt because of the heat he felt. Izuku. I'll just carry this and go. Umi. Let me see what's in the truck first. I don't trust you threatening. Izuku. Why yes. No problem. While doing that, Yu and Namuri approached where Rumi was, but they didn't call her because they saw a shocking scene. Her best friend, the one who would hit any boy who showed signs of perversion or bad intentions, talking to a boy. Namuri. No. You. Maybe. Both. To be. They whispered those words so the rabbit wouldn't hear them. So they decided to keep watching. With Rumi. Training. I don't know, kid, but I think there are different, better ways to train than this. Izuku. I know, but I like doing this, to be honest. Besides, it would be great if the beach were free of all the smiles. Rumi was impressed by the green-haired man's words. Izuku. By the way, do I know you? I think I've seen your face somewhere. Putting his shirt back on. Rumi. I remember that I was in disguise, just a civilian passing by. He laughs nervously. Izuku. I see. Sorry if I scared you. Though I must admit, your blow was pretty strong. Anyone other than me would have fallen with that attack. Rumi. Thank you. You're also strong enough to withstand my attack. Looking away. Why am I nervous? Izuku. Are you a fan of Mirko? Surprises the costumed heroine. It's just that your boots and the attack from before are similar to the heroine's. Rumi. Why yes, exactly that. I'm her fan. Embarrassed and nervous. And what do you think of her? What did I just say? Izuku. He thinks. Well, he takes 2 sodas out of the truck, giving one to Rumi. My opinion about her. He opens the soda and drinks a little. I couldn't tell you. Rumi remained silent and was about to show a sad gesture. Izuku. I mean, I can't give an opinion about her because I don't know her. He calls Rumi's attention again. I mean, as a heroine she's impressive, brave, unafraid to say what she thinks, and the danger she faces. If that's what you wanted to know. The girl nods in surprise and at the same time blushes at the green-haired man's words. Izuku. Sometimes I wish I could meet her. Rumi. Huh. Why? Izuku. I would like advice from someone with experience in hand-to-hand combat and if possible, fight against her. Rumi was happy to know what she thought and at the same time she wondered why that made her happy. Izuku. Well, I should go home now. Tomorrow I'll get rid of this trash before going to school. Rumi. About this pointing at the soda. Izuku. A gift from me and an apology for surprising you in the middle of the night. The Kai sphere disappears and the truck starts. See you. They both say goodbye and Rumi watches the truck drive away. She senses 2 people behind them and turns to look at her friends who were all wearing suspicious smiles. Namuri. Maybe. You. Interested. Both. In a boy. Seeing Rumi's expression, which was a nervous smile and a slight blush, the girls screamed like high school students. Namuri. Give us every detail. What's her name, her age? You. His hobbies, his favorite type of girl. Rumi. 2 realizes something I never asked him. Then the why. Rumi. I never asked her name. Then and why. Really. But Izuku. Sighs. I forgot to ask your name. Laughs at himself. 5 months had passed and on the morning of the entrance exam, the green-haired boy found himself on the beach shouting to the sky over a pile of scrap metal in the truck in a sign of victory. When he got off, he noticed the strength flowing from his body. His Kai had reached a level he never thought possible. He was about to test his power, but then he saw the time on his phone. Seeing that the exam was almost here, he decided to run home. When he arrived, he took a shower, dressed in his high school uniform, and ran towards UA. At first, he was going to the station, but seeing his speed, he thought he would get there faster, in which he was right. 10 minutes, that's how long it took to get to UA. Izuku. I arrived. How strange, I'm not tired. Izuku gets excited and was about to enter the academy, but then. So you came? Listened to a fairly familiar voice. Izuku. Hello. Turns to face him. Kaken. Bakugo. Walks next to the green-haired man. Midoriya. Izuku. Good luck. Bakugo. I don't need it. The pale-haired boy enters the academy, being followed by a green-haired boy who was eating a snack he got on the way to UA. They both entered what looked like a classroom and sat far from each other. The other students were murmuring hypotheses about how the exam would go. Then the hero present Mick appeared and explained how the exam would go. Present Mick. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my show. Everyone, say hey. The room was invaded by a deathly silence. Present Mick. Okay, now I'm going to tell you how this is all going to go. Ready? Another silence. Okay. Pay attention. For 10 minutes, you'll be traveling around a replica of the urban district. 3 villains will be scattered throughout that area, with points depending on the difficulty. Defeat as many villains as possible and get the highest score. Don't attack another participant because it's against the rules, capisci? Excuse me. The young blue-haired boy catches the hero's attention. The pamphlet mentions 4 types of villains. Present Mick. Thanks for the heads up. The 4th villain is simply an obstacle you need to avoid. Now get dressed comfortably and we'll see you on the field. Minutes later. Izuku? What the hell? The green-haired man, who was wearing sports pants with a tight black t-shirt along with dark green pants. He is shocked to see that the replica was the size of a small city. Izuku? Can I do it? Goes to the side, isn't that the boy from the brochure? Approaches him. Hey. What's going on? Izuku? Thanks for letting us know about the 4th villain. Don't worry. He starts moving his arms. I just did what I thought was right. Izuku? I see. My name is Midoriya Izuku from Uraraka High School. Extends his hand. Iida Tenya from Same High School extends his hand, accepting the handshake. Present Mick. Yeah. Izuku says goodbye to Iida and runs towards the city. Iida? What are you doing? Izuku? There is no countdown in life. Walking away. Everyone was confused. Present Mick. What are you waiting for? Listen to the kid. Everyone started moving quickly and entering the urban center. The green-haired man took the lead and was already in the middle of the center. Suddenly, a robot appeared with a 1 marked on its arm. Izuku? Will be the 1 point dodges an attack from the robot and then kicks the robot's face, destroying it fast but fragile. While searching for other robots, he saw how the other participants destroyed other 2 and 3 point robots. He decided to jump and check the rooftops and found other 1 point robots. Izuku? How many robots are in this exam? The green-haired man counted about 30 robots at a time, wondering why there were so many. He stopped thinking about it and decided to jump at them, being surrounded by the robots. One by one they attacked, but Midoriya dodged the blows, counterattacked, grabbed one of the fallen robots, and threw it at another group, among other techniques, but then some missiles hit him in the back. Izuku flew a bit from the explosion, but turned to soften the landing, and fired a Kai wave directly at the robot's lens, exploding the internal circuits. Izuku? Pants exhaustedly. 34 points. Observation room. Some heroes were watching the students' actions through screens. Very limited time and a huge space to fight. There's no better stage to showcase your skills. What does Midnight think? Midnight? You're right, Director Nezu. At that point, she notices that one of the cameras is pointing at a young green-haired boy. Isn't that the one I should call Rumi? She takes her phone and was about to dial, but wait, first I'll see what her personality is like and then I'll talk to her. I won't allow her to play with my friend. Nezu? There really is a good harvest this year. But what will make them stand out is how they react under pressure. Presses a red button. But Izuku? The green-haired boy was on a pile of scrap metal, who were previously the exam robots. Izuku? It must be about 50 points. Why do I feel a breeze on my back? Notices his shirt ripped. It must have been the 3-point robot's fault. I should buy another one when I get home. Reluctantly. Izuku gets off the robot and walks, thinking those points would be enough to enter, but then a tremor hits the city. Debris falls from the tallest building, drawing everyone's attention. A gigantic robot had appeared. Its silhouette reminded them of the robot from the brochure. Izuku? By chance? Iida? That's it. Everyone? The 0-point robot. Everyone was moving away from him, even the green-haired boy. But the sound of a girl caught his attention. A brown-haired girl was exhausted and injured near the robot. He was about to take her. Ha, Nezu? Nezu? It is in these types of situations that his true self is shown. Replica of urban center. Izuku saw the situation and didn't doubt his next action. The green-haired boy runs towards the girl. The robot moves its hand towards the brown-haired girl, but before it can capture her, the green-haired boy gets in the way and grabs 2 of the 3 fingers of the robotic hand. The robot hits the green-haired boy's head with its 3rd finger, scaring the girl. Izuku laughs a little to suppress the pain. Calm down, everything is fine. Shows his face to the girl. A little blood was coming out of her head. In that instant he sees a familiar boy. Iida, take her to a safe place. The blue-haired boy approaches and carries the girl like a princess. Iida? I'll come help you. Izuku? Don't worry. I'll be fine. Iida nods and leads the girl away. Izuku increases his strength and pushes the robot hand a little, then pulls it and tears off 2 of his fingers. The robot backs up and throws a direct punch at him, but Izuku reacts to the attack and dodges it, causing the fist to bury itself in the pavement. Using the opportunity, Izuku climbs up the robot's arm. The robot tries to attack him by hitting him with its other arm. The green-haired man dodges it and jumps directly up to the robot's head. The robot takes its hand off the pavement and brings it closer to the green-haired man. Izuku. Good fight places his palm on the robot's head, frowns ha. Izuku uses Kai-I and destroys the robot from the inside. It wobbles and begins to fall. The green-haired man jumps before the robot falls and lands with a spin on the ground. The test time has ended and recovery girl appears to treat the injured. Iida takes the girl to be treated while Izuku leaves to change his clothes. Izuku. What could I eat today? The green-haired boy was leaving the convenience store with a couple of bags of groceries. It had been a few days since the exam and he was waiting for news. When he got home, he found the postman standing in front of the door who just had a letter for him. The green-haired boy accepted it and said goodbye to the postman. He went inside and started cooking. Izuku. Sigh, satisfied, I'm full. He gets up and was going to turn on the TV, but next to the remote control was the letter. He was anxious and nervous when he saw it was from UA. He opened the letter and a round flat object fell out. Izuku. How does this work? He takes the object and examines it. Suddenly, the device turns on, showing a hologram of Almight. In short, the hero informs Izuku that his bravery in the practical exam has given him first place for obtaining a score of 110 points, 50 for destroying robots, and 60 for rescue, giving him a place in class 1 of heroes. Izuku was excited to know that. When the hologram ends, he runs to call his mother to let her know. The news caused a sea of tears where she worked. Izuku laughed a little listening to his father, telling him not to flood the office. Chapter 3. One cool, calm morning, the green-haired boy dressed in his school uniform and carrying his yellow backpack comes out of an apartment. Excited for his first day at UA, he's on his way to school. He stops to look at the beach. The view was certainly better without all the junk. This brought a slight smile to his face as he saw what he had accomplished before continuing on his way. Already at UA, he began to look for his respective classroom, anxious to know who his classmates would be. Izuku. He'll probably be there, I hope it won't be a problem. That's right, it's him, with a drop of sweat on his temple. When he finds his classroom, he admires the size of the door and the letters. He understands the reason for the size, but the letters, not so much. Determined, he opens the door, and the first thing he sees is the pale-haired boy arguing with Iida because the latter had his feet on the table. He decides to ignore them so they can finish arguing and walks toward an empty table, but then he recognizes a certain blonde man. Izuku. Ejiro. Ejiro. I recognize that voice, turns to look at the green-haired boy. Midoriya, how long, extends his fist. Izuku. Really, bumps fists with him. How are the guys at the dojo? Ejiro. Pretty good. You've made progress faster than I thought. Now I see why you weren't going as fast as before. Izuku. Haha, scratches his neck, and you decided to be a hero. Great. Ejiro. Thank you. The two decide to sit together and catch up for a few minutes. After arguing for a while, Iida notices the green-haired man and greets him. Ah. The nice boy. Izuku turns to where the voice came from and finds a young brown-haired girl. Izuku. Oh, it's you, smiles, I'm glad you're okay. Uraraka. Nods, thanks for saving me from the robot. Izuku. Don't worry, it's what anyone would have done in that situation. For a certain blue-haired boy, those words felt like a pang in his chest. After a few minutes, the classroom door opened, letting a giant caterpillar pass through. The students were startled, but it got up, revealing the face of someone who looked like he hadn't slept well. Izawa. My name is Izawa Shota, I'm the teacher assigned to this class. If you're just here to socialize, the door's there. Now stretching, I know this is sudden, but put these on, and I'll see you outside. He leaves some sports uniforms. Already dressed, class 1 is in the UA courtyard. Uraraka. Quirk comprehension test. But what about the entrance ceremony? Izawa. If you want to be heroes, you won't have time for that nonsense. As you know, UA has a good reputation for campus freedom. But that freedom also applies to us teachers. The class. Izawa. Now, what we'll do is a physical exam like the ones in high school, but takes out a ball from somewhere. They'll use their quirks. You points to the ashen-haired boy. How many meters was your softball throw? Bakugo. 68 meters. Izawa. Well, throw this using your quirk. Throws the ball at him. Bakugo catches it and positions himself to throw. He extends his arm and throws the ball with his quirk, simultaneously shouting Shinii. Izawa's device displays the distance of the throw. Izawa. Shows the device with 702.5 meters. Mina. This will be fun. Zero. We'll be able to use our quirks as much as we want. as expected from the hero course. Izawa. Do you think it'll be fun? Will you spend the next 3 years hanging out? Then the student who finishes last in this exam will be expelled without hesitation. Everyone. Izawa. That's right, welcome. With one hand he lifts the hair from his face and shows his eyes wide open to the hero class. Uraraka. Will the last place be expelled? But it's only the first day, it's not fair. Izawa. Major accidents, pesky villains, unpredictable calamities. The world is full of injustice and we heroes are the ones who turn those situations around. If you came here to make friends, well, I'm sorry, but UA will give you one tough test after another. If you want to stay here, come with everything you've got. Some were nervous, but then determination overflowed from the students, but certainly one was excited since he doesn't remember the last time he used his full power. Izuku. There are 8 tests, this will be exciting. The test began with a 50-meter race, where a robot waited at the finish line to accurately report the results. Deity passed with a time of 3.04 seconds thanks to his engine quirk, followed by Seiya with 5.54 seconds. Some whose quirk didn't increase their speed resorted to different strategies, such as Aoyama, who used his laser navel to propel himself, but due to the time limit, he could only do 5.51 seconds. Returno del Midoriya Izuku y Bakugo Katsuki. Robot. Ready. Izuku. Calm down, concentrating. Robot. Yes. They both start running. Bakugo stretches his arms back and starts throwing his explosions to propel himself, followed by Midoriya who was running too fast. The first to arrive was Izuku with 3.8 seconds, followed by Katsuki with 4.13 seconds. Bakugo. Looks at his smoking hands, using his hand separated the power disperses, looks at the green-haired man, who didn't look exhausted. Izuku. Pretty good. Just 4 more tests. Izawa looked at the green-haired man. He felt like he wasn't using all the power he possessed. He didn't know if it was a feeling. The pressure strength test continued. Student Shoji, who was quite striking with his dupli arms quirk, had achieved a strength of 540 kilograms. Izuku stood there watching as the test was performed. When the device beeped, the green-haired boy saw his result. Izuku. Sees that the device only said 999, I think I exaggerated, nervous. Jump test. Both Aoyama and Bakugo made it through without any problems. Izuku jumped to the other side without touching the sand. Izuku. Control. Lateral jumps. Both Mineta and the green-haired boy impressed everyone in this test. The former used his quirk and placed a large number of balls on both sides and bounced back and forth at high speed, while Izuku moved so fast that it seemed like there were 2 of them. Mina. It's not fair, Midoriya multiplied. Izawa. It's not like that, go closer to him. Mina listened to him and saw that he was actually jumping from one side to the other at high speed. Mina. It can't be. Ball throw. Uraraka. Uses her quirk on the ball, sees, throws it. Minutes later. Izawa shows off his device with the infinity symbol, surprising all the students. After everyone had tried, it was the green-haired boy's turn. He got into position and prepared to throw, but a bandage held his arm, stopping him. Izawa. Listen to me, Midoriya. Everyone here used their 100%. You better do it too. Izuku. Oh okay. The black-haired man removes the blindfold and lets him continue, everyone was surprised to hear that. The green-haired man concentrates to then throw the ball, but he threw it as if it were a baseball game. The ball, instead of gaining altitude, went straight towards the wall, and when the ball hit, it crossed the wall and continued a few meters further. Everyone who witnessed that was left speechless, except for Izawa, since his experience made him see everything. Izawa. 1080 meters, not bad. Everyone except Izuku. Not bad. A few minutes passed, Izawa shows them the final grade, adding up the scores for each test, since saying them one by one would be a waste of time. 1 Izuku Midoriya. 2 Shoto Todoroki. 3. 4. 20 Minoru Mineta. Mineta cried at the result. Then Izawa told them it was a joke, since there was no other way for them to give their 100%. Most were shocked by what the dark-haired man said. Festival. Midoriya. Izuku. What's going on? Deity. What did Izawa-sensei mean when he said you weren't giving 100%? Izuku. It's like he said. The truth is, it was the first time I used my full power. Deity. Wait, that throw was with all your power. Izuku. Why yes. Deity. Sees the well being repaired by cement, impressive. Izuku. Thank you. Hiroshima. Hey Midoriya. Can you fight me? That would be so manly. Excited. Izuku. 2. Izawa. You guys, come change your uniform, activates his quirk now. All 3. Why yes. They move quickly towards the locker room. The rest of the class was theory, and then at the end of the day's classes the green-haired boy headed for the exit, but on the way a certain teacher. "Excuse me, young man." Izuku turns to see the person calling her ya. "Huh. Midnight. Midnight. Could you join me for a minute?" Izuku, of course, slightly confused. They both walked down the hallway until they reached a door. On one side, it said Teacher's Lounge, and they proceeded to enter the room. The place was quiet and only Izawa was there, asleep in his sleeping bag. "Izuku, are you okay?" Pointing at the raven. "Midnight. Don't worry. Now, I'd like to ask you a few questions." Izuku was a little nervous, but he knew the heroine more or less from some interviews he watched at home while cooking. A bunch of questions later. "Midnight. Thanks for answering my questions," she said to a dejected green-haired man. He was in that state not only due to the quantity, but also because some of them were somewhat personal, but he still responded. When he heard Midnight's words, Izuku composes himself and approaches the classroom door. "Midnight. By the way," stops Izuku with those words, "you were the one who cleaned the beach." Izuku. "Huh. Well, I apologize if I shouldn't have done it. I'll take the punishment without hesitation." Midnight. "Punishment? On the contrary, I wanted to thank you for that." The green-haired boy surprises. "That place is where I had good memories from when I was in high school. I used to meet up with some friends and classmates there to relax and have fun. So thanks for doing it." Smiles. Izuku. "What a relief, it scared me a little." Laughs a little. "No need to thank me, cleaning the place helped me become strong and meet someone." Slightly blushing. Midnight. "Hey, if you could meet that person again, what would you do?" Curious. Izuku. "Honestly, I just want to know how strong she is." Midnight. "Huh. Just that." Izuku. Yeah, just that." Checks the time on his phone. "Well, I should go. Nice talking to you." Walks away quickly. Midnight. "Yes, he's nice and kind, but he's quite dense." Smiles with a drop of sweat on his temple. The green-haired man had arrived at the apartment building, carrying some bags with groceries. Izuku. "It's a relief that I arrived in time to get the offer." He approaches his apartment and then notices a package at the door. The green-haired man opens the door and, after leaving the bags on the tables, decides to bring the package inside. Izuku. "Let's see." Checks the sender. Mom. Opens the package. Surprise. Great. The next day. The green-haired boy was at UA, talking with his group of friends, Uraraka, Ejiro, Ida. Minutes later, Mick showed up to teach English classes. During the morning, classes were like any other school, but they got more interesting in the afternoon, as basic hero classes began. I'm Class 1A. Entering as a normal person. Zero. It's Almight. Mina. Will he be our teacher? Sai. She's wearing her Silver Age outfit. Jiro. Almight. I'll be teaching the basic hero training. So it'll be a different way to learn the basics. Let's get straight to the point. What we'll be doing today is he pulls out a card with battle written on it, combat training. And that's what these are for. He points to a wall and out of it come shelves with suitcases, your hero suits based on your quirk records and requests you sent before school started. The excitement overflowed from the class. Izuku. Suits holding his backpack. Almight. After you change, go to Camp Beta. All. Yes. Minutes later, Beta Field. Almight watched as the young people approached, already dressed in their hero costumes. Almight. You look great guys. Thumbs up. Shall we begin? Ejiro. Where is Izuku? Izuku. Wait. Ejiro. Turns around. Oh Izuo, you look great. Izuku. Thanks. You don't look bad either, Ejiro. Ejiro. Scratching the back of his head. It's hard to use something else when you're already comfortable with the guy. Izuku. I think the same. Laughs a little. Uraraka. Woo-oh, that's great. Izuku. Uraraka-san, your suit really suits you. Uraraka. Embarrassed. Thanks. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a tight suit. Ejiro was a little embarrassed to see her. Izuku. I see being tight allows you greater mobility. I should keep that in mind. The green-haired man stared at his friend's outfit, causing him to blush slightly and feel uncomfortable. Ejiro. Places his hand on Izuku's shoulder, waking him up from his trance. You're overthinking it, Izuku. Izuku. Oh, sorry. Embarrassed. After the conversation, the three approached the other boys. While All Might explained today's training, the green-haired boy remembered what happened yesterday. Flashback. Izuku. Cool. Takes out a fighting suit similar to his guy, but this one had a different style. In the package there was also a letter, which said to call when I received the package. Izuku takes the phone and calls. After ringing a couple of times it is answered. Izuku. Hi, Mom. Yes, I received it. Inko. I'm glad you received it. Your father and I are sorry we could N''T be there, but remember, we'll always be there for you, no matter how far away we are. The suit we sent you is proof of that. End of flashback. Izuku. Thanks, Mom. Bajiro. Okay, Izuku. Izuku. Ah, I didn't hear what we were going to do today. Scared. Bajiro. Haha, I guessed it with a drop of sweat. He explains to the green-haired man the training the same as in the anime, the two of us will be a team. Izuku. I see. It will be a pleasure to work with you. They both shake hands. Almight calls the student's attention. In front of him are two boxes with the words heroes and villains written on them. The hero reaches into the boxes and pulls out two spheres. From the hero box, he pulls out the sphere with the letter of the green-haired boy and Ajiro's team, and from the villain box. Chapter 4. Ajiro. No. Izuku. Maybe. The team of villains that would face the green-haired man were Kirishima and Bakugo. Ajiro. Tell me, do you know the ash-haired boy? Izuku. Unfortunately. For reasons unknown, he hates me. A drop of sweat on my temple, he'll probably look for me at the beginning. Ajiro. Well, we could use that to our advantage. Izuku. Thinking it's possible. In fact, I think I can use something for this occasion. Ajiro looked at the green-haired boy confused. Now everyone is positioned, Bakugo and Kirishima taking care of the fake bomb, Izuku and Ajiro outside the building reading a plan. Han Bakugo. Kirishima. Okay. What's the plan? Bakugo. Don't shout. You keep an eye on this, leave Deku to me letting out explosions. All Might gave the signal, and the ashen-haired boy moved quickly down the building stairs. Upon reaching an intersection, he heard two people's footsteps, so he decided to attack with his quirk, but Izuku and Ajiro managed to dodge the attack. Izuku. You should go ahead, I'll distract him. Ajiro nods and moves forward, while the green-haired boy dodges all of Bomberman's attacks. Bakugo. Damn. The ashen-haired boy throws a powerful explosion which was impossible for the green-haired boy to dodge. But Ajiro. The boy reaches the door of the room and peeks out, seeing that the boy was looking out a window. Taking the opportunity, Ajiro jumps onto a box and hides there. Ajiro. Activate the communicator, whispers, I'm already in position. Izuku calm. Okay, when you're ready give the signal. Ajiro. I understand. Kirishima. Find yourself. Kirishima destroys the wooden box, and Ajiro dodges it. The Redeed throws a piece of wood at the blonde, causing him to lower his guard, managing to land a hit. Kirishima. GHHH, good block, hero. Acting like a villain. Ajiro. You really got into character, with a drop of sweat. Both were evenly matched, Ajiro and his successive attacks could not break through Kirishima's defense. But the green-haired guy. Izuku. Damn, steps back. Bakugo was holding him back. He couldn't get out of the room with the constant explosions. Bakugo. Now you won't be able to escape. The ashen-haired boy attacks head-on, but Izuku dodges and grabs Bakugo's arm and then fires some Kai waves. Bakugo breaks free with an explosion, blinding him and hitting him in the face, making him retreat. Bakugo. Enough, takes a safety pin from his bracelet. If they did it according to my instructions, all the nitro sweat must have accumulated for this. All Might, speaker. Don't do it, shonen, you could kill him, worried. Bakugo. If he dodges, he won't. Shiny. Releases safety and releases an explosive blast. The attack is directed towards the green-haired boy. He had thought of all the possibilities and decided to put his hands together in front of him and launches a Kai blast to counter the ash-haired boy's attack. Bakugo's attack ended, the room had received minor damage because Izuku's attack dispersed the ash-haired boy's power. The green-haired boy kneels, it was the first time he launched an attack of that scale, he consumed too much Kai. Bakugo. You lost, Midoriya. Izuku. Pants that you think. Suddenly, a tremor came from floors above, right where the bomb was. All Might, who was in the surveillance room with the rest of the students, watched the fight. Seeing the cameras shaking, hero number 1 switched to the camera of the room where the bomb was and was shocked to see what had happened. Izuku and Ajiro were subduing Kirishima. All Might. How is that possible? A few minutes ago, with Kirishima. The Redeed was slightly exhausted, just like Ajiro, but the blonde didn't give up and pushed a little further towards a window. Kirishima. Don't you know when to give up? Exhausted. Ajiro. The truth is that no pants exhausted, but I was able to follow Izuku's plan. Kirishima is confused. Ajiro activates the communicator now. A loud bang echoes from the building next door. Kirishima looks over and sees the green-haired boy hanging off the side. He propels himself towards the window with his arms crossed and smashes through it. The momentum doesn't stop and hits the Redeed, pushing him straight into a mirror. Kirishima hits the wall, but his quirk manages to protect him from most of the damage. Current events. Izuku. Do it, Ajiro. The blonde nods and approaches the bomb, but then Bakugo appears explosively from the door of the stairs. He quickly approaches Ejiro, but before he could do anything, Izuku launches a Kai wave with his free hand, causing Bakugo to fall far from the blonde. Ejiro places his hand on the bomb assured. Almight announces the hero team's victory over the loudspeaker. Izuku places the Redeed's arm on his shoulder and helps him up. Izuku, I'm sorry about the hit. Kirishima, don't worry, Midoriboro. What you did was very manly. Gives a thumbs up and then looks at Ejiro. You too, Ejiro. You're amazing. Ejiro. Thanks although, I didn't do much. Izuku. Quite the opposite Ejiro, if it weren't for you the plan wouldn't have worked. Ejiro was slightly embarrassed by the green-haired boy's words. After the fight, Izuku and Ejiro took Kirishima and an unconscious Bakugo to where the other boys were, where some nursing robots were about to come for them. These robots took Bakugo away, but Kirishima wanted to stay a bit to hear the results. Almight. Okay, before we start, I'd like to ask you something Midoriya Shonen. Izuku. Yes. Almight. What did you do in there? We saw you in 2 different places. Everyone present except Ejiro also wondered that. Kirishima was surprised to hear what happened. Izuku. Well, it would be easier to prove it. Ejiro, could you? He points at Kirishima with his eyes. Kirishima. Don't worry Midoriboro, I've recovered a little. He lets go of the green-haired boy and moves away from him a little. Izuku. Good. The green-haired man positions himself and closes his eyes to concentrate. Suddenly, another him, a little transparent but then not anymore, separates from him in the same position as the green-haired man. Mina. Hey dos Midoriyas. Ida. How is that possible? Moving his arms like a robot. Izuku. I can explain. The multiform technique allows me to split into 2. Mina. Residual. Interrupts. Izuku. That's what you saw in Izawa's exercise. During the lateral jumps, there seemed to be 2 selves. Mina. I remember, it was surprising. Izuku won. Well, unlike that, I'm tangible. He approaches Ejiro, and they bump fists. Kirishima. Incredible. Wait, you can create more clones. Izuku nods. You could create an army. How manly. Izuku. In fact it's impossible. Everyone saw it with confusion. In fact he is weaker than me. Izuku won. That's true. I have half the strength, speed and endurance of the original. Creating more clones would divide my power further. Everyone understood and then saw how Izuku's clone vanished. After the explanation, All Might explained that everyone did well except for Bakugo. Momo explained that the little-haired boy had left Kirishima for his own personal reasons. Izuku, Ejiro and Kirishima followed the test to the letter, seeming to have forgotten the fact that it was training. Ejiro received extra points for achieving Izuku's plan. Training continued normally. Kirishima and Ejiro went with Recovery Girl to treat their injuries. The sun began to set. Midoriya and Ejiro were returning home, but Mina stopped them. Apparently she managed to create a group chat for the Wanna class, surprising Ejiro as she managed to make friends with the entire class. Apparently only the 2 of them were missing, so they both gave their numbers and said goodbye to the pink-haired girl. Izuku. She really is energetic. Ejiro. That's true. By the way, Izuku, do you want to come to the dojo on Friday? We could give the newcomers some advice. Izuku. The dojo. Of course. It would be great to see the master. Ejiro. Okay, I'll let the teacher know we'll go on Friday. Izuku. Good. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at the station, where they went their separate ways. When he arrived at the station near his house, he took a different path, arriving at a convenience store. He got some groceries and made his way to his apartment. Izuku opened the door, went into the kitchen, and decided to make something quick, but before he could, the doorbell rang. The green-haired man opened the door. Hi, I'm the neighbor next door Izuku. Izuku. Fukawa-san. Ha pasado tiempo. Fukawa jumps to hug the green-haired boy. Fukawa. Why don't you come to the library anymore? It gets so lonely. Pouts. Izuku. Many more go there nervous besides, UA doesn't give me enough time to go there. Fukawa. Wait. UA? You entered UA? Izuku. Yes. Fukawa. Congratulations. Hugs the green-haired boy tighter. Izuku. Thank you. Now the green-haired boy and Fukawa were eating together. Fukawa. So I moved to these apartments because my parents want me to be more independent. Izuku. I see. I hope you can get used to it. Fukawa. Thanks. By the way, what are UA classes like? Izuku. Well, not that different from a normal high school, at least in the mornings. In the afternoons, we do hero training. Fukawa. Great. And it's true that All Might teaches at the academy. Izuku. Yeah, though I think he's struggling. One of the students in my class gave her feedback on my performance in a combat rehearsal, and I could see Almight was surprised. I think she said more than he thought. Fukawa laughs a little and your classmates are fun. Izuku nods, although I think he's somewhat perverted and his hair looks like grapes. Hearing that, the brunette laughs a little louder. After dinner, Fukawa says goodbye to Izuku and returns to her apartment, which was next to the green-haired man. Izuku, we really are neighbors. Fukawa, that's right, smiles goodnight, enters his apartment and closes the door. The green-haired man does the same action and heads to his bed to rest, since tomorrow would be a slightly more complicated day. Beep 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 beep. Izuku, complaining him, hits the nightstand 3 times before reaching for the alarm clock and then turns it off 5 more minutes, looks at the clock, which shows the date and time, Thursday 6:30, better not. The green-haired boy gets up and takes a shower to wake up. He dresses in his uniform and then puts on an apron to cook breakfast. But before he can even reach the kitchen, the doorbell rings. He approaches and opens the door. Fukawa. Buenos dias. Izuku. You really know how to interrupt at the right moment, joking. Fukawa. Haha, smiles, well, let me make it up to you. Can I use your kitchen? Izuku. Fukawa. Thank you, enters the apartment without waiting for an answer and heads to the kitchen. A few minutes later. Fukawa. Todd served 2 towers of hot cakes. Izuku. Amazing, thank you. Fukawa. Consider it a thank you for dinner last night. Oh, both are yours. I already had breakfast. Izuku. Laughs a little when you say it like that, I would think we had a date. Fukawa blushed slightly at those words. Fukawa. You should watch what you say. Izuku. Already eating half a tower, what? Why, with his mouth full. Then he continues eating. Fukawa. Sighs, you better figure it out on your own. Izuku. Confused. After finishing breakfast, the green-haired boy washes the dishes and says goodbye to Fukawa, who was already leaving for the library. After a series of events that would only happen to someone by pure luck, Izuku manages to arrive at UA in record time but too early, so, as he sits down at his desk, he decides to lay his head down and take a nap. Minutes pass, and he opens his eyes slightly and then sees a yellow cocoon. Izuku. Processando Izawa-sensei. The cocoon moves, showing the face of the aforementioned. Izawa. What's wrong? Sleepy. Izuku. Nothing, just confirming. They both check the time on their phones, then stare at each other. They seem to be communicating just with their eyes. Then they nod and go back to sleep. Mina opens the door and then sees the scene of Izuku sleeping at his desk. Hagakure. What's wrong, Mina? Mina. Look, whispering. The pink-haired girl points to a sleeping green-haired boy. They also notice to raise her head. Mina. I have an idea, whispering. She takes out 2 markers from her bag. I'll scribble for sensei, will you take care of the green-haired boy? Hagakure. I don't think it's a good idea, whispering. Mina. Come on, it will be fun. Hagakure gave up and accepted Mina's idea, but managed to convince her not to do it to Izawa, so both were determined to joke with Izuku. She was close to the green-haired boy and uncovered the markers, but when they were about to do it, the classroom door opened, drawing both of their attention. Momo. What are you doing, girls? Mina. Why, Hagakure, Shusi and Azabake. Mina. We don't want to miss this opportunity. Hagakure. I know it's wrong, but this only happens once in a lifetime. Momo approached and tried to convince them not to do it, but it was too late. Mina was painting on a goatee, while Hagakure was highlighting the green-haired boy's freckles. Momo didn't want to admire it, but she found it a little funny. How the makeup looked on Izuku. Izuku. You know, with a monocle he would look funny, although with a scar on his eye, he would give a more serious appearance. Mina. You're right, Izuku. Izuku. She gets scared when she sees the green-haired boy next to Momo. She and Hagakure also got scared. Hagakure, see, come on. Izuku. Momo woke me up when she spoke, then I saw them with the markers, quickly used multiform and sneaked out while they were distracted. Mina. And why didn't you just tell us you were awake? Izuku. It's because this reaction was funnier. Both the green-haired boy and Momo were laughing. She had seen him sneak away, but didn't say anything to help him. Mina was pouting, causing the 3, Momo, Izuku and Hagakure, to think how cute. Izawa had woken up from the noise. Everyone saw him, who was watching 2 green-haired boys and Mina with a marker still in his hand. Izawa. Goes to the original Izuku neutral. I would punish you, but they did the same to me once, so you are forgiven. The clone disappears. Izuku nods and undoes the clone before taking a seat. The girls do the same, and while they were talking, the other students were arriving. Chapter 5. After morning class, Izuku went to the cafeteria in search of the hero lunch rush's food. Lunch. The next Midoriya-san. The usual. Izuku. Yes. LR heads to the kitchen and after a few minutes returns with a large bowl of katsudon. Lunch. Do you like this dish or do you just have a big appetite? Izuku. Laughs, probably a little of both. After that little chat Izuku looks for a free table, but luckily for him there wasn't one. Okay. Izuku observes where the voice comes from and is glad that they were talking to him, then he approaches. Sit down, it's free. Izuku. Thank you, sits with the group. My name is Midoriya Izuku, class 1A. Kendo. A pleasure. I'm Kendo Itsuka, class 1B. Ibara. Shiozaki Ibara, class 1B. Yui. Kadai Yui, also from the same class. Izuku. Class B. The girls expected something like a mockery for not reaching the points to enter class A. Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet classmates from class B, I hope we get along well. Izuku's trademark smile. Kendo. Likewise. While enjoying lunch, the green-haired boy stares at Ibara's hair. Ibara. It's uncomfortable if you stare at me. Izuku. Sorry, I was wondering, is your quirk based on your hair? Ibara. Well. Kendo. Wait, do you want to know our quirks to have an advantage? Izuku. And no. You see, I've always been curious about the variety of quirks in the world. And saddened. Kendo. And. Izuku. When I see new quirks, I tend to analyze them and then write them down in a notebook. Ibara felt flattered to know that someone was positively interested in her quirk. Ibara. I have no problem telling you if you want. And. No. Izuku. Please places his hands together in front of him. Kendo. Don't ignore me getting angry. Yui. You lost the battle, Kendo. Consoling the orange-haired girl. Ibara. You see. As he was about to explain, the bell rang. Izuku was worried since he only ate half of the bowl. Ibara. We must go. Izuku. I understand, I hope we can talk later. Ibara nods and says goodbye with the others. Izuku. With determination, he eats every last grain of rice with speed and gets up to hand the bowl to Lunch Rush and thank him for the food. Minutes later. While present Mick explained, Izuku silently complained about his stomachache to avoid disturbing the class. After class, present Mick explained to the students that they wouldn't have classes tomorrow due to a teachers' meeting, which made the students happy since they would have a long weekend. But they weren't safe yet, as Almight's hero class continued. The next day. Izuku was sitting on the floor of the apartment, concentrating a small sphere of Kai in his hand. In front of him, a few feet away, was the open window, and next to it, an empty soda can. Izuku. Concentrate, throws the energy sphere, then moves his fingers to the right, but the energy sphere continued on its way out the window. Curse lies down on the ground, frustrated. For a few hours now he had been trying to manipulate his Kai like one of the techniques mentioned in the book, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't change the direction. Izuku. Well, another try. He gets up and tries again, but when he was creating it. Ring ring. The sound of his cell phone surprises him, shooting the sphere at the wall. Izuku. With a drop of sweat on his temple I have to fix that. He approaches his cell phone and answers Mashi Ajiro. Yes, okay, in 40 minutes I'll be there. Yes, see you. Hangs up the call. I forgot. Already in a park, Ajiro is wearing a white short-sleeved polo shirt and cargo pants. From his spot, he can see Izuku's green hair, who has arrived in a hurry and sweating. Izuku. Sorry Ajiro, I forgot what day it was because of my training. Ajiro. Hahaha, don't worry. I know you lose track of time when you're training. Walking with Izuku toward the dojo. This reminds me of when you trained alone at the dojo. You stayed until 4 AM. Laughs a little. Izuku. With a frown. It only happened once. Ajiro. Each of the months. Izuku's hands were tied, since what Ajiro said was right. Whenever they returned home, Ajiro had to call him to get him out of his trance, except for occasions when he didn't go to the dojo. After talking about trivial matters for a while, the two young men managed to reach the dojo. Upon entering, they found several boys and girls, some normal-looking and others with distinct features due to their quirks. In front of these boys stood a man of a rather large build. Izuku. Iron Man-san. That nickname caused a man to quickly approach the green-haired man and strike him, which Izuku managed to block. Only one person would call me that without fear. Smiles with a sharp look. How long Midoriya? Izuku. GHH, likewise Takahashi-san. The young students were in shock, as normally their teacher shows a friendlier expression. The older one decides to pull his fist away from Izuku. Takahashi. I see you're still training, young man. Izuku. And I see that you still haven't deteriorated, old man. Their relationship was good enough to make fun of each other. Takahashi Tetsuo, nicknamed Iron Man by Izuku, is a retired martial arts master. But despite his age, his physical abilities are exceptional. His hair is brown with gray streaks and he wears a traditional guy. I took the name of an anime character, Demi-chan Waka Teratai, because of the Man of Steel joke. Ejiro. It's been a while Takahashi-san. Takahashi. I see you're both doing quite well. Did you make it into UA? Both nod congratulations. O&M. Thank you. Takahashi. And tell me, does anyone already have a girlfriend? Both of them did not answer, not because they were hiding something from him, although in reality they are not hiding anything, but because that is what he always asks when he has the opportunity. Takahashi. Party pooper. Izuku. I see that several joined the dojo. Takahashi. Yes. Your and Ejiro's participation in the tournaments helped a lot with the dojo's reputation. While they were arguing, some young people approached Izuku and Ejiro for their autographs. Boy. I'm your fan Midoriya-san. May I have your autograph? Izuku. See Claro. Girl. What are you saying? Ejiro-san is better than Izuku. Boy. You're wrong. Midoriya-san is stronger. Izuku and Ejiro were uncomfortable witnessing an argument between their fans. Takahashi. Okay, kids. Why don't you give us a demonstration? Watching Izuku and Ejiro. They don't know how it happened, but now they were face to face in the middle of the arena. They both wore their guy, but Izuku had wristbands on his arms and legs. Boy. Excuse me Takahashi-sensei, why does Midoriya-san wear those wristbands, but Ejiro-san doesn't? Takahashi. Well, Izuku's quirk passively increases his strength, so he decided to use those special wristbands to fight on equal terms with his opponents. Those wristbands are heavy. Boy. Great with sparkles in his eyes, looking at the green-haired boy even more, and how much do they weigh? Takahashi. In total 3 or 4 times his weight. Everyone. But Izuku and Ejiro. Ejiro. I feel offended that you use those weights to fight me in a combat pose. Izuku. You know I can't fully control my quirk. Ejiro. Smiles. I know. So to be equal, I won't use my tail. Izuku. It's okay. The green-haired man suddenly approaches Ejiro and punches the Andoman, but the attack is blocked by the blonde. He grabs his arm and applies a judo lock before slamming him to the ground, but Izuku manages to slip out of the grip, reposition himself upon landing, and kick Ejiro away. Without a doubt, they were both evenly matched in terms of hand-to-hand combat. Ejiro. You really weigh exhales, calming his breathing. You wouldn't have the advantage. Izuku. I doubt it. I can barely move. After exchanging words, they approach one by one to fight. Punches, kicks, blocks, and dodges. All attempts to attack each other were useless. Their long-standing friendship caused them to know each other's next attacks. After exchanging attacks, they both retreat. Takahashi stops the fight, and the dojo students applaud both young men for their impressive combat skills. Izuku. Combat Ben. Ejiro. Not bad, friend. They both bump fists. After visiting their master, they both leave the dojo and go downtown for a walk. Izuku. It's really been a while since we went out. Ejiro. Really? How are you doing with controlling your quirk? Izuku. Terrible. Laughs nervously. I need to practice a little more. Ejiro. So bad. Izuku. When you called me, I was training. Now I have to fix the wall. Ejiro. Hahaha sorry. Izuku. Don't worry. I'll make the most of the weekend to train. The moment he said that, they both received a message on their phones. Ejiro decided to check it. Izuku ignored it since if they both received a message it could only mean one thing: someone sent a message to the class 1 group. Izuku. Ejiro, it's okay. Ejiro. Yes, but I don't think you like this. Izuku checks the message on his phone. Izuku. And should I? Ejiro. It is an activity to strengthen ties with our classmates. Izuku. And should I? Ejiro. Izuku. Sighs. Okay, but I won't have fun. Ejiro. You say that but you always have fun. Izuku. You're right. Smiles. Well, what are we going to do? Reads the message sent by Mina. I suppose everyone is okay with a day at the beach. Ejiro. Hahaha I guess so. After reading the message, Ejiro helped the green-haired boy look for the supplies that Izuku needed, but before that, they spent most of their time in an arcade, where they were banned for being too cool. Just kidding, Ejiro was good at the claw game, and Izuku broke the strength measuring machine. For that reason they were both banned for a month, but Ejiro was able to take the prizes. After searching for supplies, they both say goodbye and return to their homes. On the way, the green-haired boy met Fukawa, who was returning from her job at the library. Izuku. Fukawa-san. She seemed downcast, more like exhausted. The green-haired man could tell because she was stumbling as she walked. He placed both bags in one hand and helped the girl up the stairs with the other, but halfway up, she fell asleep. Izuku. Okay, I have a problem. See that she didn't have her apartment keys. Well, 2 problems. Izuku, with an effort, manages to open the door to his apartment, leaves the groceries, and takes Fukawa to his mother's room. After sheltering her, he prepares dinner and then trains a little and goes to sleep. Time skip, next day. Fukawa was waking up but was startled to find he didn't recognize the room. Footsteps were heard behind the door. Fukawa quickly got up and grabbed the first object he could find to defend himself, a lamp. The door opens. Good. Crash quality effects. The young woman hits the boy's head with a lamp, but seconds later she recognizes the green-haired man. Fukawa. Izuku. Izuku. I guess I should buy a lamp. His head starts to bleed. After the misunderstanding, Fukawa was healing the wound she caused to Izuku while apologizing. She explains that yesterday she had a lot of work at the library because an idiot made the shelves collapse, so she was cleaning and arranging the books, but thanks to the help of some people she was able to finish before 11 p.m. Izuku. So you forgot your keys because you were exhausted? Fukawa. I really appreciate you letting me stay at your house, and I'm sorry I hit you with a lamp. Izuku. Don't worry. Leaves the kitchen with breakfast for her and him. Here you go, I hope you like it. Fukawa. Soltando on as lagrimas Izuku. The green-haired boy's kindness made her feel emotional. Izuku had finished his breakfast without noticing the young woman's behavior. Izuku. Well, I'd like to stay and chat, but I have to go out with friends. Fukawa. I understand. Gets up from the table. Izuku. Here, he hands her a spare key. You know where the shower is. You can use mom's clothes. Fukawa. Izuku. After school, I'll go to the library to get your things. I know you don't have to work today, so rest. Fukawa. Izuku. Take care. Leaves the apartment. Fukawa. What just happened? Chapter 6. The green-haired boy was on his way to the beach, but he stopped by the library and picked up Fukawa's belongings. Now it was a race to the meeting point since he only had a few minutes to get there. When he arrived, which was a park, he ran into Mina, who was sitting on a bench waiting while checking her cell phone. Izuku. Hello Mina. Mina. Izuku. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Some villains were on the run, but they were scared because one of the strongest heroines was chasing them. Mirko stopped the robbery in just 5 minutes. Mirko. Exhales exhausted. They really are annoying. Because crime in Musatafu suddenly increased, stretching her body a little, whispers I need a break. Suddenly her phone rings, she checks the ID and sees it's Nemuri. Mirko. What's going on Nemuri? Nemuri. Hi Uri. I wanted to know if you want to come to the beach. Mirko. The beach. You know crime is up, right? Nemuri. I've got you covered. What do you say? Sometimes heroes need a little rest. Mirko. Okay, I'll go. Nemuri. Fine. I'll wait for you on Dagaba Beach. Nemuri hangs up the call, leaving the rabbit confused. Mirko. Dagaba Beach. But isn't that place a dump? Returning to Izuku. Izuku laughed. Mina had told him an anecdote about an incident at Karaoke with Hagakure. Mina. Seriously, everyone was confused when they saw the sodas flying. Izuku. Hahaha, calms his laughter and looks at the clock. How strange, they're taking too long. Mina. Guess what could have happened? Izuku received a message from Ejiro. Apparently, he had caught a cold. Most of the students had a last-minute commitment, others didn't want to go, Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami. The only ones who had arrived at the meeting point were Hagakure, Seiya, Uraraka, Jiro, Mineta, and Kaminari. Kaminari. Where are the others? Mina. It seems that some had commitments and forgot. Izuku. Ejiro has a cold, Iida went to visit his grandparents. Uraraka. Saka. Hagakure. I guess we should have fun for them. The others? Yes. Screaming with excitement. When they arrive at the beach, they are shocked to see the place. Everyone couldn't believe that beach was a landfill. Uraraka. Great, what happened? Mina. Many say it was a team that cleaned it up. But others believe it was just one. Hagakure. Really? I wish I knew who it was. Izuku heard this, happy that so many people came to the beach after he cleaned it up for his training. The group went to their respective changing rooms to put on their swimsuits. Eyes. Kaminari. Aren't you excited? Izuku. Nods. We can rest a bit. I usually train, so it'll be a nice change of scenery. Kaminari. Really? Izuku. Yes. If it weren't for Ejiro, I would have stayed home training. Kaminari. If you want, I'll invite you to play some video games another time. Izuku. Okay, by the way, what's wrong? The green-haired boy points to a male student, imagining the girls in swimsuits. Izuku felt a strange desire to tie him up and lock him in a locker, but Kaminari stops him. After the small scene with male student, the boys leave the locker room and meet up with the girls. Uraraka. Sorry for the delay. Kaminari and Mineta. OHHHHH. Excited. Hagakure. Let's have fun. Seiya. Jiro affirming Hagakure's comment. Mina. Let's go. Izuku notices that behind them was Jiro, who was wearing a light blue sweatshirt with a zipper, which covered her swimsuit. The girls went with Kaminari and Mineta to the sea to have fun. Izuku put some towels to sit on and an umbrella. When he finishes doing it, he was about to join them, but notices Jiro sitting in the shade. He does the same and sits next to her. Jiro. What are you doing? Izuku. What else, accompanying you? Jiro. I never asked you. Izuku. I know. Jiro. Then. Izuku. I do it because I want to. Jiro and Izuku watched their teammates play. The violet-haired girl watched a green-haired boy for a second and noticed something. The green-haired boy's body and face didn't match. Despite having the face of someone kind and honest, his body was quite worked up, but she also noticed some scars from burns and cuts. Izuku. Do you dislike scars? Jiro. Huh. Surprised. Izuku. You've been staring at my scars for a few minutes now. Jiro. I'm sorry. It's not that, it's just it seems to have been very serious. Izuku. The truth is it wasn't very serious. Jiro. Can you tell me how you got that scar? Izuku. Of course. You see. A really cool flashback, a few years ago. Sorry, I wanted to write it, haha. The green-haired man was in the forest practicing throwing kai blasts. He placed his open hands together in front of him. Izuku. Okay, concentrate your kai on a single point. The kai sphere was forming in the palm of his hands, but he suddenly loses control and fires it by mistake. The sphere mimics a balloon deflating in the air and hits him in the torso, causing a superficial wound, but a scar will remain. End of flashback. Izuku. He's scratching the back of his neck. Since then I've been a little more careful every time I practice using my quirk. He didn't like to lie, but if they discovered the origin of kai, it could cause disastrous consequences like a third world war. Jiro. Sokka. Izuku. We should go play with them. Seeing them made me want to get in the water. He stands up and starts stretching. Jiro. You go. I'll be here a little longer. Izuku. Why don't you want to go in the water? Don't you know how to swim? Jiro. It's not that. It's just. Izuku. Yes. Jiro. I don't usually wear this kind of swimsuit. It probably looks bad on me. Izuku. I didn't see you in a swimsuit so I couldn't tell if it looks bad on you. Jiro couldn't handle the green-haired boy's logic. She stood up and took off her sweatshirt, revealing a yellow swimsuit. Jiro. How do I look? Izuku. I knew it, you look very pretty. Jiro. Linda. Izuku nods, causing the violet-haired girl to blush, then she is surprised when the green-haired girl suddenly takes her hand. Izuku. Let's go with the others. Jiro. Wait. Izuku carries her like a princess when they get close to the water and then jumps in, both of them diving into the sea. When they come up for air, Jiro pats the green-haired boy while saying baka. His teammates see them and approach them to join them in the ballgame. Minutes later, not so far from the boys. Nemuri. Stretching, how relaxing. She and Mirko had arrived at the beach, clearly in disguise. Nemuri had a ponytail, while Rumi wore a wig and a beach hat to hide her ears. Imagine her with a ponytail. Mirko. What happened here? I thought it was a dump. Nemuri. Don't you remember? The green-haired young man. Rumi. Perhaps. Nemuri. Nods. He single-handedly cleaned this whole place, or so I heard. Rumi. Incredible, remembering when they met. Nemuri. Rumi-chan. After Rumi woke up, they both went to look for a place, without noticing that they were quite close to some students. With the young. Haminari. Look what Mina and I got. They both had a couple of watermelons on hand, but Mina had an idea: play Sukawari. Sukawari, the game of breaking a watermelon with a stick. People take turns, and whoever breaks it wins. Specifically, you have to find the best spot, and once you're sure you have enough space, you put the watermelon down and then move away about 5 meters. The person who will be splitting the watermelon is ready with the stick in hand, and after blindfolding them, they will turn them around so they won't be sure where the watermelon is. The rest will guide the blindfolded player toward the watermelon and tell them when to hit it. And who to start the game but Uraraka. The girl was blindfolded and kept away from the fruit. After several attempts to understand her classmates' instructions, she knocked a few inches away from the watermelon. Uraraka. Takes off the blindfold so close. Pouts. Each one tried. Some managed to land a blow, but not with enough force, and some missed. It was Izuku's turn. Seiya puts the blindfold on him to prevent him from cheating. The green-haired boy concentrates on listening to his teammates' voices, but notices something: he could feel the kai around him, more specifically the people on the beach. Izuku. This is weird. How have I not noticed this before? Uraraka. Izuku starts, turns left and walks slowly. The green-haired boy complies and begins to move. It was strange, yet fascinating to him that he could see his friends with his eyes closed. Mineta and Kaminari were slightly confusing the green-haired boy, making him fail. They were succeeding, but then. Jiru. Ignore them, take 3 steps to the right and hit. Izuku reacts to the violet-haired girl's words and follows her instructions, successfully splitting the watermelon. Izuku. I did it, walks towards Jiru, thank you, takes her hands. Jiru. Why, you're welcome. He didn't notice, but the bandage was still on. Seiya confirmed that the bandage wasn't fake. Mina. How did you do it? Surprised. Izuku simply replies, it was luck, I guess, as he takes both pieces of the fruit and cuts them to share. After eating the watermelon, they decide to play some more. Jiru goes to rest a bit and Mineta and Kaminari go try to flirt with girls. Izuku decides to take a walk along the beach. Some people, more specifically girls, noticed the green-haired boy instantly because he had a serene look because he was thinking about how it was possible to sense people's kai, but while he was thinking he tripped and fell into a woman's lap. What are you doing, brat? Angry. Imagine her with a wig and a beach hat. Izuku. Sorry miss, I was distracted. They both look into each other's eyes. Both. It's you. Mirko was wearing the same costume as that day, so the green-haired man recognized her. Izuku. It's been a while, he gets up and then sits next to Mirko, how have you been? Mirko. Fine. I thought I hadn't seen you again, smiles. In the distance a certain violet-haired girl was watching everything. Namuri. What a coincidence, what will I do? I could go, but Midoriya would probably recognize me and that would ruin the moment. Mirko. So you managed to completely clean the beach. Izuku. Yes, I was able to do it just in time for the entrance exam. Mirko. Great, you're really great. Izuku. Thanks, hey, did you come alone? Mirko. No. I came with a friend, I shouldn't be long. Izuku. If you want, I can accompany you until I return. Mirko. Well. Izuku. Notices something, wait a minute. The green-haired guy goes to a local for 5 minutes and comes back with a couple of ice creams. Izuku. 10. Mirko. Thank you. They both enjoyed the ice cream while waiting for Namuri. 20 minutes passed and there was no sign of Mirko's friend. Mirko. How strange, I should have returned. Izuku. You're right. While they waited, they saw 2 young men being chased by older men. It was Kaminari and Mineta who were fleeing from the boyfriends of 2 women, Izuku and Mirko laughing at the scene they witnessed. Mirko. What idiots holding his stomach. Izuku agreed, though he didn't find it as funny as the girl did. Namuri had arrived where Mirko was. Izuku. Well, I guess I should go. My friends must be looking for me, scratching the back of his neck. Mirko. I understand, thanks for the ice cream. Izuku. Thanks. It was nice talking to you again. Mirko. Hey, could you tell me your name? Izuku. Soy Midoriya Izuku. Mirko. A pleasure. I'm Rumi Isagayama. Izuku. It's a pleasure too. See you. Runs back to his friends. Rumi watched as the green-haired man walked away. Mirko. Izuku whispers, smiles. Namuri. Did you enjoy the company of a man? Who are you and what did you do with my friend? The rabbit is surprised and complains about the violet-haired girl's comment. Mirko. Why did it take you so long? Namuri. I saw you with a young man and since you were having fun I decided to give you a moment alone with him. Mirko. Thank you, with a slight blush on his cheeks. Namuri smiles and sits down next to her. The young man was clearly changing the rabbit a bit even though they'd only met twice. Mina. Where were you? Pouting. Izuku. I'm sorry, I was keeping company to an acquaintance who was waiting for her friend. Kaminari. Known. Mineta. Is she pretty? With his face emanating lust. In an instant, the green-haired man hits him on the head with his finger. This blow knocks Mineta unconscious. Izuku. Damn, I went too far. Chapter 7. This happens one day after what happened at the beach. Class 1 was having normal classes with present Mick. Izuku was pensive due to his encounter with Rumi. Izuku. Rumi, where have I heard that name before? The bell had rung. Present. Good morning, young people. Don't forget to practice what you learned today. All? Yes. Everyone goes to the cafeteria except the green-haired guy who takes a bento out of his backpack. Uraraka. Midoriya-kun, do you want to come? Wow, is it a bento? Izuku. Nods. The green-haired man gets up and heads for the rooftop. He quite liked the breeze from the high places, not to mention the view. When he gets there, he sits on the ground and opens his bento. Sudden flashback. The green-haired boy was leaving his apartment and meets Fukawa. Izuku. Good morning, Fukawa-san. Fukawa. Midoriya-san, I was just looking for you. Here he hands him a bento. Izuku. This is. Fukawa. It's a thank you for letting me stay at your house. Oh, and this is for the lamp. She hands him some money. Izuku immediately rejects the money. Izuku. Don't worry about it, that lamp was broken anyway. Fukawa. You're serious. Izuku nods and gives her one of his smiles, making her blush. He says goodbye and walks away, thanking her for the bento. End of sudden flashback. Izuku. Thank goodness he believed the lamp with a gesture of relief while eating the bento. It's delicious. While eating, he notices the sausages, which were cut into octopus shapes. This makes him laugh a little while he blushes in embarrassment, thankful he didn't open the bento in the living room. After finishing eating, Izuku thanks for the food and goes back down to room 1A, just in time for classes with midnight. Regular classes had ended and it was time for hero classes, and then everyone's favorite caterpillar, Aizawa Shota, entered. As soon as he entered, his class was orderly and quiet. Aizawa. Okay, for today's class you'll be doing one-on-one combat. But for now you won't be wearing your hero outfits. Put on your sports uniforms and head to the urban area. The boys were in their locker room changing into their uniforms. Ejiro looked at the green-haired boy and saw his scar on the side of his body. Ejiro. How is your wound? Izuku. Fine, although sometimes I get itchy. Thanks for asking. Ejiro laughs at the green-haired boy's words. After changing into their uniforms, the young men meet up with Aizawa at the urban zone. Aizawa. Okay. Let's get this started. Iida. I apologize sensei, but what is the purpose of this? Aizawa. I've seen how you guys perform in teams, but now I want to see how you fight one-on-one to see what areas you can improve. The students were surprised. Despite how he acts, the teacher truly cares about his students. Aizawa. Well, so as not to waste time, his opponents are. Bakugo vs Mineta. I'm that bad XD. Hagakure vs Ejiro. Tokoyami vs Zoro. Koda vs Jiru. Todoroki vs Mina. Haminari vs Saito. Uraraka vs Aoyama. Midoriya vs Yayoi Rozu. Kirishima vs Iida. Shoji vs Tsuyu. Mineta was worried as he heard details of the fight between the ash-haired boy and Midoriya. Aizawa. For more freedom, this area will be your stage. To save time, each player will be given this bracelet and a pair of handcuffs. If they manage to handcuff their opponent, or if they surrender, or if they become unconscious, they win. This turns on the bracelet, causing it to make noise. Beep beep. Aizawa. The closer they are to their opponent, the faster the beep will be. Beep beep. Class A. Beep beep. Haminari. Death. Hagakure. Ah. Scream of terror. Aizawa. Bandage the blonde's face shut up grumpy. I'll summarize the fights except the protagonists. Bakugo vs Mineta. Win. Bakugo. I'll leave it to your imagination, I'll just say that the fight was very uneven. Hagakure vs Ejiro. Win. Hagakure. Despite hearing the beep, Ejiro couldn't react quickly and was handcuffed by the invisible girl. Koda vs Jiru. Winner. Koda. With the help of the birds, he manages to find Jiru, distract her and handcuff her, although he had difficulties dodging the violet-haired girl's attacks using his earphone jack. Todoroki vs Mina. Win. Todoroki. The bicolor was able to produce more ice than Mina could melt, but the pink-haired girl manages to fight the recommended student but gives up when she is captured in ice. Haminari vs Saito. Win. Saito. Haminari had been captured by Saito. Despite easily electrocuting the brown-haired boy, he managed to handcuff him before being knocked unconscious, resulting in victory. Kaminari was left in idiot mode. Uraraka vs Aoyama. The chestnut-haired girl had made debris float, which were used as decoys, so that Aoyama would reach the limit of his quirk, obtaining the victory, although she was dizzy from having lifted so much debris. Kirishima vs Iida. Win. Kirishima. Despite being quite fast, the Redeed takes all the attacks with his hardening, and on one occasion he catches Iida to handcuff him, although he was dragged several meters, but was able to save himself from suffering serious injuries, thanks to his quirk. Tokoyami vs Zoro. Win. Tokoyami. In a surprise attack, Zoro manages to capture Tokoyami. He was about to handcuff him, but the Bat Chicken uses Dark Shadow and breaks the tape. The quirk attacks Zoro, but he manages to capture him again. Zoro was about to catch Tokoyami, but Dark Shadow manages to free one of his arms and captures the young man. Tokoyami. Give up. Zoro. Trying to free himself without success. I give up. Shoji vs Tsuyu. Win. Shoji. The fight lasted a long time, dodging each other's attacks. After a few minutes of exchanging attacks, Shoji captured Tsuyu, imitating a carnivorous plant with his arms. The green-haired girl surrendered after trying to escape. Midoriya vs Yaoi Rozu. Izuku and Momo were positioning themselves at the doors in both directions. The green-haired man was stretching a little and thinking about a strategy for this fight. Izuku. Let's see, Yaoi Rozu-san has a dangerous quirk, but she probably isn't good at hand-to-hand combat. He places his hand on his chin and concentrates. I'll have to be careful if I get close to her. Wait, will it take a while if what she creates is big? The signal sounds, beginning their fight. Izuku begins moving through the streets and then leaps toward the roofs of buildings. His physical training and control of his Kai allowed him to leap great heights. Minutes passed and his bracelet began to receive a signal. Izuku remained alert as he moved closer to his partner. Suddenly, a cannonball exploded in front of the green-haired man, pushing him into the wall of a building behind him. Izuku reacted and managed to grab onto the ledge to avoid falling. Izuku. That was close. Manages to climb back up to the roof. He concentrates, trying to figure out where the shot came from, but then he remembers what he discovered on the beach. Izuku. Concentrate. A few seconds pass and he jumps forward, dodging another cannonball. Izuku could see where the shot came from and launches a Kai wave, destroying the window where the shot was fired from, but then another bullet hits the green-haired man's back. Observation room. Mina. Where is Yamomo? Ida. It's possible that he created several cannons to confuse him. Uraraka. She's probably waiting for him to give up. But Izuku. Izuku. Damn, I can't concentrate. Another bullet approaches Izuku. He shoots at it, but upon destroying it, a net emerges from the bullet and captures him, but the green-haired man easily cuts it. Izuku. Wait, his quirk must have a limit. It will be the first time I try it, but I have nothing to lose. Smiles. The green-haired boy jumps as high as he can and places his hands near his face, closes his eyes and… Izuku. Teiken. The white light dazzles everyone who sees it. Using this opportunity, he uses his Kai sense and manages to locate Momo, who was hiding in one of the buildings. As he approaches, he jumps through a window and finds his companion on the floor, covering her eyes with her hands. Izuku. Approaches and handcuffs the brunette. I'm sorry, Yaoi Rozu-san. Don't worry, it only lasts a few seconds. The alarm sounds, giving the green-haired boy victory. He helps Momo up and guides her to where the rest of her companions were. When he arrives, he finds all his companions covering their eyes, but unlike Momo, they regained their sight almost instantly. Izawa. Ghhh. Midoriya recovering his sight, slightly angry. Izuku. Why yeah. Scared. Izawa. Next time you do that, let me know with his quirk activated. Izuku. I understand. Sorry. Bo's scared. After Momo regained her sight, Izawa gave everyone his grade and what they should improve on. Izawa. Okay, that's all for today. Tomorrow we'll go to USJ for some rescue training. You can go in your hero suits if you want, I don't mind. You can go. All? Yes. The boys returned to the locker room and it didn't take them more than a second to ask the green-haired boy what he had done. Leaving the academy, Momo approaches the green-haired boy. Momo. This Midoriya-san. Izuku. What's wrong, Yaoi Rozu-san? Momo. Thank you for helping me when I couldn't see. Izuku. Don't worry, after all it was my fault, scratching the back of his neck. Momo. But you could have attacked, but you chose to use that technique. Izuku. Well, I didn't want to hurt you and I had to be cautious. Momo. Cautious. Why? Izuku. It's because. As she was about to explain, a car had arrived. Yaoi Rozu recognized the driver and said goodbye to the green-haired man, but before leaving. Momo. Do you want me to take you home? Izuku. Huh? No thanks, I have to go somewhere. Momo. I understand. See you tomorrow, Midoriya-san. After saying goodbye, Izuku walks towards his apartment, but before that, he changes direction towards the forest where he trained, since there were two techniques in the book that caught his attention. Although one of them seemed dangerous, the green-haired man wanted to master it anyway. Hours passed, it was getting dark, the green-haired boy was lying on the floor, wearing only the dark pants of his school uniform. He was exhausted. He had been trying to master the technique for months now. Izuku. Exhales. I'm close. The green-haired man gets up, puts on his red sneakers and white shirt. After walking for a few minutes, he arrives at his apartment, leaves his dirty uniform to be washed, and goes into the bathroom to shower. When he comes out, he dresses in black shorts and a t-shirt with a phrase t-shirt on the front. He was about to make something to eat, but he remembers the bento Fukawa had given him, so he washes it and walks toward her apartment. He knocks, but doesn't hear any sound. He knocks again, and the door opens. Fukawa. Yawn. Sorry, sleepy. I need. Wakes up when she sees the green-haired boy with a box in his hand. Izuku. I'm sorry I woke you up. I wanted to return this to you. Fukawa. Thank you Mito. DRRRR, quality sounds. Fukawa's stomach growls, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Izuku offers her dinner with him, and she accepts. The green-haired man is preparing her favorite dish, the one he knows best. Katsudon. The aroma alone makes Fukawa's stomach growl even louder. Izuku laughs a little. I hope you like it. He leaves the bowl in front of her and then sits down with his own itadakimasu. Fukawa. Itadakimasu. Both enjoy the food. Fukawa explains to Izuku about the increase in work at the library. Apparently, UA students. Izuku. I understand. But you have no help. Fukawa. Yes, but it's still a lot of work. Izuku laughs at how his friend is behaving. After eating, Fukawa says goodbye to the green-haired boy and thanks him for the food. Izuku goes to his room and decides to sleep, but not before practicing controlling his Kai a little. He creates small Kai spheres in large quantities and tries to avoid losing control of any of them. The green-haired boy's alarm goes off. He doesn't hear it and continues resting, but wakes up after a few minutes, remembering that today they would have to go to USJ. Fukawa was leaving her house while humming a song. Suddenly, destructive sounds came from next door, more specifically from Izuku's apartment. She gets worried and approaches the door. It suddenly opens. Izuku comes out in a hurry. Izuku closes the door. Hello Fukawa-san. Good luck with work. Runs quickly to UA. The young woman only watches in surprise as Izuku runs away in a hurry. Fukawa probably fell asleep. Chapter 8. Izuku. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. The green-haired man repeated that while he ran towards UA, believing that he would be faster than by train, but he tried to measure his speed since there were times when the police stopped him for using his quirk in public. He barely arrives at school when he is arrested by the press, but he jumps over them and enters the high school. When he gets to his classroom, the kids are talking and his teacher hasn't arrived yet. Ajiro. Izuku. What happened to you? The green-haired man's uniform was wrinkled, the buttons were loose, and his tie was loose. Izuku calms his breathing. I fell asleep. Embarrassed, he scratches the back of his neck. Izuku. Sorry. I overdid my training and ended up too exhausted. Ajiro. What routine did you do? Scared by what he would answer. Izuku. I was learning a technique. The overacting blonde was surprised by the response. Iida looked at them confused. Izuku notices Iida's expression. Haha, sorry, that's how we used to act in high school. But seriously, I'm learning a technique well too. Aio. Just as the green-haired boy was about to explain, Aizawa arrived. He told them to go and get dressed, either in their hero uniforms or their sports uniforms. Already dressed, the young people were in front of a bus. Izuku sighs. It really is comfortable. Ajiro. You really don't like the school uniform? Izuku. I'm already used to wearing baggy clothes like the dojo guy. Ajiro. I understand you. Seeing his tail. Aizawa. Get in, pointing at the bus. The students entered and took their seats, and then the bus started moving. On the way to USJ, the students began chatting to get to know each other. Seiya. Sabes Midoriya-chan. Izuku. Asui-san. Seiya. Call me Seiya. How does your quirk work? Mina. That's right, I have that question too. You can clone yourself and shoot energy. Izuku. Well, they're both the same. You see, my quirk allows me to use the energy in my body and materialize it by concentrating it in large quantities. It creates an energy sphere. Cloning is the same process, but it's exhausting. Although he doesn't like to lie, the green-haired boy managed to deceive his classmates so that they then began to explain their quirks, except for Bakugo and Todoroki. The class arrives at USJ and is greeted by Pro Hero 13, who specializes in rescue. He explains to the students that quirks can save lives but also take them. So during their class at USJ, they would learn to control their quirks to save people without hurting them. The young people enter and observe the place in all its splendor, with all the natural disaster zones to simulate each rescue situation. They begin to go down the stairs, but then Aizawa notices a protuberance in the fountain. Said protuberance begins to grow until it forms a black hole, from which a group of villains emerge. Hiroshima. Great, will this be like the entrance exam? Izuku. No. Hiroshima. 13. These are Aizawa. Real villains. Everyone was in shock when they heard the green-haired man's words. Mineta. Villains. We have to get out of here. Ajiro. Doesn't this place have an anti-intruder system? 13. They probably have someone overriding alarm systems with their quirk. Aizawa. 13. Proceed with the evacuation and try calling the school. Kaminari, try that too. I'll give them time. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, let me help you. I can support you in combat. Aizawa. No. Stay with the others. The hero leaps toward the villains. Those with long-range quirks tried to shoot him but were confused when their quirks didn't activate. Aizawa captures the villains and knocks them out with quick movements. But the students. Kirishima and Bakugo were running toward the door to open it, but a villain with a face and hands resembling a dark black mist and intimidating yellow eyes appeared. Hello future heroes. My name is Kurogiri, and… Bakugo. Shine. Bakugo attacks with an explosion, but the attack did no damage to the villain. Kurogiri. As I was saying. The ash-haired boy attacks again, but this time the villain places a portal between them and Bakugo disappears. Kurogiri. I can't allow them to escape. Kirishima. Bakugo. Kurogiri. Hey, that's weird. Almight was supposed to be here. Did we miss the chance to exterminate him? Izuku. Exterminate the symbol of peace. Kurogiri. Whatever, time to fulfill my role, and spreads around the young people, disperse them. The students disappear, leaving only 13, Shoji, Iida, Mina and Uraraka. Mountainous area. Izuku. Whoa. The green-haired boy was falling from the sky through a portal but lands as a superhero. Izuku. GHH, bad for the knees huh? Look up. Momo was falling. The green-haired boy took a step back and extended his arms, catching the brunette as if she were a princess. Izuku. Are you okay? Momo. Why yes thank you, blushes. Momo is gently lowered. Izuku doesn't pay attention and Jiru falls on top of him. Jiru. Oh ouch. Momo. Jiru-san. Jiru. Hello yaoi Rosusor, are you the only one? Momo. No, look points down. The violet-haired girl creates chaos and sees the green-haired boy falling with his face on the ground. Jiru. Midoriya-san. See Levanter rapido y Sakori al Peliverd. Izuku. Gets up in pain. Thank goodness you're okay. Jiru-san stretches his body to relieve the pain. While they were talking for a while to understand what was happening, some villains began to surround the young people. Momo created a pair of weapons for Jiru and Midoriya. They both had swords and the green-haired man had a pair of short canes. Jiru. Are you sure you don't want a sword? Izuku. Nods, I have more experience with this weapon. The villain attacks Izuku with a knife and he blocks it and then counterattacks with a blow to the face, making him retreat and leaving him unconscious. Izuku. This will be difficult. Well, with Seiya. Seiya. This will be difficult, Kiro. She was watching the villains in the water and her companions Kamiari and Mineta, who were crying in fear. Kaminari. We're going to die. Scared. Mineta. And I couldn't have a girlfriend. Crying and scared. Being so scared, Mineta throws his fears towards the villains, floating away. Seiya notices that the villain. Seiya. Look, they're keeping their distance from Mineta's hair. Kaminari. P probably don't know about our quirks. Seiya. That must be it, otherwise they would have sent me to the fire area. Mineta. It's true. Seiya. I need to know how their quirks work. I can probably come up with a plan to escape. Villain. Ah. Screams for no reason while attacking the green-haired man. Izuku evades the attack and knocks out the villain with a punch to the stomach, but another villain attacks him from behind, knocking the young man to the ground. The villain uses the iron pipe and tries to hit him, but Izuku catches it. Villain. Let go of him, struggling. Suddenly, the villain is knocked unconscious. Jiru had used her earphone jack to finish off the villain. Izuku. Thank you, Jiru-san. Joru. No titreg. Izuku points the palm of his hand towards the violet-haired girl and launches a weak kai, hitting the villain behind the young woman. Izuku. Don't get distracted. Jiru. That's what I was going to tell you. Two villains were going after the girls, but Momo created a large shield that protected both of them. Izuku. Keep them there. Izuku concentrates more energy than before in his hands and launches a powerful kai wave capable of pushing the first villain towards the second villain. They both fall. Jiru. There are too many. Momo. What can we do? Wielding a cane. Izuku. Seize the shield. Yaoi Rosu-san, I have an idea. Use that shield and cover yourselves. Jiru. What will you do? Izuku doesn't respond and places his hands near his face. Momo and Jiru cover their eyes for safety. Izuku. Teikin. A blinding light emerges from the green-haired man, blinding all the villains. Izuku uses the opportunity and launches kai blasts towards them, defeating them all instantly. Both young women go to see the green-haired man, who had suddenly collapsed. Jiru. What's wrong with you? Izuku. Sigh, I used too much power, I feel a bit exhausted. Momo helps the green-haired boy get up. While they were moving, they noticed a light coming from the flood zone. 2 minutes ago, in the flood zone. Seiya and Kaminari stared at Mineta as he described how his quirk worked. Mineta. I know my quirk doesn't work for this situation, that's why I say we should hide from the villains. Seiya. Wait, Mineta-chan. The villains don't know about our quirks. We could use that to our advantage. Both followed the green-haired girl's plan. Kaminari jumps into the water and attracts most of the villains. Kaminari. They fell. 2 million volts. The blonde boy releases all the electricity he can, electrocuting the villains and making the water in the area glow. The villains were floating like dead fish. Mineta, who was hanging from the side of the boat by Tsuyu's tongue, creates ropes with his spheres and fishes them together, then glues them together. The purple-haired boy finds Kaminari floating among the villains in his idiot mode. Using his quirk, he fishes out the blonde, and with Tsuyu, the three of them swim to shore. Back with the green-haired guy. Izuku. I guess Kaminari is there. Jiro. I just hope he didn't burn his brain. When they moved a few meters, a hand emerges from the ground grabbing the violet-haired girl's leg. She pushes Momo and Izuku. A villain emerges from the ground and grabs Jiro by the neck. Villain. You better not move if you don't want her to get hurt. He draws sparks from his free hand and slowly brings it closer to the violet-haired girl's neck. Izuku. An electric user. Momo. You were the one who disabled the security systems. Villain. Haha, that's right, I can also interfere with communications. Not great. Izuku. I must admit it is. Momo. What are you doing, Midoriya-san? Whispers. Izuku. I envy that you have so much control over your quirk. He moves his hand pointing the palm upwards and with the other he holds that arm. Villain. W. What are you doing? Moves his hand closer to Jiro's neck. Izuku. T. Calm down, I just want to show how inferior I am to you. Concentrating all the energy possible, he generates a large condensed yellow sphere. T. This is all I can do. The green-haired man fires that energy to the side of him and the sphere flies away from them. Exhausted, Izuku falls to his knees. Villain. How silly, you could have used that energy and defeated me. Izuku. Pants exhausted. It's possible. Villain. Although of course I wouldn't have given you the opportunity. Ga. The villain is forcefully pushed, releasing Jiro. He was surprised. Where did that blow come from? He turned to look. It was the energy he had released minutes before. He looked again at the green-haired man, who was moving two fingers together. Villain. What the hell? Izuku. Sakuden. The sphere was static in the air. The villain tries to attack the young people, but Izuku moves his fingers again, causing the sphere to head off at high speed and crash into the villain. The impact causes the sphere to explode, the villain falling to the ground unconscious and badly injured. Izuku gets up from the ground and moves towards the entrance of USJ. Momo and Jiro were surprised. They thought he reached the limit of his quirk, but it seems he was only acting to distract the villain. Izuku. We must help Sensei. Momo. But he seemed to be able to handle the villains despite there being many of them. Izuku. That's true, but something worries me about the creature that was next to the guy with the hands. That creature seems to be the most dangerous. Jiro. What do you mean? I don't have time to respond as he starts running. Jiro and Momo try to catch up to him, but he was faster. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes it took him to reach his destination. But when he arrived, he couldn't help but be shocked at the scene. The hero known as Eraserhead was being tortured by a creature. His arms were broken and his face was covered in blood. Above him was the creature holding the raven's hair. The one who seemed to be the leader, with all his hands on his body, was observing the scene. At that moment, Izuku noticed Kaminari, Tsuyu, and Mineta, who were hidden in the water, watching what was happening. Suddenly Kurogiri appears next to Manolo. Kurogiri. Sorry Tamura, but one escaped. Tamura. If you weren't our escape route, I'd kill you. I guess we'll retreat since Almight isn't here. But first, we should use this opportunity, and turns to attack Tsuyu, destroy the symbol of peace's pride. The hand was approaching the green-haired girl's face, but when it touches her nothing happens. Tamura. You really are admirable eraser. The hero was erasing the villain's quirk with his gaze. Suddenly, a beam of energy burns Tamura's hand. The villain turns to see where it came from and sees the green-haired man. Izuku. This time I won't fail. Chapter 9. Tamura. Groan of pain. The villain held his wounded hand. Tamura. Nomu, kill him. The creature holding his awu lets go and leaps towards the green-haired man. He dodges the attack and starts running towards Tamura, but just as he is about to hit him, the creature gets in the way and takes the attack. Izuku is surprised to see that it doesn't show any sign of pain or any damage. Izuku. But wah. Tamura. Finish it. Nomu grabs the green-haired boy's arm and lifts him up, then slams him to the ground and throws him down the stairs. Everyone thought that would be the end of the green-haired boy, but he gets up with a few scrapes. Izuku. Thank goodness my defense is high, spits out some blood. Izuku sees the Nomu charging at him, jumps and dodges the creature's attack, but then launches a Kai wave at it. He manages to land the attack, but the Nomu doesn't take any damage. Izuku. How is it possible? Tamura. Surprised. You should be. It's designed to defeat Almight. Izuku was surprised, hearing of a biological weapon capable of defeating the symbol of peace would leave anyone surprised, but Izuku now understands how strong Nomu is, still he wouldn't back down. The green-haired man evades a punch and grabs Nomu by the arm to apply a judo lock. After leaving him on the ground, the green-haired man attacks him with successive blows. Nomu receives them without hesitation and then grabs the green-haired man's head. The creature gets up and begins to whip him over and over again in the same spot, creating a crater. Izuku was on the ground completely hurt but managed to avoid breaking his bones by concentrating his Kai on defense, although he was exhausted. He tries to get up but couldn't. Nomu was about to deliver the final blow, but suddenly the creature's legs were frozen. He tried to free himself, but large explosions attacked from above. Izuku managed to see an Ashen hair. Damn. What are you doing on the ground? Izuku tries to get up again. Bakugo. The pale-haired boy approaches him and throws him to the side of Todoroki. Todoroki. How are you? Izuku. My whole body hurts. Todoroki. Can you move? Izuku. GHH. He complains of pain and tries, managing to get up from the ground, this time barely. They both watch as Bakugo manages to narrowly avoid Nomu's blows while counterattacking with explosions. Todoroki sees that the ice was breaking, so he freezes it again, this time the entire lower half of Nomu's body. Todoroki. Iida was able to get out. We must wait a few minutes until he can notify the teachers. Izuku sees that the ice was already giving way and Bakugo was showing some signs of pain. How many minutes? Todoroki. 5, maybe 6 minutes. Izuku. I understand, back up a bit. The two-colored one is a little confused but steps back. Izuku begins to raise his Kai as much as he can, managing to reach the power he had when it all began. Izuku. Concentrate or you might explode, sweating cold Kaioken. The red aura completely covers the body. At that moment he sees that a blow was about to hit Bakugo. Izuku moves at great speed and blocks Nomu's attack with effort. Bakugo. What the? Izuku pushes Bakugo and both evade the creature's blow. The green-haired man charges at Nomu and successively attacks the latter's abdomen. Nomu tries to hit him but Izuku retreats, leaving the Nomu's fist buried in the ground, using that opportunity to attack the latter's face, but it does not cause damage. Izuku. Not in the face either, steps back evading a grab. His quirk absorbs attacks. Wait, absorb, but that damage will probably nullify it. He continued attacking while evading the attacks at high speed, but little by little, he felt that his body was reaching its limit. He had a plan, so he retreated and appeared next to Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku. I need a few seconds, can you hold him up? Todoroki nods and Bakugo yells, you don't give me orders. But he does it anyway. Both attack Nomu. Todoroki creates a large amount of ice hitting the creature, but it breaks it with a couple of blows, but that manages to distract it, so Bakugo can launch explosion after explosion, each time more powerful. They manage to injure the creature, but it regenerates, healing said wounds. And that he catches Bakugo and tries to slam him to the ground, but before he can do it, Todoroki manages to freeze part of his arm in a pillar of ice. Bakugo breaks free from the grip and steps back. Nomu tries to free himself, but it is increasingly difficult to remove the ice. Todoroki was already reaching his limit, frost was appearing on his skin, and he begins to sigh cold air. Nomu, after several attempts, decides to do something that no one would imagine, except those who saw the anime. Nomu cuts off his arm, leaving those present in shock, but then he regenerates instantly. Tamura. As you may have noticed, he has shock absorption and super regeneration. The Nomu was heading towards the two young men, but before he reached them. Izuku. Move aside. ENT. Huh. Behind both of them, Izuku is seen with a position where his hand seemed to be holding a blue sphere. This color seemed even more dazzling due to Izuku's red aura, still using the Kaioken. Izuku. Hami-ha. Releases all the Kai from his hands. The devastating wave is directed at Mu, who receives it completely unprotected. The Kamehameha was pushing Nomu away, but he seemed unharmed. He seemed to absorb the impact with his quirk and was regenerating the wounds the attack was causing. After pushing him a few meters, Nomu was stopping the attack, while Izuku continued to maintain the technique. Izuku. Damn, I need more power. Hesitating, no time to hesitate. Kaioken triple. Izuku's red classroom increases its flash, Izuku's muscle mass increases a little in size, and his Kamehameha is enhanced. Nomu manages to be separated from the ground and is sent flying directly to some buried buildings in the collapse zone. The attack ends and Izuku falls to his knees. The pain he felt in all his muscles was too much, as if he had broken his bones, but luckily it was only muscle pain. He felt relief to see that he did not explode from using the Kaioken, although now he could not move. Seiya approaches the green-haired man after having taken Izawa to the entrance of USJ, but Tamura. No, no, no. Frantically scratches his neck. The students weren't supposed to be strong for All Might to be here, you cheated. The light blue-haired boy was moving straight at Izuku. Bakugo and Todoroki tried to get closer, but both had already reached their limits. The green-haired boy wanted to raise his hand, but he also reached his limit. Before he could get any closer, a thunderous scream sounded from the collapsed area. Nomu emerged from the rubble, covered in wounds and burns. Super regeneration was at its limit, but he could still move. He ran straight at the students, even with Tamura's order, kill them. Repeating in his mind. Will this be the end of Class 1A? Boom. Futuristic sound quality. A shadow emerges from the blast of the gate and flies towards Nomu. Smash. The silhouette delivers a devastating blow to the creature, making it retreat. The number one hero, All Might, had arrived to save the students. Some were excited, others were a little relieved to see that help had arrived. The heroes, accompanied by Iida, went to rescue the students who were still in the simulation areas, others helped Izawa and 13, who suffered serious injuries. All Might began to exchange blows with Nomu. Kurogiri was about to interfere, but he was captured by Cementos and threatened by Bakugo, who was pointing his hand at the metallic collar. The hero had a difficult battle, but that difficulty had diminished thanks to 3 students who battled the creature. As a result, he only needed 149 hits and a powerful smash to defeat Nomu. Kurogiri managed to free his hand and create a portal for Tamura and another underneath himself to escape. Bakugo shouted in frustration, making Cementos and those present see him with a drop of sweat. Minutes passed, authorities had arrived along with paramedics and treated the injured. 13 and Izawa went to a hospital for their serious injuries. All Might and Midoriya went with Recovery Girl, since their injuries were minor or so it was thought. Nursing. Recovery Girl. Fractured arm and leg bones about to snap, torn muscle fibers. It's a miracle you're still conscious. Izuku. I see exhausted. Recovery Girl. If you weren't so hurt, I'd hit you on the head with this, shows her cane. Izuku. What a relief. RGE. But I see that you take the blows well. Boom boom capo. Izuku. At. RGE. You should take better care of yourself. Izuku. Sorry. RGE. Fine. With those injuries, you should be here tonight. There won't be any classes for 2 days because of this assault, so you shouldn't worry about that. Tomorrow morning, I'll come and heal you with my quirk, since you don't have the energy to do it right now. Izuku. I understand, by the way. How is All Might? RGE. Okay. Izuku. What a relief. RGE. In fact, he told me to thank you for protecting your teammates. Izuku smiles a little upon hearing that. After talking a bit with Recovery Girl, the green-haired man sleeps peacefully from exhaustion. It was morning, Izuku had been sleeping all night. When he woke up, Recovery Girl came in. RGE. Oh, you're awake. Are you ready for treatment? Izuku nods good. A healing kiss afterwards. Izuku. Great, I feel better now but exhausted. RGE. It's normal. My quirk allows me to speed up the body's recovery in exchange for its energy. Izuku. I understand. RGE. Okay, you can go home now. You should get some rest since I couldn't heal you completely. Izuku nods and heads towards the locker room as he was still wearing his hero suit, which was completely damaged. He arrives at the apartment and lies down on the couch for a while, reflecting. Kaioken is a powerful yet dangerous technique. Izuku. I must improve if I want to master the Kaioken, remembering his fight with Nomu. If that creature is a weapon, will there be more like them? But while thinking about that, the green-haired boy falls asleep due to the side effect of Recovery Girl's quirk. Chapter 10. 1 day passed since the assault of USJ. Midnight was on her way to the house of a certain white-haired friend, although she had doubts if she would be home, since she is usually not there all day. The woman arrives at the apartment where she's staying during her stay in Musatafu, knocks a few times, and waits. After a few minutes, the door opens, revealing Maruko wearing a long gray t-shirt that reached almost to her knees. Midnight was surprised. Midnight. What the heck? Maruko. What did you expect? Sneezes, even a hero gets sick. The heroine was about to collapse from the fever, but Midnight catches her in time, enters the apartment and returns her to the futon. Midnight. You could have warned me, I would have come immediately. Maruko. It was just a fever. Midnight wets a cloth with cold water and places it on the rabbit's forehead. The hours passed, Maruko had already taken the medicine, and after hours of sleep he recovered a little from the fever. Maruko. Sighs, how horrible. Midnight. Why? Maruko. I hate getting sick. Midnight. Yes, you are fully conscious now. Maruko. Well, why did you come? Midnight. I wanted to see my friend and I wanted to offer you something. Maruko. Sighs, I already told you that I wouldn't give internships to anyone who could stand my routine. Midnight. Why did you think? Mirko. The sports festival is near, it's most likely. Midnight. Well actually I was going to ask you something else. 3 days passed and the green-haired boy recovered, although his muscles still ached. After enjoying breakfast, he decided to go for a run. The reason was that he wouldn't have classes today, as the discussion about the robbery was still ongoing. After a quick shower, he dressed in a green t-shirt, black pants, and red sneakers. As he leaves his apartment, he notices the sun is out. He woke up at 6 a.m. and starts running. An hour passed, and on his way, he sees some criminals in an alley trying to steal a woman's purse. Izuku wanted to do something, but he couldn't use his quirk that wasn't going to stop him. He caught the criminals' attention. One of them had wolf-like characteristics, while the other had blade-like fingers. The wolf runs towards the green-haired man and jumps at him, trying to bite him, but Izuku blocks him with a trash can lid and then hits him in the face. The second one blocks the green-haired man's view with a container in order to take the young woman hostage. Izuku was calming the criminal down, but he actually managed to distract him long enough for a Sokoden to hit him in the head from above. The young woman was going to thank the green-haired man, but he had disappeared. It was 9 a.m., the green-haired man was on the beach he had cleaned, stretching his body. Izuku. Okay, let's try it. He walks towards a rocky area where no one could see him and channels his Kai, creating a Kamehameha. During his journey across the sea, the power of the technique was parting the waters. Izuku notices the difference in power without the Kaioken. Izuku. It's a very powerful technique, but it leaves you vulnerable during the charge. Thinks what if places his hands together behind him Kamehameha. He throws a Kai wave, but it was weaker than before. Izuku. Mental note, use the weak version against people. While thinking about which technique to learn, he noticed that time passed quickly during his training. It was already noon, and his stomach was growling. He decided to eat out, but while he was looking for a place, something kept popping into his head. Izuku. Rumi Isagayama. Where does that name sound familiar? After the 2 days off, the students were returning to UA again. While they were in class, Ejiro noticed that the green-haired boy's body was shaking. Lunchtime, cafeteria. Izuku. Delicious. Ejiro. Hey Izuku, are you okay? You seem to be shaking all over the class. Izuku. Nods. It was for 2 reasons. Approaches Ejiro to whisper. The Kaioken technique increased my energy beyond the limit and I'm paying the consequences. That brief explanation was enough for the blonde to understand Izuku's situation. Ejiro. And the other one? Izuku. I was training. Ejiro. Perhaps. Izuku. Air chair. Ejiro. Incredible. You even dared to do it in class and in your physical condition. Izuku. Laughs. It's just I feel like I haven't used this power completely yet. Looks at his hand. Ejiro. What do you mean? Izuku. I feel like I can do more with this quirk. As if its true nature hasn't been discovered yet. Those words surprised Ejiro, but that surprise faded when Izuku began muttering multiple theories and hypotheses about his quirk, drawing the attention of the students around him. The blonde managed to snap the green-haired boy out of his trance and warn him of the remaining lunchtime, so Izuku finished eating. It was time for hero class. Everyone was silent since Izawa was present. Everyone was worried when they saw him completely bandaged and in a cast on both arms. Some asked if he was okay, but he didn't want to answer that. Izawa. Okay, before the regular hero classes, I have 3 pieces of news. 1, we need to elect the class president. Everyone. We forget about normal activities. Izawa. Decide however you want. After minutes of debate and deciding how to choose, Yayoi Rozu was elected president and Midoriya vice president, which she didn't like very much, but she didn't decline either. Izawa. Good. Second, with the sports festival approaching, regular classes will be shorter so you can train more freely. Mina. That's right. The festival is almost here. Excited. Mineta. But is it okay to have the festival? I mean, for the villains. Izawa. We've already increased security. For example, the police presence will be 5 times greater. The students were relieved to hear that. Izawa. Third, they will have special hero training. All? Huh? Izawa. We usually run simulations of situations they might encounter. But to speed things up, during the week smiles wickedly they'll be fighting a villain. Everyone was surprised and scared. Izawa. I mean, they'll have a mock fight with a hero. They're not quite ready to fight real villains yet. Bakugo silently complains upon hearing that. Izawa. And that's what she's here for. The door opens, revealing the figure of a woman. Most people are surprised to see who it is. Rumi. Still hasn't seen all the students. Well brats, I hope you have all your affairs in order, since you will live a hell against me. Boruko, the top rabbit heroine, would help the students of Class A. As an extra fact, Kamui Woods will take care of Class B. Izawa. Rumi Isajiyama will be in charge of training them this week, after that they will have a day off, smiles mockingly and evilly. Rumi. Okay, now. There he sees him, a green-haired man whose eyes were wide open because he remembered the name given to him by the woman he saw on the beach that day. Izuku. Those eyes, the smile, the figure, it's her. Izawa. Maruko. Rumi. Oh. Yes. Now, go get dressed and I'll be with you at ground beta in 10 minutes. She leaves. Everyone listened and went to dress up in their hero costumes. Ground beta. They had all arrived at the place mentioned by the rabbit. Beta. Where's Maruko-san? It would be a bad example if she were late. Moving his arms like a robot. Luckily, Kaminari decided to look at the sky and saw something approaching at high speed, so he shouted, alerting everyone and thus managing to dodge the projectile, but when they looked closely at the crater, they saw Maruko pulling her foot out of the rubble. Rumi. Well, at least they have reflexes. Maybe they're not a complete waste of time. Everyone. With blue faces. Rumi. Just like a racer told you, you'll face me in a mock battle. This way, you'll gain a little more experience stretching your skills, but don't worry, you'll have a couple of advantages. First, you can face me either alone or in a group of 5 students. And second, if you keep me captured for more than 10 seconds, you win. Izawa. Looks at the heroine, I hope the director isn't making a mistake. When Maruko finished explaining, the students began to form groups and strategies, but only 2 groups of 5 students and 2 of 4 were formed. Why is that? Rumi. You two, what do you want? Both. Fight me. Huh. Izuku Midoriya and Kitsuki Bakugo were challenging the heroine. Those present believed that the two would face Maruko as a team, but the brief argument they had ended with Bakugo facing Maruko in a one-on-one match. Each match would last 10 minutes, so each team uses the extra time to plan their strategy. After 10 minutes, the match ends with Bakugo exhausted and on the ground. Despite having blinded and ambushed the heroine, she was faster, so it had been a battle of endurance. Rumi. Nice try, Bakugo, but I think you should improve the limits of your quirk. The Ashen-haired boy simply got up and went to Recovery Girl, on Izawa's recommendation, to have his wounds treated. Rumi. Okay, it's your turn, Midoriya. The green-haired man adjusts the strap on his suit and positions himself to fight. Although they didn't show it, both were excited to discover each other's abilities. Izawa, who was supervising Maruko, gave the signal to begin, but neither of them moved. It was the most tense 20 seconds of the moment until someone sneezes, causing them both to attack. Maruko kicks Izuku, but he blocks the attack with his arm. Izuku. No doubt you were the girl from the beach. Rumi. I see you remember me. Izuku. Remember you? Since that day I wanted to face you again. The rabbit blushes slightly, causing the green-haired man to use that opportunity to attack her with a Kai wave. She reacts and steps back in time. Class A was watching the fight between the two. Momo. Midoriya-san is good at close quarters and ranged combat. Iida. But Maruko has the advantage in speed. Both Izuku and Maruko were exchanging attacks, but she was gaining ground by increasing her speed. In a moment of carelessness, the green-haired man received a powerful kick causing him to fly straight towards a building, breaking through the wall. Maruko. Me pace. Izawa. You went too far. They both approach to rescue the green-haired man, but suddenly Maruko's ears twitch. She reacts and jumps back, dodging something that comes out of the pavement. Izuku emerges from the cloud of dust that was on the building and stands on its roof, moving his arm with 2 fingers extended, controlling the socketen, but it was strange since it was twice his size. The green-haired man was trying to trap Maruko using his technique while firing Kai blasts. Rumi. What's wrong, Midoriya? Can't you face me face to face? Trying to provoke the green-haired boy. Izuku was tempted, but he knew his Kai would run out and at any moment he would have to fight her hand to hand. The socketen was heading daily towards her. Maruko was ready to try to kick her and change the direction of the attack, but when she was about to do it, Izuku moves his other arm, extends his fingers in the same way, and separates both arms, dividing the socketen in 2. Izuku approaches them from both sides, but Maruko jumps just as the green-haired man planned. Izuku directs both socketen from below, but halfway through he loses control of his technique, they could no longer control them, and falls to his knees exhausted. Maruko kicks the Kai waves and lands on the ground, her legs tremble a little since she used a lot of force to deflect the green-haired man's technique. There was 1 minute left, both wanted to take the victory. Maruko starts running towards the green-haired man while he tries to get back up, but when he manages to do so it was too late, Maruko is already in the air above Izuku. Rumi. Moon Ring. Performing one of his powerful kicks he hits Izuku causing him to go through the building again, but this time from the roof. Chapter 11. Izawa was running towards the building, he had to check on his offspring. When he entered he was surprised to see Izuku with a red aura covering his entire body. His arms were crossed, stopping Maruko's attack. Izuku. GHH. Urmi steps back, the green-haired man undoes the Kaioken and falls exhausted to the ground. Izawa. Can you go to the infirmary? Izuku. Yes, gets up will lose his consciousness. Urmi acts, catching the green-haired boy before he falls to the ground. Both heroes leave with Rumi carrying Izuku on her back. She asked Iida to take him to the infirmary since he'd get there faster with his quirk. The rest of the fights continued, some coming quite close to catching her, but others didn't even come close. After the last fight, Rumi stood in front of the exhausted students, most of whom were lying on the floor from exhaustion. Both young men, who were in the infirmary, had returned with some gauze and bandages. Rumi. I must admit you have potential. You just need to train, so this week you'll develop your quirks while you fight with me. Mina. But it's not excessive. Rumi. It's in dangerous situations that you're most likely to unleash your potential. Izawa. For now, you won't be doing that. You'll be analyzing their quirks. Rumi. Huh. But that's not fun. Discouraged. Haminari. But sensei, we already know how our quirks work. Why should we analyze them? Izawa. To plan their strategies. Also, some may already know their limits, others probably don't, but they should become more familiar with their quirks. Be creative when using them. Izuku knew what the hero meant, so he created a small sphere of Kai in his hand and observed it closely. Everyone stared at Izawa. Izawa. What? Hiroshima. Está bien sensei. Duru. This is the first time he acts like a teacher. Izawa. Just for that, the rest of the class will walk around ground beta 5 times he leaves while carrying a sleeping bag, leaving Maruko with the students. They listened to Eraser and started running, but as they did, they thought about their teacher's words and began analyzing their quirks. Maruko stared at the green-haired boy, not understanding why she kept staring at him. It was clear. Maruko. He might be strong, she whispered as a light blush formed on her cheeks. Classes were over by the time they completed the 5 laps. The students went to their respective locker rooms to change into their uniforms. Mina had a brief argument with Toru for provoking Eraser, but it was mild. Class A says goodbye at the UA gate, leaving only Ajiro and Izuku. Ajiro. Then. Let's go to the dojo tomorrow after classes. Izuku. Nod, see you. They both bump fists. Izuku watches his friend walk away and was about to leave himself. Midoriya. Izuku. Voltia Maruko-san. Urmi. Were you about to go home? Izuku. Yes. I was actually going to stop by a supermarket and buy some cooking ingredients. Urmi. I understand. Hey, do you want to go out to eat? I'll treat. Izuku. Urmi. I mean. We'd have to go to my house since I can't go out dressed like a heroine and. Izuku. Sure. I'd like to. Urmi gets excited, unconsciously wagging her fluffy tail. Urmi. Okay, let's go, stretching his legs. Izuku. Huh. But I can't use my quirk. Urmi. As long as you're with me, you can. Come on, jumps onto the roof of a building. Izuku sees where the rabbit jumped and decides to do the same. Thanks to his current strength and Kai level, his power is comparable to that of heroes of rank 40. After landing, he sees Rumi walking away. Urmi. Turns to the green-haired boy. Hey. Let's go. Izuku. Smiles high. They were both moving across the rooftops of buildings, but Maruko had the advantage in speed. After several minutes, they managed to reach. Urmi. We're here. Give me 5 minutes. Izuku. It's okay. As the green-haired boy waited outside, he noticed the nice view Rumi's apartment had. 3 minutes passed and Izuku felt uncomfortable in his uniform, so he put his jacket and tie in his yellow backpack and unbuttoned his shirt. He removed the gauze and bandages because his wounds no longer hurt. Urmi. Sorry for the delay. Izuku. Urmi. What's going on? Izuku. Well, you don't wear a wig. Urmi. Sighs Namuri, and you always want us to dress up because everyone thinks we're enemies. And if they see us together. Izuku. The journalists will hunt them down. Urmi. Exactly. Come on, I know a place you love. They both begin walking toward their destination. Maruko occasionally glanced at the green-haired man. It's been a while since she'd seen someone wear the UA uniform like that. Urmi. Laugh a little. Izuku. What's going on? Urmi. Nothing. You just remind me of a friend. He also wore the UA uniform like that. Izuku. It's just that I'm uncomfortable dressing so formally. Urmi. If you want we can go to your house and change you. Izuku. No. I can handle it, smiles. Izuku uses Midoriya's trademark smile, lowering the heroine's defenses. Seeing the young man smile, she felt a warmth in her heart. The two walked, attracting the attention of passers-by, until they reached Izuku. A ramen stand. Rumi. Trust me, this place sells the best ramen you'll ever taste again. Izuku. Fine. I trust you. They both pass by and are greeted by a slightly younger man with graying hair. Despite his baggy clothes, a good build could be seen. Cook. Ah! Maruko-san, what a surprise. I see you're bringing a young man. Izuku. It's a pleasure. Cook. Tell me, young man moves his hand signaling Izuku to come closer, whispers, did he force you? Rumi. What did you say? Releasing an aura. Izuku. I think he heard you. A couple of hits later. Salesman. Let's see, with a bump on his head, do you want the usual one? Rumi nods. And you, young man? Izuku. I want the Murin ramen. Seller. Good choice, leaves. Izuku. Why did you hit him? Rumi. He deserved it. Why do you think he would force you? Izuku. Haha, although it is true that it is strange. Rumi. Weird. Didn't you want to come? Izuku. That's not what I meant. I just don't understand why you invited me. Rumi. Why, Why am I getting nervous? Regains her composure to thank you for cleaning the beach. Izuku. But. Salesperson. Was it you? Thanks to you, my daughter was able to enjoy a great day at the beach. Just for that, this dish is on the house. The man serves his dishes to the couple. Rumi's dish was a ramen with shiitake, soybeans, and carrot strips. While Izuku's was a ramen with a spicy curry-flavored broth. Seller. Enjoy. Both. Thank you. They dislike their dish. Rumi had already tried it but is still surprised by how delicious it is. Izuku tries it. It's definitely a great dish. Izuku. Amazing. Rumi. Right. I discovered this place when I first came here. I come here at least once a week. Izuku. Why did you come to Musatafu? Rumi. I didn't tell you. Izuku declines. Crime here increased and I was available. Izuku listened attentively to what Rumi was telling him. So that's how heroes work, he thought. After enjoying the ramen, they both said goodbye to the vendor. They both walked to Rumi's house. Rumi. I already told you that I can go home alone. Izuku. I know, but I still want to do it. Rumi blushes a little. Rumi. Hey Midoriya. Izuku. Yes. Rumi. Do you know what the objective of the sports festival is? Izuku. I'm getting requests from the heroes so I can do internships with them and get some experience. Rumi. Exactly. Let's make a bet. Izuku. Bet. Rumi. Nods. If you manage to reach one of the 3 positions in the last stage, you will do an internship with me. Izuku. Processing. Internships with you. Rumi. Exactly. You'd get experience with a top heroine. Izuku. I understand. Clenches his fist. I'll get first place. Rumi. Okay, he sees them arrive at his apartment. Thanks for accepting my invitation. Get ready because tomorrow you'll have another fight against me. Izuku. Another one. The week passed and the youngsters were exhausted. All they did was face Maruko in 1-on-5 battles. She was undoubtedly one of the strongest heroes. Now Class A found themselves in the cafeteria, covered in wounds and bandages. Ajiro. Sighs. I don't feel like eating. Izuku. Eating as if nothing happened. Are you sick? Ajiro. No, it's just that, with what's coming, I don't have much of an appetite. Sees Izuku eating normally. I don't understand how you can eat. Izuku. I guess I'm used to it or I just like katsudon. Ajiro. I guess a bit of both. Joking. Izuku. Probably. Ajiro looked closely at the green-haired man. Ajiro. Izuku's understanding. Izuku. Yes. Ajiro. Are you training outside of school too? That question made Izuku stop eating and pay more attention to the green-haired boy. Izuku. Why do you think that? Ajiro. I've known you for a long time and I know that when you eat calmly it's because you're hiding something. Izuku. Ajiro. Today you are eating a new dish from Lunch Rush, but unlike other times, you didn't say delicious or show an expression of pleasure. Izuku. Stares at Ajiro. Ajiro. Stares at Izuku. Izuku. I really can't hide anything from you. The blonde laughs a little. Yes, I've been training outside of school. If I want to use my quirk more, I must break that limit. Ajiro. You're not the only one who trains more than usual. Izuku. Oh, surprised. So, if we get to the 3rd stage. Ajiro. We can fight without limits. Izuku. Ajiro. And see which of the DPS is stronger. They clash fists, making a promise. From another table someone in the class had heard the conversation. Hiroshima. They're so manly. Shedding manly tears. Mina. I wonder how they met. Kiru. Are you really curious about that? Mina. Of course. Surely some of you are as curious as I am. All? No. Mina. Boop out boring. Those at the table laughed at Mina's expression. During that day, the other classes were paying close attention to Class A, trying to analyze the competition. Bakugo had exploded in anger because the extras, as he called the students from other classes, were annoying and in the way. Izuku was struck by one of them, a young man with purple hair. He seemed docile and harmless, but one shouldn't be fooled by appearances. The long-awaited day had arrived. Fireworks decorated the skies, crowds gathered around the small food stalls outside the UA Academy Stadium, and many heroes had come to see the new generation and their potential internship students. In one of the stadium's break rooms were the students of Class A, nervous about the big event. Mina. Damn. I really wanted to wear my costume. Frustrated since I had to wear the gym uniform. Momo. We can't do anything, it's to balance things out. Izuku was stretching a little while thinking a little about the bet that Von Maruko made. Izuku. It's a great opportunity size, but why did he do it? Think seriously. While standing still, a young man approaches Midoriya. It was Todoroki Shadow, known as the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Todoroki. Objectively speaking in terms of practical strength we are equal. Izuku. Seriously looking at the bicolor. Todoroki. I'll just say this. I'm going to defeat you. Haminari. Wow, a declaration of war from the strongest boy in the class. Izuku. I don't know what you want from me, telling me all that. It's possible that you're stronger than me, you've known your quirk for much longer than I can control mine. Todoroki. Izuku. But all the UA students aim for the top, I can't afford to stay behind, he closes the distance with the bicolor, standing face to face, so I accept your declaration of war, and I will reach the top with all my strength. Chapter 12. Minutes passed. The heroes took their places. Teachers like Almight and Maruko sat in seats with good views, but the number 1 hero watched them from the announcer's booth to hide the secret of his condition. Present Mick. Why are you here? Almight. To hide who I am. Present Mick. No one recognizes you in that state, pointing at the blonde's body which is skinny. Almight leaves the cabin. Present Mick. Is he really the number 1 hero? Izawa. Sometimes the strongest have that kind of personality. Present Mick ignores what happened and, seeing that the students were already entering, begins to introduce all the classes. After that, Midnight, the +18 heroine, goes up on stage and calls out the person representing Class A, Kitsuki Bakugo, who has basically declared war on the other classes. Midnight began the first game, or the first stage, the obstacle course, which would decide which students from the different classes would advance to the second stage. This race was 4 kilometers long, and they were allowed to do whatever they wanted as long as they stayed on the track. Izuku. Wow, with so much freedom I'm getting excited. Ajiro. Keep that emotion in check with a drop in his 100 seeing his friend who was anything but nervous. Midnight. Okay, go to the starting line. Everyone takes a position. Izuku. I will pass all the tests. Midnight. On your marks. Izuku. Solo Miran. Midnight. Listos. Izuku. Mother Father Fukawa-san Maruko-san. Midnight. Yes. Everyone ran, most of the youngsters getting stuck at the start due to the narrowness of the exit, but those who were leaving had their feet frozen by Todoroki. He was ahead, but not everyone fell into that trap, as some from Class A jumped before they were frozen. Among them was the green-haired boy who managed to lock eyes with the 2-colored boy. Present Mick. What's this? Todoroki Shadow takes the lead, followed by Class A and B. Izuku. Class B. Paula Midoriya. Izuku. Ah, Kendo-san. I see you were able to avoid Todoroki-san's trap. Kendo. Yes. By the way, you're slowing down. He watched as the green-haired man slowly lost speed. Izuku. It's just that I'm on my guard. This being the UA Sports Festival, you never know what's coming up. Ah. Zero. Mineta. Izuku. Like that. Extra. Look. Aren't those the robots from the entrance exam? Present Mick. Here comes the first barrier. The heck of a thing. The large number of 0-point robots appear in front of Todoroki and the others. He decides to freeze one as he continues on his way, but the robot loses its balance and begins to fall. Izuku sees that when the robot crashes to the ground, the students around him are worried. Izuku asks them what happened, and they explain that the robot had fallen on a student. The green-haired man was going to help the student, but suddenly he comes out through the robot. Izuku. Kirishima. Kirishima. It's a relief that it fell on me, deactivates his hardening quirk. The green-haired boy was relieved, but after a few seconds they both got scared when they saw another student who had been caught by the robot. It's a relief that it fell on me, deactivates his quirk, which seemed to be made of metal. Kirishima had left shedding manly tears. Izuku. I guess he didn't like seeing someone with a similar quirk with a drop of sweat. Having seen that scene made him lose advantage. Izuku. I must recover. The green-haired man closes his eyes and concentrates on channeling his Kai, releasing a wide aura. Izuku. Let's go. He begins running during his practical training and channeling his Kai to further improve his strength and speed to avoid using the Kaioken. Although it didn't improve him that much, it was enough to skillfully evade the 0-point robots. Izuku manages to cross the robo-hell without problems, but because he was overconfident, he hadn't noticed that one of the 2-point robots was about to attack him. The green-haired man reacts quickly and parries the robot's attack with one arm, then attacks with a Kai wave, destroying the machine's arm. The damage was enough for the robot to shut down due to critical damage. Izuku. Inhale, exhale, let's continue running. Along the way, he encounters some Class B members. One of them tries to stop him with his scale quirk, but the green-haired boy blocks it with a Kai sphere. He then dodges some vines and cuts some with the help of the same sphere. After passing them, he reaches the second obstacle, the fall. The green-haired boy sees Uraraka and Seiya crossing by means of some ropes. Izuku doesn't think twice and takes off running and then jumps to one of the pillars, reaching it by a hair. By mistake, he slips and quickly grabs onto the edge of the pillar. Some people are worried, but Izuku manages to climb up and lies down on the ground for a few seconds. Izuku. How close. After calming down, he stands up and concentrates again, managing to release a wide aura. This time, he channels more Kai, boosting his physical abilities, and easily jumps over the remaining pillars. He increases his speed, having lost time in the fall. After a few seconds, he reaches the third obstacle, a minefield. Izuku. Where the hell do they get so much money? The green-haired boy looked closely, and if he concentrated he could see where the explosives were buried. He was able to determine their power, since one of the students had stepped on one. There was no time. The two in the lead were already reaching the other side of the minefield while they were fighting. If he walked carefully, those two would have already crossed the finish line, so he resorted to an unorthodox method. Present Mick. Huh. What's wrong with your student? Izawa sees his offspring static at the entrance of the field, clasping his hands. Izawa. Oh no. Izuku. Aye. His hands released a faint blue light. Izuku. Hami. The faint light began to shine much brighter. Present Mick. What day? Izuku. Ha. The large wave of energy was crossing the field towards Bakugo and Todoroki. They separated and walked away, but didn't realize they had stepped on one of the mines, and it exploded, just like the one the energy wave touched. After a few seconds, the energy wave shrank until it disappeared. Izuku. Exhales, kneels. I still can't get used to unleashing so much power in a single attack. Once he recovered a bit, Izuku gets up and starts running at full speed. Todoroki and Bakugo recovered and were approaching the green-haired boy. The bicolor tried to stop Izuku by freezing his feet like in the beginning, but he jumps. Bakugo used that opportunity and tried to explode him, but he didn't think clearly, and said explosion made the green-haired boy cross the finish line. Present Mick. The winner is Midoriya Izuku, from Class A. The crowd screams. Izuku is on the ground, exhausted from using his Kai and from receiving that blast. Bakugo was second, followed by Todoroki. While the other students were arriving, the green-haired boy was using the opportunity to rest a little. Uraraka and Iida arrived. She was really exhausted. Uraraka. Midoriya-san, you were amazing, catching her breath. Izuku. Gracious Uraraka-san. Iida. And to think that with my quirk I would reach such a low position. You're amazing, Midoriya-san. Izuku. Haha, it was just a matter of luck, scratching his neck. While he watched his classmates arrive, among them was Momo, who looked much more exhausted than Uraraka and with her sports shirt unbuttoned in front. Izuku gets worried and decides to approach her to check if she is okay, but he finds Mineta stuck to his uniform, as if he were an insect. The green-haired man didn't like Mineta's behavior and decides to separate him from Momo and throw him away from her. Momo. Gee gracious, Midoriya-san. Izuku. Nods, you should get another shirt. I doubt those fears will come off for a while. Momo nods and went in search of another uniform. After the rest arrived, Midnight got up on a stage and explained who the 42 were who had qualified for the second event, Human Cavalry Battle. The explanation of the game as well as the rules were easy to understand, but when it came time to distribute the points, the green-haired man was directly ignored by the others since he was awarded 10 million points. It was certainly difficult for him to find companions. Everyone would walk away from him as soon as he spoke a word. But then a ray of hope appeared. Hello, first place, can I be your partner? Izuku. You. Izuku. Thank you, shedding comical tears. Izuku. I'm sorry, wiping his tears. Hatsum. I'm Hatsume from the support course, I would like to be on your team so I can promote my babies. Izuku. Silently. Hatsume. What? Izuku. You said babies. Hatsume. Yes, look, take some artifacts out of a suitcase. Izuku. Ah. Hatsume. With these babies we can have a great advantage. Izuku. I don't know much about artifacts, but I'm sure one of these could be useful. Hatsume. You can trust, that gives thumbs up. Izuku. Now we just need to find the remaining two. Present Mick. 15 minutes to form teams and 13 warhorses have been formed. Izawa. Some pretty interesting teams have been formed. The teams were similar to those in the anime except for two. Team Midoriya. Midoriya, Hatsume, Ejiro, Kirishima. Team Bakugo. Bakugo, Mina, Shiro, Uraraka. Okoyami is on Shinso's team. Izuku. It's strange that Uraraka went to Bakugo's team. Kirishima. He said he had a strategy that he would need your help with. Izuku. Wow. Kirishima. Okay, get on already. Ready for Izuku to get on the horse. Izuku was about to go up, but then. Izuku. Wait, takes off his shirt. The green-haired boy was undressing, drawing the attention of the other teams. Even Hatsume had blushed a little. Ejiro. What are you doing, Izuku? Izuku. This. The green-haired man takes off his tank top and puts his uniform shirt back on. When he throws it on the floor, it kicks up a bit of dust, indicating the weight of the garment. Kirishima. What the hell? How much does that weigh? Izuku. Hahaha, must weigh about 20 kilos. The boys were in shock upon hearing that. Hatsume asked to see it later to analyze the material, so Izuku accepted without problems. Once they were ready, Midnight gave the signal to begin the cavalry engagement. As predicted, everyone began to attack the green-haired man. He stood frozen in place while his companions closed their eyes. Some heroes began to murmur, believing the green-haired man was terrified. Tetsu. That band is mine. Izuku. Teikin. The green-haired man releases an incandescent light blinding Tetsu and the teams that stared at him except for Todoroki's team, since they were alerted by Yaoi Rozu. Using that opportunity, Midoriya's team moved away from the teams while snatching the bands from Tetsu's and Tsunemori's teams. Izuku thought carefully and placed his band with the others around his neck, hiding the 10 million won, but as they moved, they suddenly stopped. Apparently a member of Tetsu's team used his quirk transforming the ground into quicksand. Izuku noticed that and activated the jetpack, combined with the boots that Hatsume and Ejiro wore. They managed to free themselves and got away from most of the teams. Haguruk. We have to get some points. We're going against the others. Sato. Oi Hagakure, 2 banded is Aparicio. Hagakure. Huh. It can't be. When? Monoma walked away from the Hagakure team with a band in his hand. Izuku was alert to his surroundings. Closing his eyes, he focused on sensing the kai of others. Suddenly, he raised his arm, deflecting an explosive attack from Bakugo. Damn you. Izuku. Bakugo. Chapter 13. Izuku and Bakugo were standing face to face. The green-haired man was surprised. Now he understood why he needed Uraraka. The gray-haired boy was floating, propelled by the explosions, and using the Zero tape to avoid getting too far away or floating without much control. Izuku evaded each of Bakugo's attacks to prevent him from taking his hands. Bakugo. Shine. 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 Izuku dodges each attack. Kirishima, along with the others, decided to move away from Bakugo, but he pushed himself forward every time he moved away. Izuku. Teikin. Using this technique, he manages to stop the ashen-haired boy, but he continues attacking blindly, this time. From time to time, Ejiro protected himself and the green-haired boy with his tail. Izuku. Damn, he doesn't stop. Ejiro. What will you do? Izuku. That's enough. He clasps his hands, concentrates his kai, and launches a small but powerful kai wave. It explodes upon contact, sending the ashen-haired boy backward. Izuku. Sai ready. Ejiro. Are you okay? Izuku. Yes, damn, I wanted to avoid using kai. I still haven't recovered from the Kamehameha. While trying to avoid confrontation, the green-haired team was surrounded by walls of ice. Izuku. You must be joking. Kirishima. This quirk, it's Todoroki. The aforementioned appears in front of them. Izuku watches him, apparently using a staff created by Momo to touch the ground without breaking the rules. Todoroki attacks, the ice hurtling towards Izuku. He doesn't hesitate and fires a powerful kai wave, colliding with and destroying the ice. The explosion raises a cloud of dust that blinds both teams. Izuku. Damn. The green-haired boy quickly moves to the side, managing to avoid Todoroki's team. But he loses a couple of bands. Izuku checks the ones he had and is relieved to see that he still has the one with the 10 million points. Todoroki. Thanks Iida. Iida. I'll leave the rest to you, Todoroki. Todoroki nods and stands on guard, surprised, raising a wall of ice as he sees the green-haired man approaching at high speed. Izuku was about to attack, but time had run out. The qualified teams were Team Midoriya, Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo, and Endo Team. How did it happen? Well, a few minutes ago. There were only a few minutes left until the end of the event and the Shinso team was moving to avoid unnecessary fights. But then the Kendo team appeared in front of them. Shinso. I see you're trying to get points, do you think you'll achieve it? Kendo didn't respond, Shinso was about to move away from her, but a piece of unknown origin appeared in front of him, distracting him. Kendo. Now Setsuna. Setsuna. Hey. Shinso. Ku. The hand behind him steals all of Shinso's bands. Said hand approaches Kendo and gives him the bands before returning to Setsuna. The team moves away. Tokoyami was about to use Dark Shadow, but suddenly a light completely illuminates the place, weakening the young man's quirk. Present. Present Mick announced lunchtime. Some students went to rest while others went to get something to eat. Izuku. I'm hungry. Ajiro. We really came close to losing. Izuku. Yes, although it was thanks to you that we were able to save ourselves. Ajiro. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Izuku. No, your extra limb was what saved us when it came to defense. If it weren't for you, Bakugo would have already stolen some of my bands. Ajiro. Sokka by the way, how did you dodge Iida at the last moment? Izuku. Huh. Actually, it was luck scratching his neck. Once they arrived at the stands, Izuku ordered yakisoba and Ajiro ordered takoyaki. Once they had their food, they both went to a tree and sat down to enjoy their dishes. Ajiro. Are you excited? Izuku. Swallows the bite of yakisoba. Why? Ajiro. We're in the third stage. And every year the third stage is a fight. Izuku. That's true, I hope we can face each other. Ajiro. Hahaha, you'd probably beat me, you're stronger than me. Not to mention your quirk improves your base strength. Izuku. Base strength. Ajiro. I mean your strength, speed, endurance, even defense. You have the perfect quirk. Izuku. It's not perfect. Ajiro. What do you mean? Izuku. All quirks have a limit, well I don't know what yours is, since it's a mutation type. Ajiro laughs nervously at the comment. Once they're done eating, the green-haired boy heads off to the stadium first, wanting to participate in the recreational events. Luckily, they haven't started yet, but when he arrives, he notices something. Izuku. This girls. The girls from Class A saw the green-haired boy. Izuku. Why are you doing fan service? Momo was the first to be embarrassed by those words. She explained that Mineta had tricked them, but he had already gotten what he deserved. The green-haired boy saw that the aforementioned man and Kaminari had bruises, and their faces were swollen. Izuku. I guess they deserved it, laughs nervously seeing the state of his companions. The recreational event was about to begin, but before that Midnight went up on stage to explain the rules of the 1 vs 1 event and also who they would fight with. Midnight. Now, we will show the combinations. Midoriya vs Todoroki. Endo vs Kirishima. Ajiro vs Yaoi Rozu. Tatsumi vs Komori. Mina vs Kaminari. Tokage vs Zoro. Uraraka vs Yanagi. Bakugo vs Iida. Izuku. Great, I'll fight you in the third round. Ajiro. Yes, I arrived nervous and worried. Izuku. Don't be negative. Just do your best, friend. Ajiro smiles and fist bumps his friend. Izuku. Although Todoroki seeing his partner who was just looking at the screen seriously. Ajiro. Is something wrong, Izuku? Izuku. Nada. Once they learned about their fighters, they began recreational games. Among them was a treasure hunt. Zoro began searching for a bag while Mineta worried. Mineta. This is impossible. Seeing that his card said back fat. Izuku. That's karma, laughs a little, let's see, checks his card, looks in the stands, I have you. Using his enhanced physical abilities, he leaps into the stands and stands in front of one of the heroines. Izuku. I need you. Huh? The hero's close to A. The green-haired man didn't wait for her answer and carried her like a princess towards one of the teachers. Cementus. Well, what Maruko? She was between angry and slightly blushing at being carried by the green-haired man. Cementus. Young man, what do I write on your tombstone? Izuku. Huh. But it's the fault of the one who wrote this card out, gets hit on the head by the heroine. She left, embarrassed and grumbling, but secretly she kind of liked being carried like that. Izuku handed the card to his teacher. It said rabbit, so he accepted it as valid. After the recreational games, sorry, I'm too lazy to write the other cements, I create the sand. Present Mick. Are you ready? The public screams with emotion. Present Mick. Luck is on your side. In our first match, we'll have two very promising young men. Clears his throat a little, both are from Class A, this is energy versus ice. How will this match end? They are Midoriya Izuku and Todoroki Shoto. They both enter with great serenity. The green-haired man begins to stretch his legs a little, while his companion looks at him with a cold look, but he seems a little angry. Midnight. Ready, both nod, begin. In a flash, half the arena had a huge glacier freezing everyone in attendance. Some in Class A and B were shivering from the cold, but others, only Class A, were worried about the green-haired boy. Izuku was trembling a little, his head the only one not inside the glacier. The two-colored man approached the green-haired man. Todoroki. Are you giving up? Izuku. You'll need more than this to subdue me. Todoroki. Izuku. Kaioken. A sudden surge of Kai helps the green-haired boy free himself from the glacier. With great speed, he approaches the two-colored boy and kicks him in the back, knocking him into the remains of the glacier. Izuku. Size at work deactivates the Kaioken. GHH complains a little about the pain, a consequence of the technique, at least it's not that serious. Suddenly a large amount of ice heads towards the green-haired boy, he manages to narrowly avoid it and sees Todoroki appear from the remains. The two-colored boy continues attacking with ice, leaving Izuku between two walls. Izuku. Damn. The final attack was approaching, the green-haired man had no other alternative and launched a powerful Kai wave, destroying the ice up to half the path. Seeing that he had an opportunity, the green-haired man positions himself, crosses his arms and throws them outwards, releasing a wave of Kai combined with Kai. In doing so, all the ice that was in the sand is destroyed and expelled from it, including the remains of the glacier. Present Mick. Impressive. Although it seemed that Todoroki had victory in his hands, young Midoriya snatches it away with his power. Izuku. Inhale, exhale, why are you holding back? Todoroki. Huh? Izuku. Do you plan to be a hero without using all your power? Todoroki. Shut up. The bicolor launches another wave of ice, but Izuku repels it using simply Kai. Izuku. Esmaz de Bill Unifeint. Midoriya steps back, avoiding an attack from above by Todoroki, but when he lands he throws ice, capturing one of the green-haired man's arms. Izuku sees the bicolor approaching. He was about to touch him to freeze him, but the young man dodges by moving to the side and hits Todoroki in the abdomen, but before he could move away, he opens his fist and pushes him with a weak Kai wave. This does not cause wounds, but it would hurt the bicolor. Todoroki. GHH groan of pain. Izuku. Not using all your power is an offense to those who give it their all. Freeze his arm from the ice using brute force. In the stands. Mina. W. What's wrong with Midoriya? Toru. Is he angry? Ajiro. No, with a drop of sweat, but not the comical kind, he's always serious when he fights someone. Although it seems like he's saying something to Todoroki. Everyone was paying attention to the green-haired boy, except for a certain invisible girl. Toru. You and Midoriya are friends. Ajiro. Nods since high school. We both trained at the same dojo. She wanted to know more, so she convinced Ajiro to tell her the story of his friendship with the green-haired man. Back with Izuku. The green-haired boy continued to dodge each ice attack. Izuku. Why don't you fight with all your power? Todoroki remained silent as he continued attacking, but he looked increasingly slower and exhausted. Izuku. Moves slower, as do his attacks, jumps towards one of the ice pillars and sits. Todoroki tries to attack, but his body was already reaching its limit. Small layers of ice were forming on the right side of his body, and he began to exhale cold air. Izuku. Is your left side fire? Todoroki. Did you talk to my father? Izuku. No, but from your answers I must assume I was right. Smiles. Todoroki. I will never use my father's fire. I will defeat you and prove that I don't need his power. The two-color uses everything in an ice attack, larger than the previous ones. Izuku simply jumps and lands in front of Todoroki, surprising him. Izuku. With that mentality you won't get far. Todoroki. Izuku uses Kai and pushes the bicolor out of the arena, but before it reaches the limits he creates an ice wall, thus preventing him from falling out of said arena. Izuku. I'll just say this, you decide what to do. Todoroki was panting, making that wall caused him to kneel and reach his limit. Izuku. I don't know your story, but what I do know is that the power you possess doesn't belong to anyone, only to you. The bicolor only listens to him. Tell me, is the desire to be a hero yours? Those words echoed in the mind of the bicolor. He gets up with his eyes covered by his hair. Todoroki. You said to fight using 100%. Izuku. That's all you? Todoroki. You'll bear it. In the blink of an eye, he releases the flames from his left side, thawing the layers of ice on his right side. Izuku. How hot. The heat emanating from it could be felt from the stands. Todoroki. See. Izuku. Imagine you have the tracksuit. Todoroki. I want to be a hero. Chapter 14. The green-haired boy, like everyone present, was impressed by the heat released by Todoroki's power. Izuku. Laughs out of nerves. Wow, incredible. Todoroki. What are you laughing at, Midoriya? Izuku. I didn't know you had so much power. Todoroki. To help your enemy you're really crazy. Shodu. Hero number 2, Endeavor, was shouting something that only a few paid attention to, since they were more focused on the fight between the two students. Izuku moved away as far as he could, the heat emanating from Todoroki was unbearable. Todoroki. Don't blame me for what will happen now. He used ice and fire as much as he could. Izuku. I won't do it. Increases his power, showing a wide aura. Todoroki charges and throws ice, spreading across the arena. Izuku sees it approaching and decides to use the Kaioken along with his power boost. He joins his hands and places them behind him. Izuku. Kamehameha. He launches an energy attack directly at the ice, destroying it, but this was a feint since upon destroying the glacier he sees Todoroki launch a powerful flare directly at the green-haired boy. This flare collides with the Kamehameha and a sudden explosion appears in the middle of the arena. Some of the students who were watching were almost sent flying, as were some heroes like Power Loader, but he was saved by Maruko who caught him in time. Present Mick. Falls with his chair. What do you teach your students, Aizawa? Aizawa. Todoroki simply applied heat to the air he had cooled, then it expanded causing that explosion. The smoke that had risen was dissipating, the center of the arena was destroyed. The green-haired man had his Kaioken activated and his clothes were destroyed by the ice fragments that flew near him. Todoroki was the same, except that the left side of his suit was scorched by his quirk. Izuku gasps exhaustedly and deactivates the technique. Todoroki was doing the same and his quirk was deactivated. Izuku. Inhale, exhale. You can continue. Todoroki. No. Izuku. Saka, me neither. They both start running to get closer to each other and hand-to-hand combat begins. The green-haired one evades the two colored one's attacks with difficulty because using so much Kai exhausted him. He was still wondering how that flare could repel the Kamehameha. In the stands. Toru. How can they keep fighting after that? Mina. They really are stubborn, worried about her companions. Kirishima. They're so manly. Elsewhere, Maruko watched the green-haired man's movements closely. Maruko. He has potential, he's good at hand-to-hand combat, but he seems weakened. But Izuku. It had been a while since he felt this cornered, his opponent seemed exhausted, but not like him. Izuku continued to deflect the bicolor's attacks, but in a moment of carelessness, Todoroki freezes one of Izuku's arms. Izuku. Damn, you still had energy. The green-haired man raises his frozen arm and points his palm at Todoroki. Izuku. Well, me too. He fires a Kai wave directly at the bicolor, knocking him back. The wave frees the green-haired man's arm. Izuku. I'm not done yet. Raising his other arm, he points both at the bicolor and launches Kai blasts. Todoroki creates an ice wall, but he had already reached his limit and the blast managed to destroy the wall and hit the bicolor. The explosions pushed him out of the arena, giving Izuku the victory, but Eat falls unconscious due to exhaustion. Midnight. We'll take a 10-minute break while the arena is repaired. The professional heroes began to murmur about the potential of both young men. Todoroki went to look for a new uniform, while Izuku was taken by the robot nurses to the infirmary. 5 minutes later. The green-haired man was waking up, the cuts caused by the ice fragments were treated and bandaged. Izuku. Sighs, where am I? While trying to remember, he gets hit by a cane. The green-haired man turns around and sees an old woman. Izuku. Got lost. Boom, another blow with a cane. RGE. You should have more respect for the person who treated your injuries. I'm recovery girl, in charge of treating the students at the academy. Izuku. Saka, I'm sorry and thank you for treating my wounds. RGE. Much better. Now, how are you feeling? I couldn't use my quirk because you seemed too exhausted. Izuku. I feel better, moving his arm while looking around, and Todoroki. RGE. That boy, I used my quirk on him and then he left. After hearing that, he gets up from the stretcher and says goodbye to the heroine. On the way, he stretches his arms a little and remembers who he would have to face if he won. Height summarized so as not to bore the reader. Kendo vs Kirishima. Even though Kirishima used his quirk to harden his body, he didn't consider the knockback power of Kendo's big fist. He endured the attack but was pushed out of the arena. Winner. Kendo. Ejiro vs Yaoi Rozu. The fight was equal at the beginning, but then Ejiro made multiple successive attacks. Momo projected herself with the shields but could not counterattack, being pushed out of the arena. Winner. Ejiro. Hatsum vs Komori. The Pin Cat was only able to use her inventions for the first 5 minutes, as the mushrooms began to grow in large quantities due to Komori's quirk. She gave up before she expected. Winner. Komori. Mina vs Kaminari. Mina moved fluidly and attacked Kaminari, pushing him to the edge of the arena, but then he used his quirk and electrocuted the pink-haired girl, but she won since Kaminari in idiot mode mistakenly left the arena. Winner. Mina. Dokage vs Zoro. Zoro initiates the attack by throwing tape at the green-haired girl, but she moves away from him, evading the attack and joining back behind him and performing a headlock. He gave up after multiple attempts to free himself from her grip. Winner. Tokage. Uraraka vs Yanagi. After multiple attempts, both managed to use their quirk and push each other out of the arena, ending in a tie. They managed to break the tie with arm wrestling, with Uraraka narrowly winning. Winner. Uraraka. Bakugo vs Iida. This fight was quite even. Iida used Torkover and grabbed Bakugo to get him out of the arena, but Bakugo propelled himself in the opposite direction while hurting the blue-haired boy. Once Iida reached the limit of his quirk, the Ashen-haired boy pushed him out of the arena using a powerful explosion. Winner. Bakugo. Second round fights. Izuku vs Kendo. Ejiro vs Komori. Mina vs Tokage. Uraraka vs Bakugo. Once Present Mick took a break for a few minutes, Izuku went to a vending machine, choosing a drink. Hey kid. Izuku. That voice turns around Maruko-san. Maruko. Hello smiles and approaches Izuku. Congratulations. But when she gets closer, she notices that the green-haired man is slightly taller than her. That bothers her a little. Izuku. Thanks. Are you okay? Taking the soda out of the vending machine. Maruko. Why yes, suppressing her anger. I see that you are advancing in the fights. Izuku. Of course. After all, I have a bet with you. He smiles and then takes his drink. Maruko. Do you still remember her? Surprised. Izuku. Of course. It'll be great to train alongside you, Maruko-san. Maruko was surprised and happy. Not only because the green-haired man wanted to train with her, but also because he was addressing her as a normal hero, not someone from the top. Maruko. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku was about to listen to her, but then Present Mick was calling both students for the first fight of the second round. Izuku. Sorry, I have to go. Maruko. Why yes. See you later says goodbye to the green-haired man. I swear I'll tear out your vocal cords. Present Mick with a red vein popping out of his forehead and clenching his fist. Present Mick. Okay. After the short break, it's time for round 2. The crowd is excited. Maruko has arrived and is sitting with the other heroes, closely watching the fight that is about to unfold. Once the introductions were made, Izuku and Kendo were ready to fight. Kendo. Don't hold back. Understood. Izuku. Okay. Midnight. Ready begin. Izuku charges at Kendo and attacks with a punch. Kendo blocks it and counterattacks with a kick, but the green-haired man steps back and launches a small Kai wave. Kendo. Evades the attack. I told you not to hold back. Izuku. I'm not doing it. I'm just waiting for you to use your quirk. Kendo. The orange-haired girl approaches Izuku and throws a punch. Izuku was going to block it, but then she uses her quirk, increasing the size of her hand and with it, the attack power. The green-haired girl couldn't react to it and takes the blow full on, making him retreat a few meters. Izuku. Incredible, even with my defense I could feel it, feels it tingling in his arms. Your quirk is definitely incredible. Kendo. Thank you. That's a great compliment coming from one of the strongest in Class A. Izuku. I'm not the strongest. I'm just smiles resourceful. She increases her Kai and then splits into 5 Izukus, original and 4 clones. The 4 clones attack Kendo. She manages to evade the attacks and block others to then counterattack with her quirker using combat skills, but she does not notice that they slowly made her retreat to the edge of the arena. Noticing the green-haired boy's plan, she decides to increase the size of her hands, pushes and throws the green-haired boys, but she manages to create an opportunity for the green-haired boy to push her out of the arena, causing her to achieve victory. Kendo. You held back. Izuku. Not at all, offering her a hand to help her up. Kendo. That's true. You didn't use your quirk like you did with Todoroki. Izuku. That's because I used too much power in that fight. Kendo looks at him confused. I'm not fully recovered from that fight. If I tried to use that power now, you would surely have beaten me. Kendo. Izuku. Also, you're very skilled in close combat. Did you train at a dojo? Kendo. Well. Present Mick was surprised. The green-haired man had an impressive knack for making friends. Second round fight recap. Ejiro vs Komori. The fight was difficult for Ejiro. As he approached the young woman, many mushrooms appeared on her skin. He would immediately tear them off, thinking it would affect his movement or who knows. Komori used that opportunity to try to pull him out of the arena, but Ejiro was tenacious. Once he got used to it, he managed to pull the young woman out of the arena, but as a result, he looked like a mushroom man. This made some people laugh, even the girl. Winner. Ejiro. Mina vs Tokage. The fight was quite uneven because the green-haired girl separated into several parts and attacked the pink-haired girl with them. These attacks were quick and the parts moved away after attacking to avoid the pink-haired girl's acid. The fight ended with Mina being pushed out of the arena. Only when she left the arena did she see that she could attack at her feet. Winner. Tokage. Yanagi vs Bakugo. Bakugo did his best, but Yanagi managed to touch him and used his quirk to push him out of the arena. Bakugo was propelled in the opposite direction by his explosions, remaining static in one spot. Yanagi grabbed a couple of rocks from the ground and threw them with his quirk, but Bakugo used one of his arms and caused a powerful explosion. Both were pushed out of the arena. Winner. Tie. Tiebreaker winner. Bakugo. End of the second round. Fights for the semifinals. Izuku vs Ejiro. Tokage vs Bakugo. Chapter 15. The arena was under repair, the ash-haired boy had undoubtedly overdone it with his quirk, so he received a complaint from Eraserhead in one of the restrooms. Izuku remembered that he had done the same thing to him when he used his most powerful attack against Todoroki, so he resorted to wishing the ash-haired boy good luck. While the green-haired boy was talking with his companions, Maruko was on the other side of the arena, pensive. A certain violet-haired girl noticed this and approached her. "It's strange to see you calm, Rumi." Maruko. "Ah, surprise, don't scare me like that." Nomuri getting a little angry. Midnight. "I'm sorry, but I'm serious. The last time I saw you this distracted was during high school exams." Maruko. Midnight. "Who would have thought that a young man would pee?" Maruko. Covers the heroine's mouth, whispers, "Shut up, I don't want anyone to know," with a slight blush on her cheeks. Midnight. Millimeters mmmmhhm, are you in love with him?" Even though she was just babbling, Maruko understood what he had asked her, which made her blush more. Midnight. Manages to remove Maruko's hand from her mouth perhaps. The heroine takes Midnight and they look for a place further away from the others to talk. Maruko. "I'm not in love with him." Screams while whispering. Midnight. "Please Rumi, from a kilometer away I can tell that the green-haired boy captivated you." Maruko. "Coo." Midnight. "You're not in love with him, but he captivated you." Maruko moves her ears a little as she deflects her anger, blushing at Midnight's comment. Midnight. "No doubt, you weren't interested in any boy who was weaker than you." Maruko. Shut up, blushing. While they were arguing, President Mick had already introduced the students who would be fighting. Midoriya and Ejiro, the referee would be cement since Midnight. Izuku. "Okay, I'm ready." Ejiro. "Wait." Izuku. Ejiro. "Take off your training gear, I'm ready to face you at your full potential." Izuku. "It's okay." The green-haired man proceeds to unbutton his shirt and take it off, then he takes off the heavy t-shirt he had and puts his uniform back on. Ejiro. Izuku. "What's wrong, Ejiro?" Ejiro. "Hey, was the fanservice necessary?" Sees that two heroines had stared at the green-haired boy. Izuku. "Fanservice?" Confused. Ejiro. "Forget it," with a drop of sweat on his temple. Cement has started to fight. Ejiro charges at the green-haired boy and attacks with his tail. Izuku blocks and counterattacks with a punch, but Ejiro manages to block and retreat. Izuku didn't allow it and approached the blonde to continue attacking with successive blows, which Ejiro was able to evade with difficulty. They both seemed to smile while fighting and exchanging blows, but the blonde was losing ground. The green-haired boy throws a punch, Ejiro manages to deflect it and lands a punch in the stomach, followed by a blow with his extra limb, making him retreat. In the stands. Haminari. "Great, Ejiro-san is giving him a fight." Mineta. "That's impossible." Bakugo watched the fight closely, as did Todoroki. Hagakure. "Wait, I think it's possible." Haminari. "What do you mean?" Hagakure. "They have known each other for a long time and trained in the same dojo. With Izuku and Ejiro." The two continued to exchange blows, some landing and others missing. They both landed a blow at the same time and then stepped back. Izuku was trying not to use Kai to recover, so he was evenly matched in strength with his friend. Ejiro could notice what he was doing. Ejiro. "Hey." Izuku approaches the green-haired boy from the air, "Don't hold back." Performs a couple of somersaults, boosting an attack with his tail. Izuku blocks the attack with his arms in the form of a cross, but the power of the attack causes the ground beneath the green-haired man to crack. Izuku, you know why I do it. Ejiro then uses his tail and propels himself a few feet away from the green-haired boy and then charges towards him, turns and uses his tail for a horizontal attack. I won't make it easy for you. Ejiro began to perform rapid successive attacks, preventing Izuku from being able to counterattack. With no other option, Izuku steps back almost to the edge of the arena. Ejiro runs to get closer, but as he does, he sees that Izuku is about to position his hands. Ejiro is going to use the Kamehameha. I won't allow it, uses his tail and propels himself into the air to attack him again. Izuku, you fell. He changes the position of his hands and places it on his head, with the palms of his hands pointing forward one behind the other. Ejiro thought he would use Teikin, so he resorted to closing his eyes but… Izuku. Masenko. Ejiro. Wah. The powerful wave of Kai is launched by the green-haired man, hitting Ejiro directly. The attack explodes, throwing Ejiro to the other side of the arena. The blonde holds one of his arms due to the burns he suffered. Izuku. I'm sorry, Ejiro. From his hands 2 spheres of Kai appear double-socketed. Both spheres were launched towards the blonde. He was exhausted, so he brought his arms together and waited for the impact, but it didn't come. He was surprised to see that both spheres were static in front of him. Izuku. To distract you. Ejiro. Whoa. Izuku was behind him, grabbed Ejiro, and threw him out of the arena, thus obtaining victory. The audience cheered for both young men, but Izuku ignored them and helped Ejiro up. They both walked towards the infirmary. Ejiro. Good fight. Izuku. Likewise. Are you okay? Pointing to his burned arm. Ejiro. I will be, don't worry. Izuku. Ajiru. Remember, we'll all be heroes someday. We'll always have wounds like these. Izuku. I understand but… The green-haired boy gets a slap from his big-eyed friend. Izuku. And why is that? Ejiro. Sorry, I thought you were going to start muttering. They both laugh a little at what the blonde did. When they get to the infirmary, the green-haired man says goodbye since he was supposed to watch the fight. After a few minutes, Izuku had arrived at the stands to watch the fight between Bakugo and Setsuna. Apparently, the green-haired girl was having trouble facing the explosive young man. No matter how much she split and attacked from different angles, Bakugo launched explosions strong enough to make her retreat. She was quite exhausted, so she didn't notice that the gray-haired boy came close enough to her. Setsuna. Can't. Bakugo. Typical smile of his shine. Boom. The cloud of black smoke covered part of the arena. It dissipated, revealing the green-haired girl on the ground, unconscious from Bakugo's attack. Setsuna was taken to the infirmary by robots. Bakugo was standing still in the middle of the arena when he saw the green-haired boy and pointed his index finger at him. Bakugo. Come here and let's end this now. Present Mick was going to say something, but then the green-haired guy jumps from the stands and lands on the edge of the arena as if nothing had happened. Present Mick. Midnight. The heroine, who returned to her position as referee, approved this while hugging herself, saying ah, youthed. The green-haired boy began to stretch his legs while Bakugo began to release small explosions in his hands. Midnight started the fight and both of them suddenly approached and launched an attack. Bakugo evaded the direct blow to the face while Izuku deflected the ashen-haired boy's arm with his free hand, saving himself from the explosion. Izuku steps back, but Bakugo approaches him and launches simultaneous explosions, but the green-haired man manages to dodge some and block others while he approached Bakugo and then landed a blow to the stomach. The ash-haired man coughed but holds the green-haired man's arm. Izuku. What? Bakugo. Shiny. Izuku is hit by a powerful blast. A gray cloud completely covers where he was standing. From the stands, a certain rabbit was watching the fight closely, although she didn't show it, she was a little worried about the green-haired boy. Bakugo let go of Izuku's arm and was about to attack with another explosion, but suddenly a foot burst out of the cloud and landed a kick directly at the ashen-haired boy's face. The smoke dissipated, revealing the green-haired boy with parts of his clothes burned and some ash staining his arms and face. Bakugo recovers from the kick and flies towards the green-haired boy. Izuku throws a punch, but the ash-haired boy dodges it, grabs his arm and throws multiple explosions to spin around and increase his spinning speed while taking the green-haired boy with him. When he reaches optimal speed he slams the green-haired boy into the ground, making the air escape from his lungs. Bakugo was about to throw an explosion to finish him off, but Izuku quickly lands a kick in the ash-haired boy's stomach and then moves away from him. Bakugo was irritated by the green-haired boy's tenacity. Izuku was recovering, but suddenly the ash-haired boy soared to the top, looking like he was about to give it his all in that single attack. Izuku. If that's what you'll do. Me too. Places his hand in front of him with the palm pointing upwards and concentrates his Kai, generating a sphere. It's not enough, continues concentrating Kai, increasing the size more. Bakugo creates a dark grey tornado, with himself at the center. It spins as it approaches the green-haired man. Bakugo. Hotzer. Izuku. Listening, great. Izuku Bakugo. Sakuden. Impact. Both attacks collided, the explosion generating a cloud of smoke, while several small pieces of debris flew all over the stadium. Some heroes and students covered their faces as the force of the explosion reached them. Both heroes and Class A were surprised by the power of both students. Seconds passed, the cloud dissipated, showing both students badly injured and a couple of feet away. Bakugo held his left arm, which had a serious burn from the Sakuden, not to mention that he was at the limit of his quirk, while Izuku had completely lost the top part of his uniform, while he did his best to stay standing. Bakugo. It's your end. Midoriya walked slowly towards the green-haired boy. Izuku didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the ashen-haired boy. The young man didn't respond to Bakugo's provocations, but then he started to raise his badly injured arm and simply made a movement with his fingers before pointing downwards. Bakugo didn't understand what the green-haired boy was doing, but after a few seconds he managed to recognize the movement. However, it was too late because a second Super Sakuden fell on the ash-haired boy, generating a second explosion. The green-haired boy struggled to stay on his feet, but the wounds and fatigue caused by having used so much Kai were taking their toll. It didn't take long for the green-haired boy to fall unconscious. Midnight was about to give the ash-haired boy the victory when, seeing the cloud dissipate, she found him unconscious as well. The result was a tie. Chapter 16. The green-haired boy opens his eyes and instantly recognizes the ceiling he was looking at. He was in the infirmary, he felt pain in his arm, and when he looked at it, he noticed it was bandaged. I see you woke up. Izuku. Sighs. Thanks for the treatment, recovery girl. RGE. Don't thank me, it's my job. I've managed to treat most of your wounds with my quirk, but you didn't have enough energy for the burns on your arms. Izuku. I understand. The green-haired man got up from the stretcher, but then felt a slight dizziness due to the side effect of his quirk. The heroine gave him a chocolate bar, which Izuku took and left the room. But as he closed the door. Izuku. Oh, Maruko-san. The white-haired heroine was there. She looked like she was about to escape because she froze in a comical pose upon hearing the green-haired man's voice. Maruko. Hola Midoriya. Izuku. I see she has something behind her. What do you have there? Curious. Maruko. Scratching her cheek with a finger and looking away. I heard that you lose your energy due to the use of the old woman's quirk, and I thought you would need these. The white-haired girl shows the green-haired boy some chocolate bars she's been hiding behind her back. Izuku is somewhat surprised by the heroine's gesture and gladly accepts. Izuku. Eating one of the bars. By the way, I haven't seen Bakugo. Maruko. You mean the Muslim? He got up a few minutes early and immediately left the infirmary. Izuku. Saka. Wait, a few minutes ago. Then. Maruko. Yes, they were asleep for half a ho. Izuku. You were waiting for me to wake up. She was surprised and at the same time blushed upon hearing that question. Maruko. Why yo. Izuku. You really are kind, Maruko-san. Izuku trademark smile. She was so embarrassed that she looked away in an attempt to hide her blush. The green-haired man just looked at her in confusion. Before reaching the stands, the two separated. Maruko wished Izuku luck, but that only left him with one question in his head. Izuku. Perhaps it's true. The green-haired boy arrives with his classmates from Class A. Uraraka. Midoriya-san, what are you doing here? Izuku. Huh. Well, I'm from Class A. Ida. That's not what Uraraka-san means. You should be in the arena for the tiebreaker. The green-haired boy looks at the sand and sees Bakugo in front of a cement table made by cements. Izuku. Saka. That was the only thing the green-haired boy said before jumping from the stands towards the pale-haired boy. Haminari. I know he's done it before, but I won't be able to get used to seeing him jump from great height. Scared and surprised at the same time. Hiroshima. Watching Midoriya do the superhero landing. How manly. I agree. Hiroshima turned to see where the voice was coming from. He saw a young man with grey hair, both of them staring at each other. Hiroshima and the young man approached, stared at each other, and then fist bumped. Both. Manly. Both classes saw them with a bunch of sweat on their heads. In the sand. The green-haired boy lands and starts walking towards Bakugo. Izuku. Mental note, practice superhero landing. Bad for the knees. As he gets closer, he sees the pillar that was acting as a table. He'd already seen what the tiebreaker was all about, a wrestling match, or whatever it's called elsewhere. They both clasp hands and position themselves to properly use their strength. Midnight gave the signal to begin, and suddenly Bakugo generated large explosions, causing the heroine to step back a little. The ash-haired boy was surprised, as the explosions only allowed him to gain a small amount of ground in the competition. The green-haired boy deduced that Bakugo would start like that, so before they started Izuku had concentrated his Kai in his entire arm, granting it strength and defense. A faint white aura could be seen emanating from said arm. Both were almost equal. Izuku had a certain advantage in terms of brute force, but Bakugo could keep him at bay with his explosions. This lasted 5 minutes until both were completely exhausted, resulting in a second tie. Seeing that the two couldn't break the tie, they decided to give both first place. Minutes passed. Cementus managed to undo the sand with his quirk, really useful. Fireworks were set off while Midnight announced the students who won the festival on podiums, but in doing so. Mineta. Wow. Jiru. What the hell? Hiroshima. He's been complaining since he woke up. But oh well, there was nothing they could do, laughing a little. On the first place podium, Izuku stood next to Bakugo, who was gagged, handcuffed, and chained to a cement pillar. Izuku. I guess it was necessary. It's like a man-eating demon, Tokoyami said upon seeing his handcuffed partner. Who were the qualified students? Well. 1 Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki. 2 Tokichi Setsuna. 3 Ajiro Mashirao. When both young people had been exhausted by the tiebreaker, while they were resting, the fight between Ajiro and Setsuna for second place took place, in which the green-haired girl was the one who emerged victorious. We will skip this fight. Midnight. And now, who will present the medals? Ha ha ha, a laugh was heard from the top of the stadium. Everyone recognized it instantly. Midnight. The number 1 hero. Almight. Lands next to the heroine. I'm here. Midnight. With the medals. Almight. Midnight. Sorry. Some of the professional heroes commented, saying that this year the first-year students were lucky to receive the medals, presented by the symbol of peace. Almight. Places the medal on Ajiro. You fought well, young. You have great potential to be a hero, you just need to unleash it. Ajiro. Hi. The hero approaches Setsuna. Almight. I've watched your fight in detail. I suppose you're not satisfied. Setsuna. Not really. I still can't do what I want with my quirk. Almight. Good answer. Characteristic smile. He places the medal on him and then approaches Midoriya and Bakugo. Just by looking at him, he could tell that the green-haired boy was trying not to laugh at the ash-haired boy's situation. The hero proceeded to place the medals on him, although he saw that what they placed on Bakugo was too much, so he decided to remove the muzzle. Bakugo. Almight. Almight. Bakugo. A first place like this, it's worthless. If I can't beat my opponents, I'm worthless. Almight. Almight. Your determination is incredible. May it drive you to overcome obstacles. After a few words from the hero, followed by some poor timing, the students went to rest for a bit. They changed into the academy uniforms, jacket, shirt, etc., and went to their respective classrooms as the sunset continued. In room 1A, Aizawa explained that they would have 2 days off to rest from the festival. Some sighed in relief, exhausted from the event stages. Izuku looks at the window while listening to what the teacher was saying. Even though I control my Kai, I still overuse it unconsciously, remembering the Kamehameha from his fight with Todoroki. Aizawa. Zuku Iko. Izuku. Aizawa. Izuku taps lightly with a rolled-up notebook. Izuku. Aizawa. You can go home now and rest. Izuku had gotten distracted, and when he looked around he noticed that everyone had already left. The desks were in order and empty. Izuku. How much? Aizawa. Calm down, it was only 5 minutes. Now get out. The green-haired boy nods and leaves the room, heading for the exit. On the way, he runs into Ajiro. Ajiro. Izuku. Izuku. Hey Ajiro. What are you doing here? Ajiro. Well, scratching his neck, nervously. Izuku. Ajiro shows him a card he was holding. Upon taking it, the green-haired man notices that it has a heart on it. Izuku. Then. Ajiro. Are you really going to make me say it? Sighs a girl, confessed to me. Izuku. Saka congratulations, gives him a strong pat on the back. Ajiro. Ouch, thanks. Izuku. And assuming it corresponds to him. Ajiro. I rejected her. Izuku. Ah. Ajiro. I've never spoken to her and she doesn't know me. She only confessed to me because of my performance in the arena. Izuku. I understand, laughs a little. You don't have to be so serious. Ajiro was a little embarrassed by how he explained things to him. Ajiro. So, what will you do on these days off? Izuku. Training. I've noticed that I consume a lot of energy when using some techniques. Ajiro. Gasps, you never change. How about coming with me tomorrow? The boys want to celebrate a karaoke for standing out at the festival. Izuku. Think seriously. Ejiro. Izuku. Remember, I know you have to train, but you should also socialize with your teammates. When we become professionals, one of these days we'll work with them. Izuku. Sighs, you're right. That's the second time I've been convinced to postpone training. Ejiro. Haha, nervous laugh. Izuku. Okay, text me the time and location. I have to go to the market. I forgot to buy ingredients for dinner. Ejiro. Okay, see you later, says goodbye to the green-haired boy. Chapter 17. Izuku. Let's see, I already have meat, scallions, noodles, what am I missing? After having been looking for the ingredients, the green-haired man was doing a final check while heading home. Upon arriving at the building, the green-haired man was heading to his apartment, but on the way, he met a young woman with purple hair observing the landscape. She noticed the green-haired man's presence, and upon seeing who it was, she jumped up to hug him. Fukawa. Izuku. Happy jumps to hug him. Izuku. Wo catches her and hugs her back. Fukawa. Baka, my heart was in my throat when I saw you there. How are you? How are your burns? Did they treat you well in the infirmary? I know that Academy's prestige requires good medical care, but even so, worried checking the green-haired man's upper body. Izuku. Calm down, Fukawa-san. I'm fine. Fukawa. That's not good, looking at the young man's bandaged arm. Izuku. Yeah, stroking the young woman's hair. Fukawa smiles and laughs a little at the green-haired boy's action, but then notices something and pouts. Izuku. Realizes what's happening, Fukawa-san. Fukawa. Even though I'm older, you're taller than me. Izuku. Huh. Measures with his hand, but I'm only 1 centimeter bigger. Fukawa. But it still bothers me. Now it seems like you're the older brother. Izuku is surprised by what he heard, even Fukawa is surprised since the last thing escaped him. The green-haired man just laughed, embarrassing the blonde even more. Izuku. Haha, I'll always consider you my older sister, Fukawa ni continues, caressing the young woman's hair. After teasing her for a while, Izuku approaches the door of her apartment, but the purple-haired girl stops him. Izuku. What's going on? Fukawa. Do you think you'll escape my sermon? Izuku. Huh. Remembers how he got hurt at the festival. It was inevitable that I would get hurt. Fukawa entered the apartment with the green-haired man, didn't hear him, and proceeded to complain. After that, the young woman prepared his favorite dish to congratulate him on winning first place at the sports festival. Fukawa. Believe me, he serves the plate. When I saw you with those wounds I was quite worried. Izuku. If you worry to that point, I can't imagine how they are, oh no. Fukawa. Keisu, said Izuku. Izuku took out his cell phone and saw that he had missed some calls because he had put it on vibrate. Once he called his parents to let them know he was okay, he continued eating with Fukawa. Alarm sounds. 5. Izuku. Sleepy, great, I should buy another alarm. It was 5 a.m. and the green-haired boy was waking up and walking to the bathroom to clean up. Once he did, and after eating a light breakfast, he left his apartment and did his daily workout routine. On his way, he arrived at the forest where he trained his Kai skills. Despite having won first place in the festival, he realized that he still has a long way to go to become stronger. To begin, he uses the multiform technique to split himself into 2 and fights himself. Fighting your reflection was certainly a challenge, especially when half of its energy is consumed to create the clone. After an hour, his clone disappeared. And he took a break. The next step was to try to improve his Kai capacity level. To do this, he would pump his Kai to the limit and try to surpass it. Izuku. Why do I have the urge to scream, raising his Kai, emanating a wide aura. Once his training was over, Izuku decided to jog back to his apartment. His body was sore from his fight. Upon arrival he meets Fukawa, who was already leaving for work. Izuku. Take care. Fukawa. Hi, see despide sonriendo. Once he said his goodbyes, Izuku goes inside and takes a refreshing shower. Seeing that he still has time to go out with Ejiro and the others, he decides to practice his Kai control, but this time he leaves his phone on vibrate to avoid an accident like last time. Izuku. Generates a Kai sphere, and if the green-haired man generates more and more spheres and then tries to move them all at once. At first, it was difficult, but he slowly improved his control, although a couple of times they almost exploded or vanished. After a few minutes, he managed to maintain and control 10 spheres, although it was difficult. Suddenly, the spheres disappear and the green-haired man kneels, exhausted. Izuku. It's tiring, but I'm close to achieving it. At that moment, Izuku's phone starts to vibrate. He picks it up and sees that it was the alarm. Izuku. Time flies, looking at the clock. Well, I guess it's time, and I was about to achieve that technique, slightly discouraged. The green-haired boy went to his room and looked for other clothes since his own were somewhat ragged from training. He decided to opt for a tight black shirt and blue jeans, along with his classic red sneakers. Izuku. Okay, it's here, looking at the address on his phone. The green-haired boy was standing in front of a karaoke bar. Upon entering the establishment, he ran into Ejiro, who led him to the room where the others were. Ejiro. It's great that you came. Izuku. You told me to come. Ejiro. Well, you should make more friends. Izuku. I know. Besides. Ejiro. Izuku. This is my first time at karaoke. I can't help but be excited and nervous. Ejiro. Laughs at his partner's behavior. You shouldn't be. They both arrive and open the door, finding some of the boys and girls from Class A. Among them were Mina, Kaminari, Jiro, Momo, Kirishima and Satu. Mina. You finally arrived. Midoriya takes the green-haired boy's arm and pulls him. Come on, come on. Kaminari. We already ordered some drinks. Izuku. I understand. Ejiro. No vino Hagakure-san. Mina. She said she would go see her grandparents. Ejiro. I see. The young people began to sing, making some laugh either because they were off-key or because of the movements they made. It was the green-haired boy's turn, who was nervous because he couldn't sing. He'd never even tried before. While looking through the playlist, he found a particular one, familiar from a movie he'd seen with Fukawa. At the end of the song, everyone looked at Izuku with a face like, seriously? Kaminari. No, es justo Midoriya. Izuku. Mineta. You had to sing a song with lyrics. Izuku. But this song has lyrics. Kaminari. It's just a word repeated 3 times. Izuku. But it's fun and catchy. All. Ejiro. Haha, I don't deny that, patting the green-haired boy on the back. Once the green-haired man finished singing, Momo was next. She opted for an opera-style song, something they felt was right for her. After that, it was Jiro's turn, who, after searching the list, found an acceptable song. I know few songs, but this one seemed ideal to me. When she finished singing, the room was filled with applause and cheers from the others, embarrassing her a little. Kaminari and Izuku. Great. With stars in their eyes. Mina. I never thought you would sing like that. Excited, amazed. Momo. Where did you learn to sing like this? Curious. Jiro. Well, since I was little I've liked music, mostly because of my parents' influence. Scratching a cheek with a finger. Izuku. You really are full of surprises. Smiles. Jiro. Says the one who chose a song with only one word as lyrics. The young people were impressed by Jiro's response to the green-haired boy, who only responded with laughter. Since when are they so close? Jiro. By the way, why did you choose that song? Izuku. Because I can't sing. Just, without hesitation. Everyone. Really? Izuku nods. Ejiro was the only one who wasn't surprised, since he knew Izuku. He already knew that his friend's only hobbies were studying, training, and occasionally analyzing hero quirks. While the girls tried to find out a little more about the violet-haired girl, the rest continued with karaoke. Ejiro. Cough my throat. Izuku. Well done, friend. Mina. How fun. What do we do now? Kaminari. Let's go to the arcade. Mina. Yay. Kirishima. Good option. Satu. You guys go. I have to go home to prepare dinner. Kaminari. Okay. See you. Izuku. See you. Satu-san bumps fists with the young man. Once they said their goodbyes, the group went to an arcade to extend the fun. Mina decided to compete against Kirishima in air hockey, with Momo acting as referee. Ejiro noticed a strength measuring device, which interested the green-haired boy. Izuku. Go first. Ejiro. Good. The young man activates the machine, dropping an object to hit. He punches, and the numbers increase until they reach 535 points. Izuku. Brilliant. Ejiro. It's your turn. Don't cheat using your quirk. Izuku. I won't do it. Fakes anger. The green-haired man activates the machine and then hits the bag, but when he was about to give the score, the machine turns off. Izuku. What happened? Ejiro. You broke it. Izuku. Chapter 18. I'm bad with names XD. If you have a good hero name for the green-haired boy, leave your idea in the comments. Boom. Good start. An explosion appears on the scene. Its origin was in one of the UA gyms, where a certain Quirkless was facing one of the strongest women in the world of heroes, Maruko. Izuku had been slammed into a tree by a kick from Maruko. His suit was ripped and he had injuries all over his body, including a trickle of blood on his head. Maruko wasn't entirely unharmed. Her suit had some tears in it, a scratch on her cheek, and some burns on her hands. How did it all end up like this? Let's go back a few hours earlier. It was his second day off, and the green-haired man was working out with weights while practicing Morkai control. What had happened at the arcade made him reflect, as he had forgotten to train his superhuman strength. Izuku. It's good that Momo paid for the machine, relieved by the black-haired girl's help. While doing some exercises, someone knocks on the door. He gets up from the floor, approaches, and opens it. Izuku. Huh. Maruko-san. Maruko. Hello Midori already? The white-haired girl was in shock. She knew young aspiring heroes trained to get their bodies in shape, but she never believed the green-haired man had a great physique with that face. She was doing her best not to blush. Izuku. What are you doing here? Maruko. Well, I wanted to know what my future intern was doing. Izuku. It's true, the promise, but how did you know where I live? Maruko. The director told me your address. Elsewhere. The director's super mutated rat was eating his 8th piece of cheese. Back with Izuku. Maruko. So, aren't you inviting me in? Izuku. Oh, sorry. Come in. He notices he was only wearing a tank top. I'm sorry for how I look. I was working out. Maruko. Don't worry. It's good to stay in shape. Izuku smiles at the white-haired girl's words. He goes to the kitchen and offers her some iced tea. Izuku. Tell me, Maruko-san, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be doing hero work. Maruko. Like I said, I wanted to know. Izuku. One of the peculiarities of my quirk is detecting lies. When he discovered his Kai sense, Izuku practiced that ability to the point of being able to feel evil and good in it, among other things, among them, lies. But when he does it, he has to concentrate quite a bit. From the beginning, it seems strange to him that a top heroine would come to his house. Maruko. Well. I was wondering if. Izuku. Maruko. Could you train with me? Izuku. Huh. Maruko. There are no major crimes, only minor ones that other heroes can handle. Izuku. What's up? Maruko. Lost. Izuku. Aza. Maruko. He didn't want to. Izuku. Mid. Maruko. Didn't answer my calls. Izuku. Al. Maruko. I can't find it. Izuku. NL. Maruko. You can say no and I'll leave. Izuku. Don't worry, I just wanted to know with a drop of sweat on his temple you're okay. I didn't have much to do anyway. Maruko. Great. Wait, what do you normally do? Izuku. Training or studying. I occasionally go out with a friend. Maruko. Saka. Izuku. Okay, let's go. Puts on a sweatshirt. Wait, where are we going to train? Maruko. Well. Super cool scene break. Maruko. Here. Both were in one of UA's fake scenarios, more specifically, a forest. Izuku. Great. Maruko. Right. Here we can use our quirks without holding back. Start stretching. Izuku decides to take off his hoodie to fight more comfortably, knowing Maruko training would be serious to fight against her. He wore a white tank top and blue dogi pants. Izuku. Fine. Fighting pose when you want. In the blink of an eye, the heroine was inches away from the green-haired man, about to kick. The young man reacted and managed to block the kick, but the power of the attack pushed him back a few meters. Izuku. What strength? Maruko. Did I surprise you? Izuku. Yes, I thought you weren't shying away. He smiles confidently. Maruko smiled at that and attacked the green-haired boy with all her power, who narrowly avoided each attack. He then moved away from the white-haired boy and launched a Kai wave. Maruko managed to dodge it and approached the green-haired boy again and delivered a second kick. Izuku received it full on, but in the process, she grabbed his leg. Maruko. What? Izuku lets out a scream, uses all his strength and slams the heroine against the ground, making her release the air from her lungs. The young man was going to repeat the action, but as he did, she uses her arms to stop the fall, and then grabs the green-haired man's torso with her legs, lifts him up, and then slams him against the ground. Maruko steps away from him to recover. She sees Izuku stand up and brush the dust off his arms. Maruko. Are you giving up? Izuku. You're joking, I'm having fun. Laughs a little. Are you tired? Maruko. Not at all. Izuku. Okay then. The ground begins to shake slightly, and Maruko remains alert. A white aura surrounds the green-haired man's body for a few moments, but then disappears. Izuku. Inhales deeply, exhales Kaioken. The red aura surrounds Izuku's body. Maruko. It's incredible. I can feel his strength up close. The green-haired man repositions himself and runs toward Maruko, then delivers a kick. She manages to block it and counterattacks, but Izuku deduces it and steps back, creating Kai spheres in both hands and throwing them at her. Maruko dodges them, but they were a distraction, so the green-haired man could get closer and start an exchange of blows. It was a few minutes, in the exchange of blows neither could hit the other, they only deflected the other's blows or dodged them. Once finished, Izuku steps back, noticing that the Kaioken was beginning to damage his body. He focuses his Kai in his hand and uses the Sokoden, launching the energy sphere directly at Maruko. She sees the attack coming and evades it. She knows Izuku's technique will chase her until it reaches her, so she begins to move with great speed. Maruko was confident, but that disappeared when Izuku showed his other hand, and in it he had a blue Kai sphere. Seeing that she didn't back down and approached with more speed. Then. Boom. An explosion erupts as the two are close together, sending a green-haired man flying into a tree. His suit is ripped and he has wounds all over his body, including a trickle of blood on his head. Maruko, who appears when the smoke screen dissipates, isn't entirely unharmed. Her suit is torn in places, has a scratch on her cheek, and has burns on her hands. The Kaioken dissipates and Izuku begins to feel pain all over his body. Maruko doesn't stop and runs to attack the green-haired boy. Izuku tried to concentrate his Kai to launch bursts, but the stinging pain did not allow it. The top hero manages to get close and attacks with an axe kick. Izuku steps back dodging the attack and then hits Maruko with a horizontal kick, but she blocks and holds the green-haired man's leg and then throws him towards another tree, but before she arrived, Izuku launches a Kai wave, managing to slow down her speed, managing to stop centimeters from the tree. Seeing the green-haired Maruko's action, she decides to approach him again to knock him out, but Izuku knew what she would do so he faced her and used Kai to push her. This action confused her. Izuku, groan of pain, places his fist on the ground and positions his legs to propel himself Kaioken. X4. A brighter red aura envelops the green-haired man, then he propels himself, managing to get close to Maruko in a blink of an eye. The Kuro. WH. Izuku attacks with a punch, she manages to dodge it causing him to hit the ground, which breaks completely from the green-haired man's power. Izuku doesn't stop and attacks at high speed cornering the professional heroine, who could only evade or deflect the powerful attacks. In her place anyone would be worried or scared, but for her it was the opposite, she was getting excited, either from the adrenaline or her personality. Every chance she got, Maruko counterattacked. They were evenly matched in speed in hand-to-hand combat, but that equality disappeared with Izuku's red aura, who fell unconscious instantly. Maruko caught Izuku before he hit the ground. Maruko. Midoriya, hey Midoriya. React. Hours passed, Izuku opens his eyes and sees the blue sky and some trees around him. Izuku. What is this soft and relaxing sensation? Slowly closing his eyes. Maruko. You woke up. I was worried when you suddenly fainted. Izuku. Huh. The green-haired man notices the position he was in. He was using the white-haired woman's lap and the surprise causes him to suddenly stand up. Izuku. WH, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. His body hurt like hell, as if a loaded truck had run over him. Even the slightest movement caused an almost unbearable pain. Izuku. This pain, it's the recoil from using Kaioken X4. Maruko. Are you okay? Izuku. Why yes, it's just a side effect of the technique I used. Maruko. The one you used to increase your speed. The one with the red aura. Izuku. Why yes. Maruko. That was incredible, you matched my speed in a second. It was surprising. Izuku. Thank you, bearing the pain. Maruko. It looks painful. Are you sure you're okay? Izuku. I just have to rest. Don't worry getting up in pain, I guess you won the fight. Maruko. Yes, but I could see that you have great potential, you just have to master your quirk. Izuku. Asaka, that's true. He thinks Kai is a quirk. At that moment, Rumi's stomach growls, making her blush and the green-haired man laugh a little. But as she does so, Maruko slaps her on the back, making her cry out in pain. This time, she's the one who laughs a little. Maruko. Let's go get something to eat. My treat. Izuku. Why yes. Chapter 19. Izuku. Damn, it still hurts. It's a rainy day, Izuku was getting dressed to go to UA, but his body was still under the side effect of using Kaioken X3. Izuku. I should have listened to the book's warning with a drop of sweat on his temple. The book had written all the consequences of using Kaioken over your limit. The green-haired boy could use Kaioken X2 and only suffer a stamina drain, but the situations he'd found himself in had pushed him to use it over his limit. All of them except for his fight against Maruko, where he only used it for the thrill of the fight. Once he managed to dress, despite his muscle pain, he left with his umbrella for the station. As he walked, the green-haired man thought about a technique that required great control, and along the way, he encountered some troublemakers bothering a young man in an alley. Bandit. Come on, you know you owe us that money. Young man. What are you talking about? Bandit 2. Look shows a stain on his jacket, dry cleaning is very expensive. They continued harassing the young man, but before they could achieve their goal, something hit them in the neck, knocking them unconscious. Izuku managed to launch concentrated Kai at the necks of both troublemakers without them seeing him and continued on his way to the station. There, he met several people who had seen him in his fights. Hagakure? Are you sure about this, Mina? Mina nods. It's the perfect joke. The pink-haired girl asked Hagakure to help her with a prank. She used her invisibility to hold an uncleaned eraser and drop it on the green-haired boy. Since the technically failed prank with the marker, Mina has been marking Izuku for pranks until she managed to make him fall for one of them. While Hagakure was holding the eraser, Mina was outside the classroom watching for Izuku to arrive. Kirishima and Ejiro saw their classmate at the door, approached her and asked her out of curiosity what she was doing there, to which she responded with an excuse to avoid them saying anything to the green-haired boy. After a few minutes, Iida arrived accompanied by Izuku. Mina was about to greet the blue-haired boy, but his behavior made her avoid doing so. Mina, no Izuku. Izuku? Hello Mina, what's up? Mina. Is something wrong with Iida-san? Izuku? Did you see the news? She shakes her head. A couple of days ago they attacked Iida's brother, the hero Ingenium. Mina. Seriously? In shock. Izuku. Nods. I don't know his current status, but from Iida's behavior I guess he already knows. Slightly sad. Mina. I understand. They were both silent for a few seconds, then walked toward the entrance of their classroom. Mina knocked on the door a couple of times without Izuku noticing, but some invisible girl managed to hear the signal and drop the eraser. Izuku grabs the eraser before it hits him and takes a step back to avoid the chalk. Remains. Good try Hagakure, but I already knew you were there. Izuku is using his Kai sensing ability, staring at Hagakure. She feels the shame she hasn't felt for a long time, then remembers she wasn't wearing any clothes. She grabs her clothes and rushes to the bathroom, while her face is red, or so she thinks. Izuku sits in his place while watching Iida, who was sitting silently at his desk. Ejiro. Are you okay? Izuku. Why yes, you also found out. Ejiro nods, discouraged. The students were somewhat animated, except for the three mentioned above. Some were due to their participation in the third stage of the sports festival. Mina. People kept talking to me on the way here. Kirishima. Ooh. You too. Zoro. At least they congratulated you. Some elementary school kids told me, don't worry about it, trying to comfort me. After a few minutes, Hagakure returned to the living room seconds before Izawa arrived. Mina. Are you okay? Hagakure. Nods. Izawa. Good morning, apathetic. All. Good morning, professor. Izawa. Today we will do something different from normal. Those words caused tension in some characters. Could it be heroic laws? An exam? Exhaustive training? Izawa. It's time for them to have their own hero names. Almost everyone was excited about it, but that excitement was controlled by Izawa using his intimidating quirk. The raven-haired boy proceeded to explain what their internships would be like and then showed them the number of offers each student received. As expected, both Midoriya and Todoroki had received a similar number of offers. The green-haired boy was surprised by this, but Todoroki was indifferent to it, since probably half of them were for being the son of the number 2 hero. Some were surprised by the number of offers Bakugo received, although it probably wasn't that many given his personality. Those who didn't receive any will be given a list to choose from. The hero certainly wasn't an expert in this area, as his hero name was given to him by a classmate he attended high school with. Mick. So the +18 heroine, Midnight, would be in charge of this. Professor Midnight explains the importance of the names they would choose, although these would be temporary, in case they wanted to change it in the future. While they were doing that, Izawa took that time to sleep. One of the first to pass was Aoyama, whose name was too long, basically a sentence. After some arrangements by Midnight, the next to pass was Mina. Mina. Hero name, Alien Queen. All. 2. Alien reference. That name was instantly rejected by the heroine. Mina. Boohoo returns to her seat. Tension returned to the classroom, everyone worried about the names they would present. Seiya showed her name, which she had already chosen some time ago. Froppy, that made the atmosphere more. One by one they showed their names. Izuku was next, but he chose to use his own, just like Bakugo, but in his case, it was because the names he showed weren't accepted by Midnight. After choosing their names. Izawa. The internships will last a week. Everyone will work in different places and have different specialties. Midnight. For example, 13 specializes in rescues and disasters, rather than fighting villains. Izawa. Choose carefully, you have 2 days leaves with Midnight. All. Yes. In class the young people began to see the list of offers. Mineta. I'll go with Mount Lady. Zero. That's no surprise. Seiya. You're probably thinking of something perverted. Mineta. Of course not. Denying. Seiya. Seiya circa Uraraka Ira's con gunhead. Jiro. Uraraka. Nods. I want to learn some moves so I can fight. Throws a punch in the air. Hey Midoriya-kun. Uraraka sees Izuku, but he was distracted thinking about his internship with a certain top heroine. Uraraka. Midoriya-kun. Izuku. Sorry. I was distracted. Uraraka. It's for the internships. Izuku. Nods. Although in fact, I already chose it. The green-haired man shows it to Uraraka. She is surprised to see the name of the person who sent the offer. Uraraka. Muruko. Izuku. Surprising, huh? I was too. Uraraka. Genial. Mineta. Damn Midoriya, he has the opportunity to be with a Hexie. Seiya hits Mineta in the head. Seiya. Stop thinking about perverted things, Jiro. Mineta. I didn't do that. Izuku was still thoughtful. What would the internship with her be like? Why did she make that bet? But what was most on his mind was the memory of her smile when they went to lunch together. Izuku. Confused. Izuku. Leaves his apartment and meets Fukawa. Oh, Fukawa. Good morning. Fukawa. Izuku. Notices he was carrying a briefcase. That's. Izuku. Nods. My hero suit. Fukawa. Saka, today is the day. Izuku. That's right. Fukawa. Good luck. Izuku. Thanks. Get down. See you. Run. The day was the day Izuku would go to his internship with Muruko. He thought he was going to go with her, but apparently something came up in Hosu, so he would meet her there. After arriving at the station, he meets up with Ajiro and the rest of Class A. Most of them were excited about the internship. That's when Izawa appears. Izawa. Do you all have your hero suits? Everyone nods. Don't use them in public without a pro hero accompanying you. Don't throw them away either. Mina. Hey, cheerful and excited. Izawa. Ashido speaks clearly. A simple hi is enough. Mina. Hi, she said as her emotion subsided and she pouted. One by one, the young people boarded their respective trains. At that moment, Ajiro and Izuku went to get something to drink from one of the vending machines. Izuku. Places the coins and takes both carbonated drinks. Here you go. Gives one to Ajiro. Ajiro. Thank you. Accepts the drink and opens it, then takes a sip. Izuku. Tell me. He opens his can. What did you want to talk about? Ajiro. Well, I've noticed you're a little strange lately. Izuku. It was so obvious. Ajiro nods. Ajiro. What's wrong, Izuku? Izuku. Well, I'm confused. Chapter 20. Ajiro and Izuku were talking away from the others, near a vending machine. Ajiro. Confused. Izuku. Nods. Lately I couldn't stop thinking about a girl. Ajiro. Drops his can in surprise. Izuku. Every time I think about her, I feel my heart race. What do you think it is? Ajiro. Approaches Izuku and places both hands on the green-haired boy's shoulders. I don't know if it's what I think, but it's likely that you have feelings for her. Izuku. Huh. And what do I feel for her? Ajiro. You'll have to find that out for yourself, friend. Izuku. I understand. Thanks for listening, Ajiro. Ajiro. Hey, that's what friends are for. I'm glad I could help you. When they both finished talking, they noticed that their respective trains had arrived at the station. Izuku says goodbye to his friend and runs so he doesn't miss the train. Once on the train, Izuku finds an available seat and relaxes a bit. Izuku. Is that? When he opened his eyes and saw where the Kai was coming from, he confirmed that it was his classmate Ida, who was sitting a few seats ahead. He wanted to greet him, but the blue-haired man had a serious expression, so he decided not to bother him. The trip was going to be a bit long, so he preferred to close his eyes and practice his Kai control, trying to sense every energy coming from the train passengers. In doing so, he noticed that the range of his ability was quite good. After a few hours of traveling, the green-haired man had reached his destination Hosu. Izuku. Great. Time to find Muruko. The young man had the address of the place where he was meeting the rabbit heroine in his hand, but there was a small detail. Where was this place? Izuku had never left Musatafu. His sense of direction wasn't very good, so he decided to ask Ida, but he had already disappeared. Izuku. Inhale sigh. I guess I'll have to look for a map. Muruko. Donde está Midoriya? The white-haired girl was at the meeting place where she was supposed to meet the green-haired man. 10 minutes had passed since the agreed-upon time, and he hadn't appeared. Worried, she decided to look for him by climbing onto the roof of a building and jumping across it. Muruko. I don't think it's lost her, is it? While thinking about the possible situations Izuku could find herself in, suddenly an explosion occurs near her, a specific store. From said store, 2 criminals wearing balaclavas emerge amidst the smoke and get into a vehicle to escape. Maruko couldn't let that go and begins to chase the vehicle. She was going to check if there was anyone in the store, but just as she was about to do so, a hero in a strange suit had arrived on the scene. Maruko. I hope there are no injuries, proceeds to chase the criminals. Minutes later with Izuku. Izuku? Will it be here? Despite finding a map, the green-haired boy was still lost even with the directions from the people he asked. Izuku? Damn, if I find her she'll probably beat me up for taking so long with a drop of sweat on his temple. The green-haired boy was crossing the street when he suddenly heard the sound of an engine revving to its limit. Izuku turned around and noticed a dark blue convertible approaching him. Izuku? Wait a minute, look carefully, Maruko-san. The white-haired girl had been captured by the quirk of one of the criminals, which allowed her to stretch her arms and use them as a rope. Maruko? Ah, Midoriya-kun, careful. Izuku sees that the car won't stop, so he decides. Izuku? Kaioken X3. Izuku's body is enveloped in a red aura of energy, steam and electricity. The car approaches at high speed and collides with the green-haired boy, but he stays in front of the vehicle trying to slow it down. Slowly, the car was coming to a stop, but Izuku's patience wears thin, and he decides to forcefully stop the vehicle. Izuku? Stop it. Concentrating Kai in his fist, he hits the hood and the engine comes out from under the car, acting as an anchor. The rear of the vehicle lifts up, throwing out the criminal who captured Maruko. He unexpectedly releases the heroine, who falls right into the green-haired man's arms. Izuku? Are you okay? Maruko? Why yes, she blushes a little, but then remembers, why did you take so long, idiot? Izuku? I am sorry, it's just I got lost, embarrassed. Maruko? You've never been to Hosu? Izuku shakes his head, how's your sense of direction? I see, sorry. Izuku? Don't apologize, it's my fault. He doesn't finish the sentence since he dodged the villain's whip arm. Villain? Don't interfere, kid. The green-haired boy stares at the villain while still holding Maruko in his arms. Maruko? Can you put me down? She had a serious expression, but tried to hide her embarrassment. Izuku? Sorry, lowers, can I take care of him? Maruko? Okay. I'll go get the other one. She sees the driver, who's trying to run away with the money. As the heroine tries to catch the driver, the villain attacks the woman with his whip arm, but Izuku interferes, allowing it to capture his left arm. Using that opportunity, he pulls the villain's arm up, lifts it, and then slams it against the street. The villain gets up in pain. Villain? Bastard, if you hadn't shown up, I would have enjoyed touching that beauty's body more. Licks his lips. The green-haired man's hair covers his eyes, and a red aura completely covers his body. He doesn't say a word, confusing and provoking the villain even more. He clasps his hands, pointing palms towards him. Villain? Hey kid, what are you doing? Izuku? His Kai gathers in his hands, forming a sphere Masenko. The Kai wave is directed at the villain. He manages to dodge it by a hair, but it gave the green-haired man a chance to sneak up on him. The young man's gaze was sharp, as if he were holding back his anger. Izuku concentrates his Kai into his fist as he did before and manages to land a blow to the stomach. The power of the attack sends the villain straight into the wall of a building, and upon impact, the villain falls to the ground unconscious. The green-haired man exhales a little, exhausted because he didn't control his Kai properly and used too much in that attack. With Maruko, she easily captured the driver, dragging him towards his unconscious companion and tying them both together, using the villain's whip arms. Izuku? Ready, stretching a little. Without him realizing it, Maruko puts an arm around him. Maruko? You still have to suffer a punishment. You should have told me you didn't know the location. Izuku? I should have thought of that. With a drop of sweat on his temple. Once the police had taken both criminals away, Izuku and Maruko headed to her house. The property was located in an area where few people passed by, a rather convenient location for the professional heroine. Upon entering the home, it seemed quite welcoming at first glance. Izuku? Okay, where will I sleep? Maruko? Your room is the guest room. It's next to mine. Izuku? I understand, thanks. Izuku was heading towards his room, but at the first step he felt a hand on his shoulder. Maruko? Don't forget that you still have a punishment ahead of you. Izuku? Maruko throws her backpack and suitcase on the couch and leads the green-haired boy to the garden behind the house. There were several training equipments there. She went to a small storage room at the end of the garden and took out some bracelets. Maruko? 10. She throws the bracelets towards Izuku and he loses his balance a little when catching them. Izuku? How annoying. Maruko? These are special weights I had when I was a beginner. Izuku? These look like the ones he used in the dojo. Maruko? Really? How much did they weigh? Izuku? I don't remember, but these are heavier than those he said while putting them on. Maruko? I understand. When you're done putting them on, I want you to run 30 laps around the garden and practice using your quirk while you do it. I'll go make lunch. She enters the house. While Izuku was doing his exercise, Maruko was leaning against the door, placing her hand on her chest. She hadn't noticed, but she would be living under the same roof with her love interest for a few days. Maruko. Idiot, how did you not notice, blushing? While she was thinking about that, Izuku was having a conflict of emotions as he ran through the garden. On one hand, he was excited to receive lessons from a top heroine, but on the other hand, he felt nervous. For some reason he didn't understand, being with her makes him nervous. Chapter 21. A new day, the start of the internship is today. Izuku had woken up early out of excitement, so he decided to start a morning workout by doing handstand push-ups. While doing so, he practiced controlling his kai by creating spheres and maintaining their size and location. Holding the sphere and performing push-ups are good exercise, both physically and psychologically. Izuku. Okay, if this goes well, I'll be able to do that tech. Maruko. Hey Izuku, are you awake? Izuku. Whoa. The green-haired man loses concentration, causing the kai sphere to explode, blinding him and causing him to fall. Izuku. Go, you could say so. Maruko. Sorry, somewhat embarrassed. Izuku. Don't worry, look at the clock, he had been doing that exercise for almost an hour. Maruko. Hurry up, take a bath, and get ready. We'll be out on patrol in a few minutes. Izuku. Hi. Oh, by the way. Maruko. Izuku. The rabbit embroidery on your pajamas is very cute. Maruko suddenly closes the door. Izuku. I think he got angry. What he didn't know was that she didn't know how to react to the comment. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks as she prepared breakfast. Once that was done, she went to her room to change. Izuku had already gotten out of the shower and dressed in his hero suit. After breakfast with Maruko, the two went out on patrol. As the green-haired boy expected, keeping up with her was quite difficult. But even so, Izuku powers up his entire body with kai to try to catch up with her. Maruko stopped on a building, and after a few seconds Izuku arrived, somewhat exhausted. Maruko. You lack stamina. Izuku. Exhales exhausted. Yes, I know. Maruko. But, I'll give you points for catching up to me in a short time. Izuku. Thank you. Maruko. Okay, we have to keep going. Izuku. How are you so fast? In Musatafu it wasn't like that. Maruko. Ha, I just held back that day. Just saying that filled the green-haired man with motivation. For him, she's now a goal to achieve. The two continued patrolling. Occasionally, they encountered criminals trying to rob and others trying to kidnap someone, but they managed to stop them in time, except for one who managed to injure Izuku's arm. Maruko asked him how he was feeling, but for the green-haired man, it was just a scratch. Izuku. I let my guard down. I'm sorry. Maruko. Learn from this mistake, bandaging the green-haired man's arm. Izuku nods and they continue with the patrol. In an alley in Hosu, a pro-hero lay unconscious in a pool of his own blood. A man, whose face was flat and covered with a mask made from a torn bandage, was cleaning his blades until a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. The man pointed his sword as a precaution, a man whose head looked like a shadow with glowing yellow eyes, wearing a white shirt, tie, and a green dress vest. Stain. How did you find me? Still pointing his sword at the villain. Kurogiri doesn't respond. He simply steps aside and invites the so-called hero killer through the portal. Kurogiri. We have an offer that might interest you. So, as the days passed, the students of Class A were doing their internships. Some were exhausted by the routine, others were doing community service, and a few weren't expecting to do tasks unrelated to being a hero. F for Mineta. One in particular was quite furious about the internships, but for now, we'll focus on a certain green-haired guy who was doing an exercise routine while Maruko was on the phone. Izuku was doing sit-ups, occasionally glancing at the rabbit who wasn't paying attention to the young man. It seemed like the call was quite important as she had a serious expression. Maruko. Understood, I'll see you there. Hangs up the call. Izuku, what are you doing? Izuku. Training. Maruko. You should take a break. Izuku. I can't. I need to control my quirk better. Maruko. What are you talking about? She sits in front of him. You are already quite strong for your age. Confused. Izuku. Maruko. What do you think if we take a break today? Izuku. Huh. But. Maruko. No problem. Besides, if you train all the time, you might get hurt. Believe me, I know from experience. Izuku. I understand. Stands. I'll take a shower and we'll go out. Okay. Maruko. Good choice. She pats him on the back, hurting the green-haired boy a little. Go, you stink. Izuku retreats to the shower. Maruko blushes a little and is relieved since she felt nervous asking the green-haired man out. Boruko exhales in relief. Okay, I better find something to wear. Goes to her room. After a few minutes, Izuku was already cleaned up and ready to go out. While he waited for Maruko, he decided to practice controlling his Kai a little, managing to create a sphere the size of a pebble. It was noticeable since it shone like a star. But which Master Roshi frees Vegeta from the bottle in the Tournament of Power? Izuku? He asked me if. Maruko? I'm ready now. Izuku freaks out and drops the small Kai star. When Maruko notices it, she tries to pick it up, but Izuku stops her, causing it to explode. The green-haired man protects Maruko by hugging her, taking the damage to his back. His clothes were damaged, but he only suffered minor injuries. Maruko? Izuku? Izuku? Sorry, Maruko-san. I was trying something out, but then I got distracted and… Maruko? Are you okay? They exchanged glances, and at that moment they realized they were quite close, so close they could feel each other's breaths. At that moment, the green-haired man's phone rang, ruining the mood and causing them to quickly separate. Both Izuku and Maruko were blushing. After some thought, she realized why he'd been getting nervous around her lately. Izuku? Perhaps because of Maruko. Blushing. Maruko? Let's have fun, Izuku nervous. Izuku? Why yes nervous. During their outing, the two went to an arcade where they stood out not only for Maruko's popularity, but also for their skill in games that involved strength. On one occasion, they tried to play air hockey, but their reflexes and the time they played ended in a tie due to the puck breaking in half. When they left the arcade, they both went to a cafe to get something to eat. Maruko ordered tea with a slice of carrot cake, while Izuku opted for a lemon cake. Izuku? I guess we'll have to leave it at a draw. Maruko? For now, someday we will decide who gets the victory. Izuku? We'll see about that. Laughs a little. At that, Maruko steals a bite of Izuku's cake slice, who had his guard down at that moment. Izuku? Okay. Maruko? You got careless. Izuku? Then I'll try some of yours. The green-haired boy brings his fork towards Maruko's cake, but when he was about to take a bite, she goes ahead and brings him one with her fork. Maruko? Izuku? Huh? Slight blush. Rumi, what are you doing? That voice stopped the white-haired girl in her tracks. She turned around and saw that it was her friend, Mount Lady. Maruko? Why you? Embarrassed and surprised. Mount Lady? I know you like to bother people, but it's not necessary to do it with a boy who tea. At that moment, Yu sees Maruko glare at her, trying to convey the message, don't say any more. You? How are you? Izuku? Nice to meet you, Lady-san. Trademark friendly smile. I'm Maruko's intern. You? I actually know, she told me about her little bet. Izuku? Now that I think about it, Lai said she'd be interning with you. Where is she? You? Yes, he is doing heroic tasks. At Mount Lady's house. Mineta? Damn. Greypair was washing the dishes while crying blood, since luckily for him, Tu's room was locked. Not to mention that if he tried to get in, he'd only have to wait for more days like this. Back with the heroines and Izuku. Izuku? I feel sorry for him eating his cake. Mount and Maruko. Really? Izuku? Yes. If I weren't a pervert I'd be a better person. Mount Lady. Didn't say hero, with a drop of sweat on his temple. After Yu sat next to Maruko, the two discussed a certain topic she mentioned over the phone. Izuku enjoyed seeing Maruko smile, although this feeling was still a bit difficult to understand, but he didn't dislike the idea. He wasn't fully resting either. The green-haired man was practicing sensing people's Kai. Everyone has Kai, but most were somewhat low, making it difficult to sense. He noticed that it was somewhat unpleasant, turned toward the source, and saw a hooded young man sitting next to a young woman, whose clothing suggested she was a student. The green-haired man didn't hesitate for a second. With his hand, he formed a pistol and fired an imperceptible wave of Kai directly at the young man's neck, causing him to fall unconscious to the ground. The young woman turns to see Izuku, she runs towards him and hugs him for security, receiving the withering look of a certain rabbit. Mount Lady. You're right, Maruko. He'll be very helpful. Izuku? Huh? Confused. Chapter 22. After solving the problem in the cafeteria, Mount Lady explains what she mentioned before about being ready. It turns out that a wanted criminal got a private plane at an airport located in Ishikawa Prefecture. Izuku? Wait. If you know that, why don't you catch him now? Mount Lady. This guy is pretty careful. He's rarely seen meeting with his clients or henchmen. This is your only chance to capture his entire team in Japan. Izuku? Saka thinking, and why me? Mount Lady. Well, Rumi always talks about you when we get together. He once told us you could sense dangerous people or detect lies with your quirk. Izuku? Something like that, but I'm not very skilled. It must be a pretty evil person to be able to find it because even if we don't show it, we all have a trace of evil. Boruko and Mount Lady look at the green-haired boy in surprise. Izuku? What's going on? Mount Lady. Well, what you just said was very profound. You almost seemed like an adult at that moment. Izuku. I scratches the back of his neck, embarrassed by the compliment. Mount Lady. Why, Kate decides. Izuku. I will help sure because of his decision. Mount Lady. Well said. Well, I'll see you tomorrow night, she says, winking at her friend. Izuku. She is very kind. Boruko. I'm angry. Izuku. What's going on? Boruko. You seemed very friendly with that girl. Izuku. Boruko. And she was pretty, she looks away, still angry. Izuku. Maruko-san, she was a victim of bullying. She was quite scared and I only gave her a little reassurance until the authorities arrived. Boruko. Izuku. Wait, why are you mad that I only took care of the girl? Boruko didn't respond and turned her back on the green-haired man. He was a little confused by the white-haired woman's behavior. Time passed and it was work day for the heroine and the intern. They were both on a train headed to Ishikawa Prefecture, wearing their hero outfits. Maruko explained in more detail what they would be doing, basically protecting Mount Lady, while she took care of stopping the plane. Izuku. I'm nervous, shaking a little. Maruko. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Just do what you always do. Izuku nods and tries to calm down. Now that he's calm, his hunger has appeared. Maruko. Your appetite is incredible. Izuku scratches the back of his neck and laughs, embarrassed by the rabbit's comment. Maruko takes the bento she bought earlier and hands one to the green-haired boy. Izuku. Thank you. Boruko. Just be careful, there are probably a lot of idiots protecting him and it will be difficult for me to take care of you. Izuku. It won't be necessary. Boruko looks confused at the green-haired man. Izuku. Since I'm going to protect you. It was in the heat of the moment. When he realized what he'd said, Izuku blushed slightly and nervously tried to explain, stammering. Boruko. Laughs. I like that attitude, Izuku. I trust you. Once Izuku calmed down, they both bumped fists and waited for their arrival at their destination while they ate, but what the green-haired man didn't realize was that the words he had said caused a critical blow directly to his heart. Boruko. That was too much. After a while, and being greeted by an officer who will join the operation, Izuku and Maruko arrived at the airport. Upon arriving, they saw that they were evacuating the main building. Izuku and Maruko entered and found Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, and one of the police officers talking about something. Maruko. Hola, Mount Lady. Mount Lady. Oh, they arrived just in time. I need Izuku's help. Izuku. What's going on? Police. The villains are in hangar. We need you to tell us how many there are and where they're located. Izuku sees where the hangar was. It's quite far away, but that won't stop him. The green-haired man walks toward the exit to the runways and then jumps onto the roof of the main building. There, he sits cross-legged and begins to meditate, trying to concentrate. The hangar's location was quite far away, any attempt to approach it carelessly could attract their attention, so this would be the only option. Mount Lady. What does it do? Boruko. Meditate. Try to concentrate to learn about the villains. Mount Lady. I see, and how are you going with, Slight mocking smile. Boruko. What are you talking about? Mount Lady. You must do something before it is taken away from you. Boruko. I know. But hesitating. Mount Lady. Now's not the time for hesitation. Look, if you do. He leans close to Maruko's ear and whispers something. The white-haired girl blushes, achieving a tone similar to Kirishima's hair. Maruko. That it's too much. Mount Lady. Believe me, that way you can corner him. Maruko. Hero. Mount Lady. I'm not telling you to go that far, but you'll be able to get his attention enough for him to notice your feelings for him. The young white-haired girl understood a little of what her friend was talking about. While she was thinking about it, Izuku came down from the roof, landing like a superhero, but avoiding the pain in his knees with the help of Kai. Izuku. There are about 30 people. 3 of them seem to be inside the jet, the rest are watching the surroundings, and 2 seem to be alone on the side of the plane. Mount Lady. I understand. It's certain that one of them is the one we're looking for. The other 2 are probably the clients. Boruko and Mount Lady come up with a plan with the police to invade the hangar. Izuku. Excuse me, I have a plan. But it's kind of embarrassing. The hangar, the location of the most wanted criminal, Kuru. His quirk was unknown, as the few times he's been seen, he's always had bodyguards with him to protect him. The plan to infiltrate was simple and would begin once Izuku did his part. Izuku. Several meters in front of the hangar, this will be a little embarrassing. The green-haired man adopts a stance, arms at his sides, legs lightly bent. He releases a wide aura of Kai, drawing some attention from the guards. Izuku. Ah. Izuku's power increases, his aura growing, drawing the attention of all the guards and the police. After making them all come towards him, Izuku begins to launch Kai blasts, strong enough to injure them and avoid destroying part of the hangar. Some of them fell, but others showed resistance thanks to their quirks, such as creating a wall with air itself, or by combining all the remaining materials, such as tools, and fusing them into a shield. 3 of them managed to get close enough to start a close combat. As the fight started, Maruko, Kamui Woods and the policemen were infiltrating. Maruko. Don't worry, he'll manage to defeat them, smiles confidently. Upon entering the hangar, the 3 managed to approach the jet's entrance and saw 2 bodyguards. Their quirks were mutation type, as seen by one's multiple limbs and the other's dragon head and wings. Maruko. This is what we'll do. Did you bring the gun with tranquilizers? The police officer nods at her question. Good. Kamui, now. The hero nods and both attack the 2 bodyguards by surprise. After managing to subdue them, the policeman knocks them out with tranquilizers. Kamui goes ahead and enters the jet. Maruko. Okay, ties up the bodyguards now just. Suddenly, a cry of pain caught their attention. Kamui Woods bursts out of the entrance, badly wounded. Wow, I never expected a surprise visit. He was standing at the entrance to the jet, dressed in a suit. He had dark hair, red eyes, and his hands seemed covered in rocky scales. Everything matched the authorities' information. Back with Izuku. Criminal. Ga groan of pain. Everyone who was against Izuku fell unconscious after fighting him. The green-haired man had minor injuries and was exhausted, as it had been a while since he had faced so many at once. Izuku. Exhales exhausted. Finished my part. Sits down. I hope Maruko-san is okay. But his rest didn't last long. The hangar doors were opening and Izuku thought Maruko had won, but his expression changed to surprise when he saw her tied up and unconscious. His surprise was even greater when he saw the police officer helping him, standing next to Kuru and his partner. Izuku didn't hesitate, he got up and charged towards Kuru, but when he was about to hit him, he was blocked by Kuru's partner. The subject's greatest characteristic were his eyes, similar to Naruto's in Senin mode. Izuku? What? I was wondering how strong you were. After all, the rabbit trusts you quite a bit. Izuku gets angry and backs away, then throws a Kai blast at him. But the subject closes the distance between them while dodging each sphere. Already close, he hits Izuku, but he blocks and counterattacks. They begin close combat, and after a few seconds of exchanging attacks, the green-haired man notices something. Izuku. His fighting style is similar to mine, surprised steps back. I guess you noticed, right? Izuku. Your fighting style is similar to mine. Did you train with Tetsuo Takahashi? I don't know who you're talking about. My quirk amplifies all my senses, it only took me a few seconds to understand your fighting style. Approaches and hits Izuku. The green-haired man blocks the attack, but attacks again and manages to hit him in the abdomen, and then hits him with an uppercut. The force of the blow caused Izuku to flinch slightly. This will undoubtedly be a difficult fight. Chapter 23. Izuku stood in front of Katashi. He has his guard up in an attempt to predict Katashi's next move. Katashi replicates his stance and charges at the green-haired man, then attacks with a kick straight to the head. Izuku blocks the attack and uses the opportunity to grab Katashi's leg and slam Katashi to the ground. Izuku. It's over. The green-haired boy throws a punch towards Katashi, but then Kuru intervenes, blocking Izuku's attack. Izuku is surprised that Kuru appeared at that moment. A blue light emanates from the place where he hit, which moves towards Kuru's other arm, more specifically his fist. Kuru attacks Izuku with a blow, which the green-haired man blocks, but is surprised to feel a great power from that blow, and is pushed several meters. Izuku. GHH, he complains in pain while trying to calm the tingling in his arm. What was that? Can he use Kai? No, if so he would have attacked me. It must be his quirk. Izuku hits Kuru again, this time managing to hit him in the chest, but the same light effect occurred and he counterattacked with a punch. The green-haired man blocks it and manages to refute his hypothesis. The blue light was an effect of his quirk. It seemed to take the power of the attack he received and return it with a blow. Izuku. I must admit that your quirk is incredible. Kuru. Light laugh thanks. Izuku. I wonder. He puts his hands together and a yellow energy sphere appears. How he will react to energy attacks. He extends both hands forward. Masenko. Kuru and Katashi split up to dodge the green-haired boy's attack and approach him. Izuku tries to attack, but every time he tried to hit Katashi, Kuru managed to block the attack and give his partner a chance to counterattack. They almost seemed in sync. Katashi. It's been a while since someone gave me a fight. Kuru. This is fun, smiles maliciously. Izuku was being cornered, with each attempt at a counterattack he received a blow from the other. Suddenly Katashi launches multiple blows at Kuru's back and he channels them all into a single blow, throwing Izuku towards one of the airport vehicles. Izuku gets up, wipes some of the bloody spat out and prepares to launch an energy attack. But then something catches his attention. In the hangar, the traitor had Maruko by the neck and pointed the police service pistol at her. "Traitor. Don't move, broccoli, or else," bringing the barrel closer to his head. The green-haired man remained static as he blocked each attack from Kuru and Katashi. Little by little, his defense was falling and the blows became more effective. "Izuku. Now you see." The green-haired man hesitated about using that technique. "Izuku. I have to be careful, using it at that level could kill me." "Izuku," whispers Kaioken X10. In a flash, Katashi and the traitor fell unconscious. Maruko was not in the hangar, but several meters away from the site in the arms of a green-haired man who was panting exhausted and was kneeling. "Maruko." "Izuku. Waking up." "Izuku. I'm glad that you're well in pain." He channels some of his Kai to burn the rope. Maruko takes the green-haired boy, who fell unconscious. "Kuru. Wow, that kid hits hard, touching his neck, where he was hit unconscious. I wonder if..." He couldn't finish speaking. Maruko had kicked him in the face hard enough to push him a few meters. "Kuru. Melody." The man was a bit scared, as her eyes were completely red and she emanated a murderous aura. In short, Kamui somehow managed to stop Maruko from becoming more unrecognizable. He, Katashi, and the traitor were captured and imprisoned, and their plane, along with the inventory inside, was guarded by the police. Kuru. Quirk. Redirect. Description. Can absorb impact attacks and use that power to counterattack. Disadvantages. Despite absorbing the kinetic energy of attacks, he can still take damage from said attacks. Cannot absorb the power of slashing or piercing type attacks. Time skip. Days later. Izuku. Screams in pain. Maruko. Don't be a coward and hold on. In the hospital room, our green-haired boy was lying on one of the beds while receiving a massage from the nurse. The use of the Kaioken X10 caused great tension in his body, and every movement he made only caused him pain, not to mention that his pain receptors were sensitive. Maruko. You should have thought twice, no, 10 times before doing that crazy thing. Izuku. I'm sorry, groan of pain. Nurse. Relax. The massage started to feel good to Izuku, showing a more relaxed expression. A few days had passed since the attack on the airport. Izuku woke up and heard news about his UA teammates, including the fight between Stain, the hero killer, against Todoroki and Iida, but both were rescued by Endeavor. Izuku. I hope you are okay, somewhat worried. Nurse. Now your other arm. Izuku. Yes, slowly extends his arm to the nurse. It doesn't hurt so much now. You're amazing. Nurse. Thank you, smiles at Izuku's praise. Maruko felt a little jealous of the nurse, but she knew she was just doing her job, not to mention that right now she was angry with the green-haired man for putting himself at risk. Maruko. If you knew that ability of yours could kill you, why did you use it? Izuku. You were in danger. Maruko. Ah. Yes. Izuku. You had a gun pointed at your head. You were too far away and it was the only way to reach you. Maruko. Pewed. Izuku. Also, I will never let you get hurt on my watch. At that moment Maruko remembered what Izuku had told her on the train. Flashback. Izuku. Since I'm going to protect you. End of flashback. Maruko blushed a little. This time, Izuku wasn't flustered. Instead, his steady, serious gaze had a greater effect on her. As a precaution, he left the room in complete silence. Izuku. Why did he leave? Nurse. Giggle like a genos, maybe I should admit it once and for all. Izuku. Nurse. What do you feel for Maruko-san? Helps lift him up. Izuku. What do I feel? Nurse. Do you trust her? Izuku nods. Are you always on guard when she's around? Izuku nods. Conversations go on effortlessly. Izuku. Yes, smiles. Nurse. I think you like her, but I think you should clear your mind a bit. I recommend you avoid using that weird quirk, not to mention the moves. Izuku. I understand he dresses in the top of his guy. Nurse. And good luck. Izuku. Thank you. He leaves while scratching his neck. When he leaves his room, he walks toward the exit and finds Maruko talking to Mount Lady. From what he heard of the conversation, what Kuru had on the plane was a drug that could enhance quirks. Maruko. It is certainly a dangerous weapon. Mount Lady. Yes. But the most dangerous thing is that, although the effects may seem permanent, they go crazy with withdrawal symptoms. Maruko. But isn't that normal with any drug? Mount Lady. Have you ever seen a person with an enhanced quirk go crazy? Maruko. Now I understand. At that, Izuku approaches the girls. Maruko tries to avoid eye contact with him while Mount Lady laughs at the scene. It's quite rare to see the top heroine acting shy. Mount Lady. I see you're better now, Midoriya. Izuku. Thanks, but the nurse and doctors told me to avoid hero duties for one more day, stretching his arms. Mount Lady. Good for you, slaps him on the sword, making him moan in pain. Sorry. Izuku. GHHH, did you do it on purpose? Mount Lady. Maybe, laughs a little. Izuku. Mount Lady. Okay Maruko, all yours, gets closer to her ear, whispers good luck. Maruko. Eh? She left with Kamui, who was out finishing up some business with the police. Maruko and Izuku went to the station to return home. While they waited, both remained silent, listening to the other people talking. Some approached Maruko for an autograph, while another asked for a photo with her, but in an attempt to touch the heroine's butt, he moved away because something caused a burn on his hand. Maruko knew what the guy was about to do and was about to kick him, but apparently a certain green-haired man noticed first. Once they said their goodbyes. Maruko. Thanks, but I already knew what I was going to do. Izuku. He knows. Maruko. And they told you not to do hero work for one more day. Izuku. I know, looking away a little. Maruko. So how should I consider the action you just did? Smiles a little. Izuku. I only protect the person I care about the most. Maruko. I see, how cute. Izuku. Because I like you. Maruko. Huh. Surprised. Chapter 24. It was dawn, Izuku was convinced, forced to sleep in last night while Maruko was preparing breakfast. She was so pensive she almost burned the fried eggs. Maruko. Izuku. I like you. Even though she tried to hide it, Maruko was happy to the point of forming a silly smile. But there was one detail in all this: she didn't answer him. When she wanted to answer him, the train had arrived and, because it was full, she could not respond to his confession. Maruko. No, turns off the stove. I'm a heroine, I can't back down from this. The white-haired girl leaves breakfast and goes to the guest room where the young man was sleeping. Izuku. Looking at the ceiling. The green-haired boy had woken up an hour ago, having grown accustomed to waking up early. He couldn't exercise or go on patrol with Maruko. He needed to rest, but it was too boring. At first, he thought about practicing his kai, but he remembered a couple of accidents, so he decided to give up on the idea. At that moment Maruko opens the door, Izuku pretends to be asleep to avoid her getting angry. Maruko. Looks like he's still asleep. Izuku is relieved to see that his act is working, but he doesn't know how long he'll be able to fool her. To make matters worse, she sits next to him. Maruko. Inhales and exhales in an attempt to calm her heart, whispers okay, you can do it. Izuku. What is he planning? Confused. Maruko. TT. Izuku. T. Maruko. I like you a lot too, blushes. Izuku is startled by the pro-heroine's surprising confession. Maruko. Huh. Wait, you're awake. Izuku couldn't help but tremble, as he wasn't yet recovered enough to withstand a blow from the rabbit. He waits a minute and nothing happens until he suddenly feels something on his back. Izuku. Miru. Maruko. Could you not turn around now? She was lying on the same bed, resting her head on the green-haired man's back. Maruko. I don't want you to see me now. Izuku. But, if you say it like that, turns around until he's in front of her, I won't be able to avoid it, smiles a little. Maruko covers her face in embarrassment using her hands, but Izuku takes them so she doesn't do it. Izuku. Yep, you look very pretty. Maruko. Baka gives a light hit to the green-haired boy. Izuku just smiled and hugged her. Maruko rested her head on his chest, the comforting warmth making them both reluctant to move, to the point of falling asleep. And so, the days of their internship were coming to an end. After that moment, Izuku confessed more clearly to Maruko, who reciprocated his feelings with a kiss, although somewhat clumsily, since their noses bumped on the first attempt. Izuku. Now our green-haired boy was reading the book that had helped him get closer to fulfilling his dream. He rested occasionally. There were even days when he didn't touch it because he was out with his girlfriend, but now he was seriously reading since he realized something in his last fight: he trusted the Kaioken too much. The technique itself was his ace up his sleeve, and thanks to the physical training with the heroine Maruko, he could use the Kaioken X1 without it being a burden on his body. I think at that level his power only increases by 50%. Izuku. Let's see, looking at the written techniques page by page, I'm mastering this one. Most of them are energy attacks. Wait, this technique, read more in detail about said technique. The name is somewhat childish, but I think it would work for capture situations. As he continued reading, he realized it was getting late and he had to be at the academy in a few minutes, so he ran to get ready. When he had everything ready, he left the apartment, greeted Fukawa, who was at the bus stop, and ran towards school. On the way, he receives a message from Maruko. The green-haired boy blushes a little because the message was too sweet. How can she be so different when she's a hero and in her private life? While asking himself that question, Izuku remembers when she confessed her feelings. Izuku. Now I understand why rabbits are so cute. While wandering in his thoughts, he accidentally crosses the street and is hit by a limousine. Move aside, truck-kun, limousine-san took your place. Nah, just kidding, but seriously, a limo ran over the green-haired guy. The driver gets out of the vehicle to check on Izuku. The people around him were worried about the young man, but they were shocked to see him get up as if nothing had happened. Izuku. Sorry, I was distracted and didn't see my surroundings. Driver. No, it's my fault for. Midoriya-san approaches the young man. Izuku. Yayoi Rozu-san. Driver. Miss Yayoi Rozu, get back in the car, I'll processing wait, do you know the young man? Momo. There's no time for that, how do you feel Midoriya-san? Izuku. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm really sorry for damaging your car. They both turned to see, the front of the limousine was completely damaged, as if it had hit a fire hydrant. Momo. Oh no, now how will I get to school? Izuku. Lo siento Yayoi Rozu. Momo. No need to. Woe surprised to see the green-haired boy carrying her like a princess. Izuku. Driver-san, I'll take you to school. You call it tow truck, he says, as he walks away from the man and runs toward the academy. They both arrived 5 minutes early. Some students were surprised by the green-haired boy's running speed, while others were a little jealous of Momo, wanting to be carried like a princess. Izuku. Stops a few meters from the living room. We arrived. Momo. Thank you. Blushes. Izuku. I'm sorry I did that. Puts Momo down. I hope this makes up for damaging your limo. Scratching the back of his neck. Momo. I told you not to worry. Somewhat angry and still embarrassed about being carried like a princess. Izuku. Sorry, nervous, since Momo usually adopts a calm and elegant appearance. Once both fix the problem, they enter the classroom and wait for the others to arrive, and the classes began. Ajiro. Then. Izuku. I did it. They were both having lunch on the roof of UA, where there was a refreshing breeze. Ajiro. And she reciprocated your feelings. Izuku. Slight blush. Nods. She looked too cute. Ajiro. Wait, Maruko cute. Izuku. That's right. Ajiro. You definitely surprise me every day. Izuku. Izuku. Thanks. By the way, how were your internships? Ajiro. Unlike you, mine were easier. Criminals attacking at night and villains robbing stores in broad daylight. Izuku. Amazing with stars in his eyes. Ajiro. By the way, how are you doing with your quirk? Izuku. Oh, that's right. Stands in front of Ajiro. Kaioken. A red aura surrounds Izuku. Izuku. I can use the Kaioken for longer or until my Kai runs out. And this time without repercussions, except if I increase to Kaioken X4. Ajiro. That's a big step forward. Clapping. Izuku deactivates his ability and sits down. Izuku. This time I now have a new goal. Ajiro. What is it? Izuku. Smiles with determination. Use 100% of my power and break that limit. Ajiro. I'm worried about what method you use. Izuku. Laughs while scratching the back of his neck. I would need an open space to avoid hurting someone. Ajiro. Yep, puts away the bento box. It's worrying. Both go down from the roof to their living room, where as soon as they arrived All Might appeared and sent them to ground gamma. Once there, dressed in their hero costumes, they began to warm up a little until All Might gave them today's exercise. A group of 5 students competed to reach the hostage in the center of ground gamma the fastest, surrounded by pipes that would complicate things for some and benefit others. The first group and the only one I'll write to avoid a lot of probably unnecessary text would be Ajiro Mashirao. Iida Tenya. Ashido Mina. Midoriya Izuku. Shoji Mizo. The aforementioned 5 were in position, Izuku and Ajiro being the only ones warming up. Class A was watching each one through the split screen, some believing that the blonde would have an advantage due to his quirk, since he could use his tail to propel himself, while others believed in Mina who could use hers to skate through the pipes. Haminari. Hey, what do you think of Izuku? Momo. Well, sitting on the ground watching the green-haired young man, his quirk gives him an advantage in terms of speed, but we won't know if the terrain could complicate things for him. Jiru. How do you know about his speed? Momo. Well, nervous at the festival we saw how agile she was. Haminari. Right, his fight with Todoroki. Already prepared, All Might gave the starting signal. Mina took the lead, followed by Ajiro. Iida was using his quirk by placing one foot on top of the other and using his arms for balance, as if he were skating, powered by the motor in his calves. The blue-haired boy loses his concentration when he sees a red flash passing by him at high speed. Everyone shouted the green-haired man's last name, surprised to see how he moved using a mix of parkour with great jumps, both in height and distance, powered by his kai. In one of those jumps he discovered that by using a little more of myself, he could stay up much longer than usual and thought could I possibly fly. But in doing so he lost focus and fell from one of the buildings, although luckily he grabbed the ledge with a finger. As a result, the green-haired boy came third, being defeated by Iida, second, and Mina, first. Chapter 25. Several days passed, normal classes became a little more complicated for the green-haired boy, who faced one of the most complicated enemies, a math problem. The teacher asks for the answer to the problem. Although he raised his hand first, the answer he offered was incorrect, while Momo answered correctly. Izuku. Incredible Whispers looks at the math problem in more detail, so this was the mistake. After today's class, Aizawa appears to give an important announcement. Many believed it would be another exercise to improve their hero skills, others a test on the laws of quirks. But in reality. Aizawa. We'll talk about summer camp. Everyone except Izuku. Right, this is a school. Everyone was excited to learn that they would be doing a normal high school activity, especially Mina, who was listing and mentioning the normal activities of a camp, but their spirits dropped when Aizawa explained that they would be going for training. As expected from UA, to make matters worse, there would be 2 exams, a written and a practical exam, and if they failed them, they would have to forget about going to said camp. Once the announcements were made, Aizawa left. Mina and Kaminari were worried, though the Pincat hid it with her smile. They had one of the worst scores on the exams, while the others showed the grade table. 1 Yaoi Rozu Momo. 2 Iida Tenya. 3 Bakugo Katsuki. 4 Midoriya Izuku. 5 Todoroki Shoto. 6 Asuite Sayu. 7 Jiro Kyoka. 8 Jiro Mashirao. 9 Shoji Mizo. 10 Mineta Minoru. 11 Kota Koichi. 12 Sato Rakido. 13 Uraraka Achako. 14 Tokoyami Fumikichi. 15 Kirishima Jiro. 16 Hagakure Toru. 17 Sirio Hanta. 18 Aoyama Yuga. 19 Ashido Mina. 20 Kaminari Denki. The exams were in a week, so they had to prepare for the worst. Although they knew what the written exams would be like, there were no details about the practical exams. While they were thinking of a study plan, Momo offered her help for the written exams, although she showed a depressive aura when mentioning the practical ones. Kira noticed her friend's condition and asked for help with her equations. Hanta and Ajiro also approached to ask for help with their problematic subjects. They, adding Mina and Kaminari, would be 5. Momo was so happy and excited to help that she started mentioning that they could meet at a residence and various brands of tea. Although she mentioned all of that, her classmates decided not to mention it since she looked cute being excited. Izuku ignores the scene and walks towards the cafeteria while chatting a bit via text with a certain bunny. Since he and Maruko started dating, they would occasionally chat via calls or texts. During their conversation, Izuku mentions about the written and practical exam. Maruko. If I remember correctly, the practical exam is always robot combat. Izuku. Always? Maruko. Mount Lady told me that she fought robots on her practical exam. Well, she was complaining about getting machine oil all over her suit from crushing them. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the message Maruko sent him. After thanking her for the information, he said goodbye and quickly headed to the cafeteria. There, he ordered soba for a change from his usual Hatsudan meal. Once he found his classmates, they started talking about the exam. Sayu. It's a little scary not knowing what the practical exam will be like. Iida. I don't think it's anything strange. Izuku. The writing will come from what we studied, so I'll manage, but eats a bite the robot fight. Sayu, Uraraka, Iida. Robots. Izuku. Oh, didn't I tell you? Someone told me that almost every year the practical exam is to fight robots. Then someone tries to hit the green-haired man, but he feels his kai and dodges it. Oh, I'm sorry. Your head is really big and I almost hit you. Izuku. It's clear he did it on purpose. Manana, from Class 1B, unsuccessfully tried to hit the green-haired boy. He tried to annoy Class A about recent events, calling them troublemakers, but he was knocked out by a certain orange-haired girl. Kendo. That's not funny Manama, don't you remember what happened to Iida with the hero killer? Izuku. Kendo-san. Kendo. Oh, hello Midoriya. I'm sorry about what you said grabbing the blonde shirt. Izuku. Don't worry, we already know he's like that. Kendo. By the way, did you also know about robots? Izuku. Someone told me that a few minutes ago. Wait, too. Kendo. Nods actually, I came to tell you about that. An older friend told me. Manama. Wake up, what did you do? We had a chance to beat the claw. The green-haired man knocks him out with the same kendo blow. Izuku. Ready. Kendo. Thank you. Good luck. The green-haired man nods. They both say goodbye and he continues talking with his companions. Mina. Robots. Kaminari. This couldn't be easier, happy with the news. Most of the class was excited to learn that the practical exam would be similar to the entrance exam. Okoyami. Are you sure about that information, Midoriya? Izuku. Not really, actually. But it's better to get a rough idea. Once everyone was informed and after the hero classes, Class A said goodbye to begin studying and training. The study group at the Yaoi Rozu mansion was concentrating on the subjects they weren't doing so well. At a family restaurant, Kirishima was studying Spartanly with the help of a certain flaky Muslim. In a dojo, Ejiro trains by fighting against several students in an attempt to improve his tail control. He occasionally loses, but that doesn't stop him. Thus, each student was preparing for a week to pass both exams and avoid extra classes at camp. Mini time skip, 3 days of written exam later. Class A was in the central area of UA, Aizawa was standing in front of them, already dressed in their hero outfits. But there was one small detail, all the teachers were on both sides of the Quirk Eraser hero. Aizawa. Okay, sighs tiredly, now the practical exam will begin. If you want to go to camp, you better not fail. Some students looked worried. Aizawa. I suppose you looked for information about what the practical exam will be like, right? Kaminari. We'll fight robots. Right. Confident. Mina. Fireworks, test of courage, curry. Happy. No. From Aizawa's bandages, a raccoon bear rat emerges. It's UA's director, Nezu. Nezu. For certain reasons, we decided to make this year's exam different from the others. Both students were petrified by the news as Nezu climbed down from Aizawa's shoulder. Momo. Different. Nezu. From now on, we'll focus on combat, teamwork, and combat-like stress. To do so, you'll form teams of 2 and face off against one of the teachers. The students were surprised by what the principal had said. Some tried to team up with their friends, but… Aizawa. Just so you know, the teams and which teacher will face each other have already been decided. Yaoi Rozu and Todoroki, you'll be going against me. Momo showed a little concern at the news. Aizawa. The other team, Midoriya, Bakugo. Izuku and Kitsuki. Huh. Aizawa. You guys will face. Ahaha. Someone makes a superhero landing, kicking up a cloud of dust which vanishes in seconds, revealing the number 1 hero, Almight. Almight. You will face me, showing a slight shine in his eyes. Normally someone would be terrified of fighting the symbol of peace, but in the case of the 2 students, one was smiling, since he would have the opportunity to fight Almight, while another was excited to know the strength of said hero. The rest of the class looked confused at both youngers, who seemed to be smiling. Almight. The desired effect did not occur, with a drop of sweat on his temple. Chapter 26. The student tests had begun. Izuku was in the observation room alongside recovery girl. RGE. Why are you here, young man? Izuku. Well, I don't think my partner wants to come up with a plan. Remember that the pale-haired boy left as soon as he heard the news. As he watched Iida and Ejiro face Power Loader, he wondered what to do against All Might. Although he was strong, he would face the renowned symbol of peace, a title that can't be given to just anyone. Izuku. Now that I think about it, will the weight advantage be useful? Remembering the teacher's explanation regarding the weights made by Mei, wait a second, Takahashi said that the dojo's weights were the prototype created by a young woman. No, I doubt it's the same person. At that moment, Seiya and Uraraka enter the room. They managed to pass their test, although the brunette's method was very risky. Apparently it was an accident, but she let go of a railing while trying to resist 13's quirk. Izuku. Although it was an accident, it worked. Uraraka. Nods, but then 13 gave me a rather long sermon with a drop of sweat on his temple. He remembers when he was sitting in C's in front of the heroine while she scolded him. As they chatted for a bit, Seiya informed them it was Momo and Todoroki's turn. Their exam was difficult as the territory gave the teacher an advantage, not to mention the fact that he can use his quirk from a good distance. It all seemed to be the end for Momo and Todoroki as the 2-colored man was captured and controlled. The brunette flees, but after reflecting, she confronts Aizawa using Reaper grenades, which gave them the opportunity to rescue Todoroki and capture the villain with an incredible plan. Uraraka. They did it. Happy. Seiya. Jiro happy for Momo. Izuku. Well, it's my turn, walks to the exit and says goodbye to his companions. They both watched Izuku leave with a slightly serious expression. RG. Sighs, I'd better prepare 2 stretchers. The green-haired boy arrived at the exam site. Ground beta. The site simulates a standard urban area, complete with buildings, perfect for training. There, he finds his partner Bakugo, standing in front of the entrance, ready to fight. Izuku. I guess you've been waiting for a few minutes. Bakugo. Listen, don't get involved in this. I'll defeat All Might and prove you're just an extra. Izuku. Now I understand, places both arms behind his head. You'll just walk like an idiot forward. Won't that? Bakugo. Ah. Angry damn. Preparing a big explosion. Izuku. Well, let's do this. All Might. This is heavy, adjusting the bracelets. The hero was checking the weights while waiting for the exam to begin. It began, and 5 minutes later, he noticed someone coming from the sky. The person's explosions instantly revealed his identity. Bakugo swoops down and attacks the hero up close with a blast, blinding him. All Might had no trouble catching him in the dust cloud. All Might. It's amazing that you're going straight ahead, shonen, but you should also work as a team. Bakugo. Shine. I'll win this. All Might. Win. Suddenly, a certain green-haired man appears behind All Might with his hands clasped together and pointing forward. Izuku. Ah. Izuku fires a powerful Kai wave straight at the hero's back. The attack pushes All Might away and causes him to release Bakugo, who launches another explosion to retreat. Bakugo. Don't get involved. Izuku. I say the same. They both approach All Might and attack with punches and explosions. All Might dodges both of them and moves behind Bakugo, grabs him by the leg and throws the green-haired boy, pushing him away from the exit. All Might. You guys need to take this seriously, act like you're facing a villain. The hero swings his arm back as the young men try to get up. All Might unleashes air pressure with his punch, destroying everything in its path. Izuku notices the attack approaching and uses a large Kai sphere to try to block the air pressure, but it is too powerful, managing to break the sphere and push him away. When the attack ended, the entire street and the windows of the buildings were destroyed. Izuku and Bakugo get up from the ground with some scratches and dirt. All Might. If you want to pass this exam walking towards them slowly, you must go through that exit, pointing at the exit behind him. Izuku. I'm sorry, All Might. Standing up and showing a Takahashi dojo fighting stance, but I prefer to fight with you. He launches himself towards the hero. Behind him was Bakugo, who propelled himself with explosions and surpassed the green-haired man. Both began the fight by launching attacks at the symbol of peace, who narrowly dodged them. But Izuku managed to land a kick, although All Might blocked it, but it gave enough time for Bakugo to attack with multiple explosions. A cloud of dust was generated, All Might retreated, emerging from said cloud, suddenly a concentrated explosion erupted directly towards him. All Might. Texas Smash. Releases wind pressure, spreading the concentrated blast in multiple directions, piercing the dust cloud. When it dissipates, only a few pieces of Bakugo's glove can be seen on the ground. In an alleyway was Bakugo, who had one of his arms injured. Apparently he managed to dodge part of the attack, but his arm had received some damage. All Might. How strange. Why do they choose to fight instead of running away? Observation room. Uraraka. What is Midoriya-kun thinking? Seiya. I don't know, Jiro. Just then someone enters the room. Jiro. Did I arrive on time? Somewhat exhausted. Uraraka. Jiro-kun. Seiya. Congratulations on passing Jiro. Jiro. Thank you. Uraraka. How is Iida-kun? Jiro. He's fine. He said he'd take a shower. It seems some dirt got into his suit. Looks at the screen. Oh no, is he fighting All Might? Uraraka. Nods told Bakugo-kun that the first to defeat All Might would be the best in the class. Jiro and Seiya were silent. The green-haired girl was there when Izuku mentioned it the first time, but hearing it again still surprises her. After a minute, the blonde boy laughs a little, confusing both young women. Jiro. I can't believe he resorted to that. Uraraka. Huh? Jiro. When Izuku and I trained at the Takahashi dojo, we had to team up with the new guys. He was with an arrogant young man, and to convince him to work together, he told him that the first one to get hit would lose. Seiya. Then he manipulated Bakugo. Jiro. That's right, laughs remembering that day. All Might. Where is Midoriya shonen? Izuku. Here. The green-haired man launches a Kai blast. All Might dodges most of the attacks, but the ones that hit manage to hurt him a little. All Might tries to get closer, but notices that Izuku has extended his hugs to both sides. Izuku. Dodge this. Crosses his arms. All Might looked around. The Kai waves he had previously dodged were floating around him. When the green-haired man brought his arms together, they began to approach the villain at high speed and hit most of them. Izuku. Ahora Bakugo. Bakugo. You don't give me orders. He throws his best explosion, enduring the painful recoil. Although both attacks manage to hit the hero, he doesn't seem like he's going to give up. He approaches Izuku with great speed and lands a direct blow to his abdomen, causing him to spit out some saliva and be thrown straight towards a building. Bakugo tried to attack him while he was distracted, but All Might noticed, grabbed him by the head and slammed him into the ground. He then took a security fence and stuck it on both sides of the ashen-haired boy, capturing him. All Might was impressed by the teamwork of both young people, although he did not know the cause of this. At that moment a tremor appears. All Might. What's going on? Izawa. All Might. Izawa speaks to the blonde-haired boy through a communicator in his ear. Izawa. Remember that you must give him a route so that both students can pass. All Might. I did it, Izawa, it's just that sees the origin of the slight tremor, it seems that both of them want to fight me. Izuku raises his kai to its limits and then. Izuku. Kaioken. Izawa. I'll stop the fight. All Might. Sorry Izawa. But I want to know how strong Midoriya Shonen is with slight emotion. The hero takes off his communicator and prepares to fight Midoriya. Izuku. Here I go. Launches at All Might. All Might. Here I am, Shonen. Their attacks collide, generating a shock wave. Izuku knew the Kaioken wouldn't last long, so he started attacking consecutively. All Might couldn't counterattack, so he backed away, but that allowed Izuku to launch Kai waves left and right. The hero dodges them and hits the green-haired man. He takes damage, but Izuku grabs him by the arm and throws him towards a building. Izuku. Puts his hands together, Masenko. The powerful Kai wave hits the building, sending it flying, but out of nowhere All Might appears in front of him with some injuries. All Might. Detroit smash. The blow hits the green-haired man, and the direction of the arm sends him flying. Thanks to the Kaioken, he was able to withstand part of the attack, but he still took damage. Rip the green-haired man's top. Izuku. Damn, this is fun. Smiles launches a shower of Kai waves towards the hero, without realizing that, unconsciously, he was flying. The rain reaches the hero and Bakugo, who was still trapped by the fence, but thanks to one of said waves he is released to attack Izuku. Bakugo flies towards him screaming shine, he was angered by the energy wave that reached him. All Might was a little confused by the scene, but is surprised to see how Izuku takes the ashen-haired boy's suit and throws it towards him. Bakugo uses his explosions to propel himself and at the same time spin, creating a small whirlwind with the smoke from said explosions. Bakugo. Outsider impact. The attack hits the hero completely, who had covered himself with his arms. Bakugo falls to the ground, but a slight smile could be seen. Bakugo. Heh. Now. All Might. Wah. The scream is heard, Izuku throws himself, concentrating all his kai in his fist. Something like that. Izuku. Ah. Scream of valor. All Might. That's Midoriya Shonen. Moves his arm back and clenches his fist. You must go beyond your limits. They were both about to collide. All Might Izuku. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Both attacks collide, generating another shockwave. Izuku was losing ground due to the power of the P symbol. Izuku. Oh no. Kaioken X3. The green-haired man's red aura shines more intensely. X4. X5. He increases the Kaioken up to 5 times, since if he continued to increase it, he would suffer even more from the consequences. Even with all its power, it barely manages to match the power of the symbol of peace. All Might. You're awesome, Midoriya Shonen. Izuku. Thank you, although it is rare for a hero to be careless. All Might. What are you talking about? Izuku. Do it. Bakugo. Shiny. The ashen-haired boy aims his single grenade bracelet at the hero and releases the safety, releasing a concentrated blast near All Might. When the attack ends, and still struggling with the green-haired man's attack, we can see some damaged parts of All Might's suit, and even one of the bracelets he used to give his students an advantage had fallen off. With this, All Might's attack increases in power and defeats Midoriya in the fight of strength, throwing him into a building. Bakugo was going to attack, but the hero was faster, breaks the ashen-haired boy's grenade bracelet and hits him in the eye, followed by being slammed to the ground. Izuku approaches from behind with Kaioken X5 and launches several attacks at All Might, but it was useless. His Kaioken reached its limit and he falls to the ground, exhausted from the fight. All Might. It was a good Midoriya Shonen fight. Izuku. Thank you, but it's not over yet. After all, my technique only increased half of my kai. All Might. Half. The exhausted green-haired man points upward, causing the symbol of peace to see another green-haired man preparing a finishing move. His hands were clasped together and a radiant light emanated from the kai sphere he was holding. Izuku too. I will. And. All Might was surprised by Izuku's perseverance. He was ready to jump into action and stop him before he launched the attack. Sound of a police wife's lock. All Might. Bakugo. Huh. Puzzled. Izuku. Laughs exhausted. Plan B worked. Almight. Completely forgot about the handcuffs. Team Midoriya and Bakugo have passed. Class A's practical exams are over. Chapter 27. Izuku. It. Bakugo. Damn. Both young men were in the UA infirmary, bedridden. Recovery girl couldn't use her quirk since they were quite exhausted from the fight they had with All Might. They were already scolded by her, but All Might wasn't spared from the scolding either because he was partly to blame for playing along with them. Their wounds were treated and the three were covered in bandages and gauze. Recovery girl. How could you? You're supposed to be the symbol of peace and you acted like a child. All Might. I'm sorry, head down. Recovery girl. God takes Bakugo, I'll deal with this one first. Bakugo. Old brew. 5. The heroine hits him on the head with a cane and takes him to another medical room since she was tired of hearing the pale-haired boy insult Izuku. All Might. Shonen, yo. Izuku. PFF haha ouch, it hurts when I laugh. All Might really is strong. All Might. Smiles a little, you're not weak either, Midoriya shonen. Izuku. Thanks. All Might. You knew you could fail the exam. Why did you do it? Izuku. What can I say? It's not every day you get the chance to face the symbol of peace. Besides, the handcuffs will help Bakugo pass the exam. All Might was surprised. The green-haired boy thought of a plan not only to be able to confront him, but also to make sure this wouldn't affect the ash-haired boy. Izuku. Sighs, I guess the bet I made with Bakugo will end in a tie. All Might. Bet. Izuku explained that, in order to team up with Bakugo, they made a bet to see who could defeat him first. All Might thought that the green-haired boy was definitely cunning. As they continued talking, the infirmary door suddenly opened, revealing a certain white-haired girl who was able to enter the academy thanks to permission from the principal. Izuku. Maruko, a little blue from fear. She emanates a murderous aura, as if she were an angry bride. All Might. Miss me. Maruko. All Might. Get out of here for a few minutes. The hero simply walks towards the exit. Izuku was prepared for a lecture from her. Maruko. Why did you do that crazy thing? Izuku. It was a great opportunity to be able to fight him. Maruko. And you used that technique to match him. Izuku. Maruko. Are you okay? Izuku. Ah, yes. The recoil of the Kaioken didn't affect me much. Maruko. Saka taking the knuckles. Izuku. Maruko. You know you're already quite strong and at the same time reckless. Although she will be furious to see how the green-haired man becomes reckless in combat, something betrayed the opposite. Izuku suddenly blushes and turns to look away, confusing Maruko. Maruko. What's wrong with you? Izuku. It wasn't my intention, I swear, nervous and blushing. Maruko. Confused. Izuku. Even though you seem upset, a part of you is honest blushes. Maruko didn't quite understand until she remembered Mount Lady saying that her fluffy tail usually moves unconsciously when she's happy. She gets embarrassed and tries to hit the green-haired boy for noticing that, but even though he was lying down, he manages to grab her fist and throw her down on the bed next to him, then hug her and place a hand on her cheek. Izuku. It makes me happy to know that you care about me, Rumi-chan. Izuku's trademark smile. Maruko, although showing an angry expression, was red up to her ears due to the green-haired man's actions. Maruko. Be baka. Embarrassed you won't be able to escape my blows with compliments. Izuku. Damn, I actually meant everything I said, I tried get out of bed quickly and run away. Maruko. Come here. At the exit, Izuku meets Ajiro, who was carrying his UA uniform since his suit was still damaged. Izuku quickly grabs it and keeps running since he was still escaping from his girlfriend. The green-haired boy was finally caught and ended up in Seiya, being scolded by her for a few minutes. Days passed, and now Class A was waiting for Professor Aizawa. Mina was sad, even on the verge of tears, since she, along with Kaminari, Kirishima and Sato, had failed the practical exam. Shoji. What's wrong, Shiro? Shiro. I probably didn't pass the exam either. I passed thanks to Mineta giving me a ride to the exit. Mineta was smiling arrogantly upon hearing that. Mina. Guys, sobs, have fun at camp. Tell me everything when you get back. At that, Aizawa entered the room, everyone instantly returned to their seats. The hero, although exhausted, went to the front of them. Aizawa. Well, Mina, Sato, Kirishima, Kaminari and Shiro, you failed the practical exam. Shiro. I knew it. Depressed. Aizawa. Our side made sure to leave a way for you guys to approve and see how they worked. Izuku and Ajiro. Then they scared us so we wouldn't see the idea plan. Aizawa later explained that the students who had failed would still go to camp. But they would receive extra classes to avoid future mistakes. Once the teacher gave all the information, he calls present Mick for the English class. Mina was more excited than the others. Mina. Guys, let's get everything for the camp. When she said that, Iida takes out a small notebook and starts making a list of the things he would need. The others also started thinking about it, but Izuku was more thoughtful about something Bakugo mentioned. Flashback. The green-haired boy was about to enter the academy when he was suddenly grabbed by the collar of his jacket and pushed against the wall. Bakugo. Explicate. Izuku. Bakugo. How did you manage to fly? Did you have an awakening? Izuku. Wake up. When the owner of a quirk finds himself in an extreme situation, it is likely that his quirk will evolve. Bakugo had heard that theory as had the green-haired man, but there had been no known case until now. End of flashback. Izuku. Flying. I've read about it but never found the time to try it. When was it that starts to mutter. Ejiro notices this and lightly hits him on the back of the head to snap him out of his trance. Izuku. Ejiro. So, will you go? Izuku. What are you talking about? Ejiro. Mina and Hagakure suggested going to the mall to get things for the camp. Izuku. I think I have everything, probably not. Mina. You will come. Izuku. Why? Confused. Hagakure. Ejiro said that if you stay alone you'll be training until you're exhausted. Izuku looks at Ejiro with a glare, he just shrugs. Izuku. Why? Mina. So takes the green-haired boy's arm. Hagakure. You'll come with all of us takes the green-haired boy's other arm. Both of them pull the green-haired boy towards the exit while he comically screams no. Izuku. Wearing a black shirt and grey pants with his characteristic red shoes. The green-haired boy was ready to go out to train, but when he opens the door, he finds his friend Ejiro. Ejiro. Where are you going, Izuku? Izuku. The green-haired man closes the door and opens it 10 seconds later, showing his outfit to leave. He doesn't smile. Izuku. You caught me. Ejiro. We've been friends for a long time, remember? Izuku. True. As they move towards the Kiyashi Mall, Izuku tells his friend about the flying ability he unconsciously used in his fight against Almight. Ejiro was impressed since Izuku's quirk seemed to be quite versatile. Once they arrived at the mall, they were heading to the meeting point which was at the fountain, but on the way Izuku has a bad feeling. Izuku. Can you go ahead, Ejiro? Ejiro. Huh? What's going on? Izuku. I saw something interesting. You go ahead, I'll be there in a few minutes. Ejiro nods and leaves, but not before telling the green-haired boy, don't run away. Izuku nods and heads toward an area of the mall where not many people pass by. Izuku. I will never forget this Kai. The green-haired man had felt a nostalgic quirk, one that he could not forget since the owner of said Kai had seriously injured one of his teachers. Izuku. Sal. At that moment, someone dressed in a black sweatshirt using his hood appears and catches the green-haired man's attention. Hey, aren't you the guy from the sports festival? Izuku throws a Kai wave at him, which he dodges without much trouble. What are you doing? I just want a picture with. Izuku. Be who you are. You don't need to pretend. Though he takes off his hood, showing his blue-gray hair, deathly pale skin and several scars on his face, I guess we'll move on to a more serious conversation. Shigaraki Tamura, the one who attacked USJ with help, approaches the green-haired man and tries to catch him. Izuku dodges, but then sees the man approaching the passers-by. Izuku uses the Kaioken to improve his speed and approaches Tamura from the side, then delivers a kick which the grayish-blue-haired man blocks with his hands, but is still pushed a few meters. The villain manages to touch the green-haired man's leg with his 5 fingers, but luckily the damage from his quirk only extended a little through his pants, disintegrating apart leaving his knee exposed. Izuku. What are you doing here? Chapter 28. Some of Class A were already at the fountain, waiting for the rest, except for those who didn't want to go, like Bakugo or Todoroki. Ejiro. Hello. Arriving at the fountain. Mina. Ejiro. How nice. Looks around the young man. What happened with Midoriya? Ejiro. He said to go ahead. He probably saw someone he knew. Mina. Perhaps slight emotion. Hagakure. Can be a bride. At that moment, Ejiro became a little nervous. When the green-haired man left, he seemed serious. Ejiro. That can't be it. Perhaps I should go. The young man left, followed by Mina and Hagakure, who were curious to know why the green-haired boy had left. Izuku. Ha. Throws a small Kai wave. The green-haired boy has been fighting Shigaraki for a few minutes. He had his clothes destroyed by the disintegration quirk and a slight wound near his shoulder, while Shigaraki had some wounds from the energy attacks. Izuku. Answer, what are you doing here? Shigaraki. Who knows? Maybe it's just fate meeting you. Shigaraki runs towards Izuku and tries to touch him, but the green-haired man manages to dodge each attempt. At that moment, they both hear a voice coming from where the civilians were. Ejiro had found Izuku and is surprised to see who he was facing. The green-haired man was distracted, giving Shigaraki the opportunity to approach the blonde and capture him by the neck, only using 4 of his 5 fingers to avoid activating his quirk. Izuku. How can he be so fast? Shigaraki. This is a good break. He sees Izuku trying to move. Don't even think about it. You don't want to see your friend break down. The green-haired man avoids moving and deactivates the Kaioken. Shigaraki. Okay. Now, can any of you tell me what makes the hero killer different? At that moment a bit of acid falls on the hooded man's back. Mina had launched the attack when she saw how he was holding Ejiro's neck. The villain tries to attack Mina since the acid was not that corrosive, but then Izuku appears wrapped in a red aura with slight rays, effective Kaioken X3. And delivers a kick straight to the face. Imagine repeating the blow 3 times to understand how painful it is, pushing him away from the civilians and Izuku's companions. Izuku. Deactivates the Kaioken. Are you okay, Mina? Taking the young woman's shoulders. Mina was surprised by the green-haired man's action. She knew that the young man always thinks of others, but this action made her blush a little. Mina. Why yes, nervous. Izuku. It's a relief. Sighs in relief. At that moment, he turns around and sees Ejiro following Shigaraki. Izuku and his 2 companions follow him, but when they catch up, he sees a small portal disappear. Ejiro explained that Shigaraki went through the portal and, since he didn't know what was on the other side, he decided not to follow him. Izuku. Actually, it's a relief that you didn't. Ejiro. Why do you say that? And what happened to your clothes? Izuku. That guy's quirk did it. If it had reached my body I'd probably be badly injured. Ejiro. I'm glad you're okay, friend. Izuku. Thanks Miles. Manly fist bump. After those events, Izuku and Ejiro went with them all security. Mina and Hagakure wanted to accompany them, but the 2 told them not to worry as they went ahead. Ejiro. You really don't need anything. Izuku. I already told you. I have everything at home. You forced me to come. Ejiro. You're still too far from becoming a training hermit. Izuku. You take the fun out of life. Ejiro. No, I'm trying to add fun to your life. Izuku. Ejiro sees Mina who was leaving an arcade. Mina. Hey, how did it go? Izuku and Ejiro. Pretty good. Ejiro. Why Hagakure? Mina. Well, try to win a very kawaii doll. But. She and both young people see a set of floating clothes somewhat depressed as she tried several times to remove the doll with her claw. Mina. It's very difficult. Ejiro. Well, these kinds of games are quite complicated too. Izuku. Here throws the stuffed animal that Mina wanted to the pink-haired girl. Mina. How? Izuku. It's easy once you get the hang of it. Ejiro. How many times have you tried? Izuku. 3. 1 to get used to it and 2 more to get 2 stuffed animals. Hagakure appears, happy for the stuffed animal the green-haired boy gave her. Ejiro. Sometimes I don't understand how you do it. Izuku. You said to have fun, and that's what I did. Shrugging. Ejiro couldn't say anything else. The group walked through the mall, both young men walking in front of the girls. Mina hugged the stuffed animal tightly while glancing at the green-haired boy who didn't notice the pink-haired girl's actions. She didn't want to admit it, but when Izuku was serious, he looked cooler. Time skip. It was the big day. As Awa explained that the camp's fate would change due to the recent attacks. Some students were still sleepy, especially a certain green-haired boy who had stayed up late reading about Kai techniques. A certain clusterhead was pervertedly checking out the students of Class B. Pendo. Hola Midoriya. Izuku. Hello, yawns. Pendo. Looks like you didn't sleep much. Izuku. I was reading something interesting. Pendo. Sokka. By the way, playing with his fingers, are you still interested in Ibara's and my quirk? Izuku. Of course, as if he had fully awakened, he acts as if he has his notebook and pencil ready to write about quirks. The green-haired boy's action caused her to laugh a little. Pendo. If you want, we could explain that to you during the camp. Izuku. Thank you, Kendo-san. Protagonist smile. She went to where her classmates were and they got on the bus. Izuku also headed to where Class A was, all excited about the camp. Even the 5 who had failed were excited, although it's probably because they forgot about their punishment. As they got on the bus, Izuku noticed how Mineta was acting perverted, so he put him to sleep with a hit he learned from a certain orange-haired girl. After much noise and commotion, the Class A bus stopped halfway to camp. Class A thought it was a rest stop. Mineta was desperate to find a bathroom, while the others were confused by the location. Uraraka. Great looking from the cliff at the abundant forest. Haminari. Cool, excited. Izuku. This place is great. Notices something terraweight and Class B. Hey Aizawa, it's been a long time. The class turns towards where the voice came from. The sparkling eyes, we rock. Beautiful, cute, singer. And the very very wild, Hussycats. Mandalay and Pixie Bob, two members of the Hussycats hero group, stood before the youngsters. Izuku was about to mention his years of experience when suddenly his face was covered by a large cat claw. Pixie Bob. I'm 18 in my heart. Angry. Izuku. Mandalay explained how much of the forest area belonged to them, along with the location of their camp. The reaction was, it's too far away. Uraraka. Wait, then why did we stop if we're halfway there? The students began to have an idea. Zoro. Let's hurry back to the bus, walking towards the vehicle. Mandalay. It's 9:30 right now. If you hurry, you could arrive by 12. Hiroshima. Oh no. Mina. Quick, get on the bus. Everyone tried to get to the vehicle, but Pixie Bob blocks the way and uses his earth manipulation quirk and throws everyone towards the cliff. Aizawa. Sorry guys, but your school trip has begun. Mandalay shouts at them from above that they could use their quirks freely and that they must cross the forest of magical beasts in less than 3 hours. Haminari. Forest of magical beasts. It looks like something out of a video game, rubbing his head. Mineta couldn't hold it in any longer and went into the forest to water the plants, but when he was about to lower his pants, a creature similar to a dinosaur but without eyes and with bigger teeth appeared in front of him, causing some to scream and another to wet his pants. Chapter 29. The students were scared and surprised by the creature that had appeared. Koda tried to control it using his quirk, but it had no effect. The creature tried to eat Mineta, but Iida reacted quickly and, using his quirk, managed to get the purple-haired boy out of the way of said creature. Bakugo and Kirishima attacked the monster, discovering that it was an earth monster, or golem if you prefer to call it that. Mandalay. You sure have a crazy itinerary here, Aizawa. Aizawa. Well, the plan was always to put them on the path of rapid learning, which is usually reserved for the first cycle of their second year. Things are going to get complicated from here on out. Izuku. Wow, are those creatures made of dirt? Aizawa and Mandalay see where that voice came from. Izuku was close to them, but what surprised them was that the green-haired man was flying, with his legs crossed as if he were sitting on something. Izuku. Pixie Bob-san, how many of those creatures can you keep at the same time? Curious about the professional heroine's quirk. Aizawa. Midoriya. Izuku. Aizawa. Uses his quirk go down. Izuku realizes this and deactivates his flight to hide the fact that the professor had managed to erase his quirk. The green-haired man got too caught up in his performance as he hit the ground, creating a crater in the shape of his body. Aizawa. Ignores that and goes to the bus. Mandalay. Koda, let's go. The young man, who wore a red cap with horns and casual clothing, observes a little the way of acting of Class A. Koda. They are idiots, whispers, goes to the car with Mandalay. Back with the students, they did their best to advance, but the golems did not make it easy for them. Each one used their quirk strategically to knock them down. Momo shoots a cannon directly at the creature's face, Mina melts its legs, and Kirishima with Sato finish it off with an attack that collapses it. Everyone was a little relieved, but when they lowered their guard, a dinosaur-shaped golem appeared behind them. Everyone was about to dodge its attack when suddenly a red trail appeared directed towards the creature, finishing it off. Izuku. Did I arrive on time? Kirishima. Where were you, Midoribro? Izuku. Sorry, I managed to avoid the fall until Aizawa saw me sees another pair of monsters approaching. How many monsters are there? 5:20 p.m. Dusk was here, Aizawa and two of the members of the Hussycats were where the UA classes were, waiting for the students who had to leave the forest of the beasts. At that moment, one by one the students of Class A appeared. Iida had one of his calf motors already at its limit, Bakugo was holding one of his arms due to the recoil of the explosions, Todoroki was exhausted. Each one was almost at their limit after having used their quirk for almost 8 hours. At that moment Kirishima appeared carrying a sore green-haired boy who had used the Kaioken without an increase, even though he had almost no Kai left. Zero. 3 hours my ass. Mandalay. Sorry, I meant under our standards. Kirishima. I'll die of hunger. Izuku. Thanks for bringing me, Kirishima sore and exhausted. Pixie Bob. Everyone did well, but you four Iida, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya were exceptional. I can't wait to see what you become in 3 years. I'm claiming you as my own from now on. She tries to approach the students, but is stopped by Aizawa. Aizawa. Was she always so active? Asking Mandalay. Mandalay. Well, she's already at that age. Izuku. By the way, a little recovered, he gets off the Radide's back. Who is the boy? Seeing the young man who was wearing a cap with horns. Mandalay. This is my nephew Koda. He'll be with us this week. Izuku. Approaches Koda and extends his hand. I'm Midoriya Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you. He reacts in time and stops Koda's blow that was aimed at the Midoriya family jewels. Izuku. Wow, that was close. Iida. Hey kid, how dare you attack the family jewels? Scolding Koda. Koda. I'm not going to play dumb here with a bunch of losers who want to become heroes. Walks away from everyone stupid. For obvious reasons, Bakugo liked the boy. Bakugo. That kid thinks he's an adult, laughs a little. Todoroki. Reminds me of someone. Bakugo reacts to Todoroki's joke and was about to start a fight, but Izawa stopped him. Izawa. Go to the bus and get your luggage. Once you're settled in, have dinner and then a bath. Tomorrow the real challenge begins. The boys were exhausted, but they listened and went for their things. Kirishima. This is delicious. Devours the bowl of rice. Kirishima and Kaminari were eating like there was no tomorrow, as were the other students. They could be heard throughout the dining hall talking about their rooms and speculating about what tomorrow's training would be like. Mineta. If you think about it, it's not all about food. What we all really need and seek, I definitely know. All the boys from Class A were relaxing in the hot springs. Mineta was explaining some things to them while looking at the wall that separated the girls' side. Kaminari. What is Mineta talking about? Izuku. You know it too. Kirishima. Low saves Midoriya. Izuku. Nods. Mineta. With a relaxed expression. Then if you know, why do you have me tied up? Angry. The purple-haired youth was bound with 3 kai rings. The green-haired man had read about the technique in the book and thought it was quite useful for cases where he had to capture enemies. The only detail was the name, which he didn't dare mention. Leave your name idea here. The original is Galactic Donuts. Izuku. Because I have an idea of what you were planning to do and it's not good at all. Mineta. Traitor. Tries to break free, but it's impossible. At that moment, Izuku thought carefully. He trained as much as possible and managed to improve his kai control to the point of materializing those rings, but then he realized that he had never tried to improve his ability. He always relied on the Kaioken for that and even trained his body to withstand the repercussions of using it, but he knows that even using it, he couldn't win against someone in a battle of endurance. While thinking about this, he suddenly hears Iida scream. Izuku turns around and sees someone falling off the wall. He reacts quickly, jumps, and catches the person, who turns out to be Koda. The young man had fainted from the fall, with a little blood coming from his nose. Izuku. Something must have hit him, slowly gets down and runs to take him to Mandalay. Once Mandalay let Koda sleep on the couch, Izuku says goodbye since he had to change and rest, since tomorrow the camp would start. 5 a.m. The sun was about to rise, it being the second day of camp. Class A was still sleepy when they were called by Izawa. They were now outside the building in front of the teacher. Izawa. Today we'll begin reinforcement training. Our goal will be to strengthen everyone's quirks so they can acquire their temporary licenses. The young people woke up a little at Eraser's words. Izawa. We'll prepare your hearts and minds so you can face real hostile actions and aggression from your enemies. That said, here throws a ball to Bakugo. The pale-haired boy instantly recognized the object. It was the same ball they used in the physical test at the beginning of the class. Izawa. Let's see how much you've progressed. Kirishima. It will probably reach 1 kilometer. Zero. I think it will be further. The pale-haired boy didn't wait and threw the ball with all his power while shouting go die. After a few seconds, the result arrived on Izawa's device and comparing it with the previous results. 702.5, 709.6. The results were not what everyone expected, the only one who was not impressed was Eraser. Izawa. In these months, you've really grown and gained experience, but that was only emotional and technical. Now it's time for you to improve physically as well. Starting today, you'll train your quirks as if they were another muscle. The teacher shows his characteristic smile, while the students already had an idea of what they would do. Izawa. I'll push you beyond your limits. Try not to let me down. Chapter 30. Itsuka. Improve our quirks. Satsuna. How and in what way will we improve that? Class B was heading to the training area, being guided by their teacher and pro-hero, Vlad King. Like Class A, some were still half asleep. Vlad. Muscle fibers are constantly abused and thanks to that, they grow stronger. Quirks are basically the same. If you constantly use them, they'll get stronger. Otherwise, they'll wither away. That's why. Upon arriving at the area where they would train, they meet Class A and are really surprised to see the type of training they were doing. Vlad. Go beyond your limits. Most of Class B thought at the same time, what is this hell? Izawa and Vlad explained to the youngsters what the training entailed. Those with limits on their quirks would train to raise those limits, meaning they could use them for longer periods of time, while those whose quirks gave them mutations or similar abilities would train those areas to improve them. With the help of. They could help the 40 students train, advising and with training from the 80s-90s, Tiger. While they were doing that, Izuku was on a rock pillar made by Pixie Bob. She was a bit confused as to why he asked for that, but the green-haired boy explained that he already knew how to improve his quirk. Izuku. Okay, let's do this slowly. The white aura surrounds the green-haired man as he increases his Kai. Little by little, he feels himself reaching his limit. Izuku. So this is as far as I can go, smiles, let's break that limit. The aura grew more intense, and the young man's expression showed that he was pressing his body while a vein appeared on his forehead. He tried to break his limit for about 10 minutes until the aura abruptly disappeared and he fell to his knees. His labored breathing showed that he was exhausted despite not having moved from his spot. Izuku. Damn, I thought I was close. This is pretty tough. The young man rests for a couple of minutes, gets up and raises his Kai again, showing his wide aura again. Izuku. Again. Dusk fell, both classes finished their second day of training and now looked like they might faint at any moment from exhaustion. As they were arriving for dinner, they noticed the raw ingredients and several empty pots. The hussy cats explained to the students that they would only receive dinner yesterday, now they must prepare it starting today. All the students were even more discouraged upon hearing this, but a certain blue-haired girl managed to convince her classmates by making them think that it would be useful to learn cooking for rescue cases during natural disasters. The start didn't go so well. Kaminari peeled the potatoes too much, Bakugo accidentally destroyed the firewood in an attempt to start a campfire, and Mineta kept harassing the girls of Class B, so the green-haired boy had to use the same technique as in the bathroom, which he called the Galactic Circle, to keep him under control. Despite his destructive ability, Bakugo proved to be good at cooking, even trying to annoy the green-haired boy with it until he saw that Izuku also knew how to cook. Still, everyone was impressed to discover the ash-haired boy's skill. Once they finished the dish, everyone ate it as if it were their last meal. Hiroshima. By restaurant standards, eating and speaking, you'd say it's dog food. But in this situation, it's a 5-star gourmet dish. Zero. Hey yaoi Rozu-san, how can you keep eating after your training? Momo. My quirk allows me to use the lipids in my body at the molecular level to create things. The more I eat, the more I create. Zero. I understand, so it's like poop. After that comment, a depressive aura covered Momo. Jiru. Zero idiot. Slapped Zero. Zero. I'm sorry. While they were arguing, Izuku was silent with his third bowl of curry. He realized how a child goes into the forest, which is dangerous for his age. Koda was sitting on a hill that surpasses the trees in height, enjoying the landscape with a serious look. Izuku. Isn't it dangerous to be here at this time? Koda looks to the side at Izuku, who was flying with a plate of rice and curry in his hand. Koda. What are you doing here? It's my secret base. Izuku. Sorry, lands with difficulty next to the boy. It's still difficult for me to land, laughs nervously. Koda ignores the green-haired man, who left the plate near him and sits a little far away. Izuku. I must admit this place has a great view. As he observes every detail of the place, he notices something that surprised him a little. Koda. Why? Izuku. Koda. Why are you so excited about improving your quirks? You're really pathetic. The green-haired man listens carefully to his words. Koda. You guys are pathetic. Are you that desperate to show off your quirks? Izuku. Well, some people want to be heroes and improve their quirks to save people. It's also my dream, but when I learned some things about my quirk creates an energy sphere, I started to get curious about how far this power can go. Koda was looking at said sphere. Izuku. You know, your quirk must be very powerful too. Koda. Why do you say that? Izuku. From the crack that formed on the side of the mountain, he points to the place with his eyes. It surely has to do with water, because there is no river nearby. Because of that joke, Koda began to argue with the green-haired boy, but little by little, they both began to exchange ideas and even practice together. That night, Koda forgot for a while his hatred of quirks and hero work. Izuku noticed for a second Koda's quirk and noticed a certain similarity with a couple of heroes from a long time ago. Izuku. Could he be the son of Water Horse? That question was present in his mind, but he didn't pay much attention to it because, even if it were true, he wouldn't know how to deal with that subject. The wind blows strongly. Several meters from the camp on a hill, there were 4 figures carefully observing the sight. Their throbbing pulses. Let's hurry. The hooded subject gets excited. It's not time yet. We don't have to force it. Claims a young man wearing a high school uniform and a gas mask. Stop trying to look like a boss. We're just sending up a warning flare. A young man in a black trench coat stands in front of them both, his face showing burn scars. These heroes, riddled with ordnance, will suffer a fall, all for the greater good. But while making a rich SN of every villain. I don't like this. A young girl wearing a schoolgirl uniform was complaining about her special mask. I totally hate it, it's not nice at all. We're grateful we found someone to make these accessories for us. They'll serve their purpose. Anyway, this isn't nice at all. Honestly, I wouldn't mind going ahead and getting this over with. I'm so euphoric, even my boots are shaking. A few fibers emerge from his arm. Silence, psychopaths. We won't start yet, not until all 10 of us are present. At that moment, 3 figures appeared behind the people present. One was a man with plump lips and brown hair, another had his body completely wrapped except for his mouth, and the third had reptilian features on his body and was wearing a suit similar to the hero killer. You know the plan. First, we'll plant the idea in their heads that their peaceful lives. It's over. Chapter 31. It was the 3rd day of training. It was around noon, and 5 students were feeling quite exhausted, unlike usual. They were the ones who had failed the practical exam. The reason for their tiredness was their bedtime. While the students normally slept at 10 p.m., they had to attend extra classes taught by Aizawa and Ali, sleeping around 2 a.m. and then waking up with everyone else at 7 a.m. Aizawa uses his bandages to keep a sleeping Redeed's head up. He explains to each of the failing students what they need to improve. Amanari and Satu needed to improve the capabilities of their quirks, so they needed to use them without limits. Mina needed to improve the duration of her quirk's use before it reached its limit. Zoro needed to use his ribbons non-stop to improve his strength and firing speed, and Kirishima needed to improve his physical strength and the rigidity of his quirk to achieve a beneficial synergy. While doing so, they should think about how they failed the exam and learn from their mistake. Uraraka and Aoyama were mentioned, as they had barely passed. They should also consider that their method for passing was somewhat dangerous. Aizawa. Addressing everyone no matter what you do, don't forget your main motivation, that's how you will improve and progress. Bakugo Todoroki Izuku. Motivation. Izuku thought about it carefully. What is his motivation? Since his internship with Maruko, the green-haired boy began to feel a desire to become stronger, not to mention that his curiosity about Kai increased. He thought about it too much, causing him to accidentally lose control of his power, expelling it throughout his body and destroying most of the pillar. With his energy depleted, the green-haired boy kneels down, noticing that what was left of the pillar was cracking and collapsing, along with the green-haired boy. Pixie Bob saw this and went to help him, but the young man was fine except for a few scratches. Pixie Bob. Come on, let's treat those wounds. Izuku. Don't worry, it's nothing. I could make the pillar again. Although it took a while, Izuku was able to convince the heroine and continued with his training. 15 minutes passed, and Izuku could feel that he was close to breaking through the limit. His muscles grew a little, and a vein became more visible on his forehead. Izuku. Yeah, cause. Abruptly, his aura disappears, his muscles return to normal, and he falls to his knees from exhaustion. He was still impressed by the sensation of nearly breaking his limits. While taking a break, he noticed something strange. It was thought that Almight and other teachers would arrive on the 3rd day of the camp, but according to Aizawa, to keep a low profile and anticipate the villain's movements, the camp had to be relocated and staffed with minimal equipment. The green-haired man understood this, and a somewhat gloomy atmosphere settled over him at that moment. Pixie Bob. Nyan, let me change the subject. She addresses all the students. Listen, tonight we're having an interclass courage test. Since you trained hard, you might as well play hard. See? Play and punish. Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded, but then they remembered that this was a school camp, although a certain student from Class B was very interested in the interclass thing. Dusk fell and the students were preparing dinner. Uraraka moved some things until she saw the pale-haired boy cut the vegetables. Wow, Bakugo, your cooking skills are impressive and unexpected. Bakugo. What do you mean by unexpected? Kirishima. Exhausted, they do have energy. The class seemed energetic, except for the failing students. Izuku was arranging the firewood, but then he thought about the boy he was talking to last night. Izuku. You are very thoughtful. The green-haired boy turned around and saw it was his teammate Todoroki. Since the battle at the sports festival, the two-colored boy had become a little more sociable, but only a little. It was rare for him to start a conversation. Izuku. What are you talking about? Todoroki. You've been arranging the firewood for 10 minutes. The green-haired man sees that I arranged the firewood in the shape of a tower. Izuku. Size your right knocks down the tower, it's about Mandalay's nephew. Todoroki. The green-haired man explains the conversation he had last night with Koda while the young bicolor man lit the firewood. Todoroki. So you want to try to help him? Izuku. Yeah, but it's hard to talk about those topics. Not to mention, Koda's parents were probably the hero couple water horse. Todoroki. The one who having an idea. Izuku. That's the one. I thought Almight would help me with some advice, but it seems he won't be here. Todoroki. Saka. Izuku. What would you say to Koda, Todoroki? Todoroki. Well, that depends. Izuku. It depends. Todoroki. There's little a stranger can say to help him. And getting involved in a sensitive topic as well, you know. Izuku nods. Todoroki. And no one would expect it, but you're the kind of person who breaks barriers without thinking twice. Izuku. Confused. Before Todoroki could answer, Iida noticed that they weren't moving and asked them to help him with the curry. The moon was in the sky. After eating and resting a bit, the students were ready for the interclass courage test. Mina was much more excited than the others, but that excitement disappeared when Izawa called her and the other 4 from Class A for extra classes. Mina was dragged toward the building with tears in her eyes. The test of courage involves Class B scaring Class A, who would be passing by on a designated route. Halfway along the route, they would find a card with their name on it and have to return with them. Class A would pass by the route in pairs every 3 minutes, and the pairs would be randomly chosen. Izuku realized something, Class A was 20 students, but 5 of them will be in extra classes, so, in short. Izuku. One will be left alone. He looked surprised at his paper with a designated number, and he was the only one who had it. While thinking about it, Mineta was trying to persuade Aoyama to change partners, since he had Yayoi Rozu. 12 minutes passed, and screams were already heard in the forest. Uraraka and Seiya held hands since they were a little scared. While Izuku was waiting for his turn, he noticed a burning smell coming from the forest and saw smoke emerging from it. Izuku. What's happening? Mineta. Terrified and looks in one direction. Why, I thought you had taken all the necessary precautions. Why is the enemy here? Terrified. In front of the heroes and students were 2 subjects, and one of them had a blunt object trapped in cloth pressing Pixie Bob's head, who was unconscious on the ground with his support device damaged. Mandalay. This is bad. Tiger. How they found us. At that point, Izuku noticed an evil Kai. Concentrating, he noticed 6 similar Kai, but one of them was near Koda. Izuku. Damn, tries to move but. Don't even think about moving. Izuku turns around and sees the reptilian villain stepping on Pixie Bob's body and pointing a knife at his neck. Don't move if you don't want her to die. Suddenly, a Kai wave breaks the knife the lizard was holding. He and his partner see the green-haired man, who had 2 energy rings, which he throws at them. Spinner, watch out. The man and Spinner dodge the hoops, leaving the unconscious Pixie Bob alone. Tiger goes to the rescue. The man attacks him, but he uses his flexibility quirk to dodge the attack and go after Pixie. Spinner was about to stab Tiger, but Mandalay stops him with her claws. Spinner. Magni, finish him. The man with glasses removes the cover from his weapon, revealing a large metal bar, and charges at Tiger. Izuku sees this and wastes no time. He uses his Kaioken and his flying ability to attack Magni with an axe kick, enhanced by his speed. Magni narrowly blocks the attack and knocks the young man back. Tiger uses this opportunity to move away from the enemy with Pixie Bob. Izuku. GHH on guard, damn, Koda. Tiger-san, can you handle this guy? Tiger. Don't underestimate me, young man. Izuku. Okay, I have to go get Koda. The green-haired boy was about to fly away, but he saw the fight between Mandalay and Spinner. The villain was pulling out a large sword made of knives and blades, tied with several leather belts. He was about to attack the heroine, but Izuku decided to intervene by launching an energy wave at maximum power. Spinner dodged it, but the attack destroyed his improvised weapon. Mandalay. Midoriya-san. Izuku. Mandalay-san, I'll even the playing field. Don't worry about Koda, I'll come for him. He smiles confidently and flies off in the direction of Koda's secret lair. Mandalay thanked the green-haired man for his help, entrusted his nephew to him, and focused on defeating Spinner. Chapter 32. Share. Before we begin, we all know that is muscular, but I'll leave it at that to set the mood. Without further ado, let's begin. In the secret lair, Koda was practicing his quirk a bit when he noticed that the camp was noisier than he had predicted due to the interclass courage test. When he turned around, he saw black smoke in one part of the forest and a pink mist hanging from the trees in another part. Koda. What's happening? Confused. This place really has the best view. Koda turns around and sees a tall man wearing a robe and a mask. Suddenly, a message comes to his mind. Attention. Koda. Ant. 2 villains have invaded the area. There may be more hiding in the shadows. Those capable should head to the facility immediately. If you see a villain, avoid combat at all costs. Koda felt a chill. The man in front of him was a villain. He tried to escape, but the villain blocked the only way out. "You know, your hat is cool, it's stylish. We could trade for this boring mask." When he takes off his mask, Kota immediately recognizes the villain. It was the one who was still at large and took the lives of the hero duo and their parents, Water Horse. When Kota sees him, he recognizes the scar his parents left him in battle. Kota was terrified, he took a couple of steps back to try to get away, but the villain noticed him. "Now that I think about it, you're not on the priority list, so there won't be any problems if I kill you," covers one of his arms with muscle fibers. Kota panicked in fear, calling out for his parents. It seemed like it was his end, but a certain green-haired man appeared from the sky, wrapped in a red aura, approaching at high speed. The green-haired man impacted the villain with great power and pushed him into the wall, destroying that entire side of the lair, raising a large cloud of dust. Some remains of the lair fell near Kota, and he stepped back. From the cloud of dust came Izuku, who seemed somewhat exhausted, his right arm injured, and the sleeve of his shirt torn. "Kota. Midoriya. Izuku. Don't worry Kota, I'll get you out of here." He was about to take Kota, but he realized something. Izuku notices that his phone had broken from the impact, he couldn't report his location or call for help. He also couldn't leave the villain alone, since he might look for other students. The green-haired man turns to look at Kota, who had tears in his eyes and showed concern. "Izuku. Don't worry Kota, we're out of options, I'll save you, no matter what, I'll stop the villain on my own." The villain emerges from the wall, the tunic he was wearing had some holes in it. It was a hindrance to him at the moment, so he decides to take it off, revealing that he's wearing a tank top and black boots, followed by beige pants. "Hahaha. You're the famous guys I was ordered to kill." "Izuku. Huh. Do you work with the League?" "Not at all. I'm just with them because it's easier to get victims with them. So I'll have some fun with you before I eliminate you." He grins maliciously while snapping his fingers. Bakugo. Damn it, covering his face with his hand. Todoroki. That gas must be the work of villains charging a student from Class B. As they moved towards the facilities, on the way they found a kneeling man dressed completely in black, with what looked like straps all over his body. "Ah, ecstatic, what a beautiful fetish. I should follow them but I can't leave him alone, ah." Bakugo. Hey, who was ahead of us? "Ah, don't seduce me anymore." Todoroki. Shoji wa Tokoyami. The villain stands up, showing that his arms were held in a straitjacket and the only part of his body exposed was his mouth, which seemed forced to be completely open. Bakugo. Shit, I don't want to face this pervert. At the entrance to the forest, Spinner was close to landing a blow on Mandalay, but she used her quirk to confuse the villain and gain an opening to attack him, but a strange force pulls her towards Magni. It seemed that he was going to use the metal bar he has to knock her out, but then Tiger approaches Magna and tackles him away from Mandalay. Tiger. Takeshi Kenji, Akamagni. 9 counts of armed robbery, 3 counts of murder, and 29 counts of attempted murder. Magni. Tiger, so I'm so famo. He couldn't finish because he had to block an attack from the hero that went straight to his face. Tiger. What's a criminal like you doing here? Mandalay. What's going on? Ragdoll would normally answer me immediately. Tries to use his communicator, something's wrong. Magni smiles upon hearing that, causing anger in Tiger. You say you'll stop me? Izuku? Is that right? Izuku stood in front of the villain in an attempt to protect Kota. Ha 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 ha, laughs maliciously. Kid, you better stop playing the hero, let me kill that dwarf and tell me where to find this Bakugo. Izuku. Bakugo. If you think I'll let you do whatever you want, increases his Kai while showing an intense wide aura. You're wrong, go with it and go to the villain. In an instant, he leaps toward him and delivers an axe kick. He notes that the villain's defense was impressive, well blocks the attack with his muscle fiber reinforced arms. Izuku steps back and launches a Kai blast. These gusts hit, causing a cloud of dust. Izuku. Kota, use this opportunity and hide in the forest. Kota. But scared. Izuku. Trust me, continues with the Kai blast. Kota seizes that opportunity and uses an alternate route to descend from his lair. He didn't use that route much, and it was somewhat dangerous. The fall could seriously injure him, but he didn't have time to think about that. Izuku stops attacking and notices with his Kai sense the villain who had not moved, but in a few seconds he was already at his side. Izuku. He's fast. Attacks, Izuku blocks the attack, but the villain grabs him by the arms with one hand, spins him around, and then throws him towards the stone wall before running and tackling him. Izuku is a little disconcerted upon impact, recovers quickly and sees that is approaching quickly. The green-haired man lets him get closer and then jumps on him using the villain's shoulders as support to reach the other side, letting collide with the wall. The green-haired man takes a position. Izuku. Kamehameha. The attack completely destroys the cave and the entire lair, leaving a path made by the green-haired man's technique and large pieces of rubble. The villain rises from the pile, the muscle fibers in his arms burned and a trickle of blood coming from his head. Fun. Regenerates damaged fibers. Izuku. This guy doesn't give up. His speed, defense, and power are impressive. If I can't defeat him with that takes martial arts stance. The villain runs towards Izuku and tries to hit him with a downward attack, but the green-haired man evades it with the slightest movement, takes his arm and applies a judo lock, slamming the villain into the ground. Then he steps back and continues attacking with small bursts of Kai. He uses the same procedure for a few minutes until gets angry, hits the ground destabilizing the green-haired man, and then attacks him. Izuku blocks the powerful attack, but the muscle fibers trap both of the young man's arms. Smiles and supports all the weight and power of the attack on him, the ground cracks and slowly Izuku was buried. Not only that, the villain lands several blows to the green-haired man's abdomen, and once he weakened enough lifts him a little off the ground and slams him with all his power, burying the green-haired man in a crater. The impact of the attack causes Izuku to spit blood and lose some consciousness, but he still doesn't give up. He notices this and lifts him up again to the point where he has him in front of him. Despite his injuries, the young man's eyes reveal that he wouldn't give up until he saw that Kota was safe. That angers the villain, and he slams him into the ground again with great power. 3. 4. 5. He was beaten 6 times in the same way and was in a state where he could barely remain conscious. You're certainly tough, but like all the heroes I've faced you will die. The thread of blood runs over Izuku's eye, his pupil becomes opaque, without light. Izuku. Damn, I can barely stay conscious, sees that the villain is ready for the final blow. I think I can't stand another attack. At that moment, pressurized water was launched and cut off a piece of the villain's ear. Stop. Even though he was scared, he didn't back down. Izuku sees that Kota had hurt the villain a little. Izuku. What am I doing? Recovers the brightness of his eyes. Stay there. I'll take care of you soon. Boom. The muscle fibers supporting the green-haired man have exploded. He complains of pain as the attack had reached his real arm. Izuku had both hands injured, the attack he used to free himself also hurt his hands. Blinded by rage, attacks the green-haired man, but he dodges and runs towards Kota and then flies away with him. Kota. Wait, if we leave him alone. Izuku. We won't. Trust me. Kota nods, somewhat confused. Izuku places the boy on his back and flies over the villain. Are you going to stay there, coward? Takes a stone and throws it at Izuku. The green-haired man sees the stone approaching and deflects it with his hand, even though it hurts since his hands were already injured. He then brings them together and moves them backward. Izuku. I only have a third of my Kai, tries to increase his Kai, causing him to show a wide origami. You're going to do that technique. It won't work on me. Izuku. Hami, a blue sphere appears in his hands. Kota. Midoriya. Izuku. T-Derator. Ha. The powerful Kai wave, the Kamehameha, is directed directly at Muscular, who, despite having no control over his Kai, was stopping the technique with his arm's muscle fibers. These burned upon contact with the energy, but he concentrated most of his fibers on his upper body, managing to replace the fibers that were burned. You've already used that technique once, don't think that. Izuku. Kaioken. The red aura covers Izuku, the technique gaining more power, and with it more ground in the duel. Muscular was being buried in the hell with the power of the Kamehameha. Izuku. It's still not enough. Kota. You can do it, Midoriya. Izuku. Hold on, Kota. City. A. Izuku. Kaioken quintuple. His power increases, as does the pressure it exerts on his body. A wave of energy runs through the Kamehameha until it reaches his muscles. His red aura grows more intense to the point of generating lightning, surprising and slightly frightening Kota. Both heroes, students, and villains were perplexed to see the light emerging from where Izuku and Kota were. Even the villain dressed as a high school student and wearing a helmet could see the intense light from the green-haired man's technique. This distraction gave Tetsu and Kendo the opportunity to knock out the villain and cancel his poison mist quirk. Muscular began to feel the pressure generated by the Kamehameha, his regenerating muscle fibers unable to replace those burned by the technique. Izuku gave one last scream, Muscular was crushed, and the entire hell collapsed. The green-haired man was exhausted, he could no longer move his arms and slowly descended. Izuku. City. City. C. Izuku. Despaired men 5 minutos. Upon landing, the green-haired boy falls unconscious, showing a slight smile not only for his victory, but also for managing to save Kota. Chapter 33. The green-haired man wakes up, his eyes trying to adjust to the light in the room. He stands up a little and notices he's in a medical room. Izuku. Is this deja vu? When he got up, he noticed that his hands and forearms were completely bandaged. He tried to move them a little, but felt some pain. Doctor. Enters the room. I see you've woken up, Midoriya-san. Izuku. You are. Doctor. I'm Drive. Nakamura. You may be a little disconcerted by the sudden change of scenery. After all, we brought you in when you were unconscious. Izuku. Unconscious. Realizes how is Kota. Worried. The doctor told him not to worry and then explained the events. Apparently, while he was unconscious, the authorities arrived near the end of the League of Villains attack. Muscular, the villain Izuku faced, along with Mustard and Moonfish, were captured. Some students were affected by Mustard's poison, while others were injured from facing the rest of the villains. Izuku listened intently as he received treatment. The burns were first degree, caused by exposure to the energy blast from his fight. Izuku. I see. Thanks for treating my hands. Doctor. Don't worry, it's my duty. Clean your hands and apply a thin layer of this ointment for a week. Izuku. Thank you. The doctor says goodbye. The green-haired man tries to move, but his body is in horrible pain, though not as severe as the time he used Kaioken X10. Izuku. Damn, this hurts. Using the Kaioken X5 caused his muscles to be tense since his fight with Muscular. While trying to bear the pain, the door opens letting in some of his companions, who visited the green-haired man to find out how he was. Iida. Midoriya, how are you feeling? Moves his hands robotically. Izuku. Iida. How many days have passed? Kaminari. It's only been a day. Are you sure you're okay? Behind Kaminari was Mineta with a melon. Izuku. That's right. In fact, I even feel lighter than before, except for my hands and muscles, shows his bandaged hands. As they continued chatting, some more students approached to greet the green-haired boy. They explained that Jiro and Hagakure were still unconscious due to the villain's poison, and Momo was awake, but with a wound on her head that required bandaging. Izuku. What about the heroes? Kaminari. Pixie Bob is unconscious from the blow to the head the villain gave him. And Ragdoll. Todoroki. She disappeared, probably kidnapped by villains. Izuku. Sakura remembers what Muscular said. Wait, what about Bakugo? Silence filled the room, suggesting that Bakugo had been captured by the League. Izuku gets up and changes his clothes. Iida. Hey, what are you doing? Izuku. Kirishima puts on his shirt. The Redeed pays attention while the girls present. Seiya and Uraraka covered their eyes when they noticed that the greenhead would change. Izuku. Let's save Bakugo. Kirishima. Iida. You're rushing things, Midoriya. Shoji. We know how you feel. But you shouldn't let your emotions get the better of you. Seiya. Shoji is right, Izuku-chan. You have to be reasonable. If you get involved in this battle and break the rules, your actions will be no different from those of a villain. Another tense silence fell over the room. Although Tsuyu's words were true, the way she said them probably wasn't the best. Izuku didn't say anything and approached Tsuyu. She was a little scared since he had a serious look. Izuku. Places a hand on the girl's head and ruffles her hair a little. I know you're worried, but you shouldn't be. Besides, approaches the window. If I were to abandon our partner, I'd be worse than a villain. Kirishima. Well said, Midori bro. It was manly. Before they could continue, the doctor told them that visiting hours were over and they all said goodbye to Izuku. Kirishima told him that he would wait for him in front of the hospital tonight to go save Bakugo. At dusk, Izuku leaves the hospital ready to go rescue Bakugo. His body still hurt completely, although not as much as the time he used Kaioken X10 to save Maruko. Even so, he had to avoid combat as much as possible. He manages to see his partner Kirishima, accompanied by Iida, Todoroki and Momo. Izuku. Yayoi Rozu-san. Kirishima. Well, she and a classmate from Class B managed to place a tracker. Momo. I also plan to stop them if they try anything reckless. Todoroki. Don't worry, we'll get him out of there without a fight. Izuku. Sorry Yayoi Rozu-san, can I see the tracker? Momo. Yes, gives him the tracker. Izuku. Thank you and I'm sorry. All. Huh. The green-haired boy uses Kai around him, pushing all his companions and then takes flight, using the tracker to know where to go. Izuku. Sorry guys, but I'm going to do something reckless, speed up. The students of Class A stand up, confused by the green-haired boy's actions. Iida. Why would he do that? Kirishima. How strange. Momo realized something when she had said that she would stop them. Izuku had shown a slight gesture of disagreement. Momo. I have a bad feeling. Kirishima. We must hurry. Everyone nods and runs to the train station. In a bar-like place, the League of Villains had UA student Bakugo Katsuki next to them, handcuffed and tied to a chair. Principal Nezu and Eraserhead, who was strangely dressed elegantly and well-groomed, were watching a television in the room. Due to the recent incident with the League of Villains, they were in an interview trying to alleviate the situation at UA Academy. Demura. How strange turns off the TV. Why do people criticize heroes? Is it because they have to protect people? Everyone makes one or two mistakes. Bakugo couldn't do anything, despite his attempts to free himself. Demura. Should heroes be perfect? Today's heroes are too straight. Spinner. When you're compensated for saving and protecting people, you're no longer a hero. That's what Stain taught. Demura. The strange system of transforming people's lives into money or glory, the society that clings to that system, the citizens who blame the losers instead of encouraging them. What is a hero? What is justice? Is society truly just? We'll make everyone think about it. Bakugo looked intensely and went to the villain with his hand as a mask. Demura. We think we'll win. You like winning too, right? The pale-haired boy just looked at him without saying a single word. Demura. Dobby, throw off your ties. The scarred black-haired man looked at Shigaraki in confusion. Demura. It's okay, we'll treat him as an equal since we recruited him. Besides, look at Bakugo, you know whether you can win or not. Right, student. In Kanagawa Prefecture. Izuku lands near a warehouse. Izuku. Sighs, I hope you forgive me, but there is no time to waste. The green-haired man uses the tracker to guide him to the warehouse, enters, and hides in one of the nearby containers. He uses his Kai sense, noticing several people there, but the strange thing is that there were some signs near him, specifically on one of the containers. Curious, he climbs up and sees several tubes connected to. Izuku. Goes down and hides, and Nomu. No, several Nomus. He was about to destroy them when he noticed the creatures weren't moving. He continued moving carefully, alert for any movement of the Nomus. As he went deeper, he noticed two Kiss, one quite familiar. Ragdolls. But the other Kai caused him some pressure. It was the first time he'd felt such an evil Kai, much more so than from other villains. Both energies were close and in the same room. Worried, he slowly opens the door to the room, revealing a man with a strange mask and a ragdoll wearing only a blanket and fearfully moving away from the villain. Villain. Don't worry, Miss Ragdoll, your quirk is interesting and I will use it to its full potential. She didn't understand what he was talking about, afraid the villain would try to manipulate her mind. Said villain brought his hand close to the young woman's face. Izuku. Détente. The villain turns around. He sees the green-haired man holding a large Kai sphere in his hand. Ragdoll. Midoriya. Confused. Villain. I knew him. Izuku. Stay away from her. Izuku fires the Kai wave. Upon contact with the villain, the sphere explodes, raising a smoke screen. After charging two more spheres, he approaches him quickly to gain greater precision, but black and red protrusions emerge from the screen and pierce the green-haired man in one of his lungs. Villain. Wow, your quirk is definitely interesting too, as is your bravery. But as you see pierces the green-haired man with another protuberance, your effort to want to be a hero was in vain. Izuku. GHH. Tries to stay conscious while charging an energy attack. Shut up, you say that but you don't know anything. At that, the green-haired figure disappears, the villain turns to where Ragdoll was. She had disappeared. Outside the room the green-haired man was heading for the exit carrying the green-haired woman. Ragdoll. What are you doing here, kid? You could have died. Izuku. Well, what any hero would do, smiles confidently. When I was about to reach the exit, a giant foot crossed the roof where Izuku was heading. Izuku. Hold on. The green-haired man quickens his pace, using his Kai to further enhance his abilities, and manages to leave before the giant foot steps on them. Chapter 34. At the League base, Bakugo was free and on guard against Shigaraki and the rest. How did this happen? When he was released, Bakugo without thinking much pushes Twice, who was forced to release him, and attacked with an explosion directly to Shigaraki's face, and then retreated. Izuku. Tiger. Midoriya. Sees who he was carrying to Moko. Ragdoll. Hello, you are a little weak. Tiger. Midoriya thanks, but what are you doing here? Relieved to see his partner and friend safe. While they were talking a little, in the distance MUA students were seen witnessing the scene. Momo. Here it is. Ida. What are you doing? You'll get into a lot of trouble just by interfering. Todoroki. He helped Tiger and the rest. He saved Ragdoll. Hiroshima. Todoroki is right, Midoriya did something very manly. Back with Izuku and the heroes. Mount Lady. Hey kid, still destroying the warehouse a little, how did you get here? Izuku. Leaves Ragdoll to Tiger's safety and then turns around and sees Mount Lady well. Tiger. Even if I really owe you, what you did could cause you a lot of trouble. Izuku. I understand but still, I can't let her or Bakugo be with the League. Suddenly, an air bullet hits Mount Lady's foot, causing it to fall. The heroes were on guard. From the wreckage, a man emerged, his mask completely covering his head and wearing a suit and tie. Villain. Cheer up, Tiger, walking slowly towards the light. If it weren't for that kid, his quirk would have already been mine. Orca gang. Is he from the league? Izuku. Curse, Tiger-san. Tiger. Listen to me, Midoriya-san hands him ragdoll, keep her safe. Izuku wanted to say help, but when he carries the green-haired girl princess style again, he feels the muscle pain again. Izuku. Okay, walks away from the fighting field. Villain. I won't let you go. All for One was about to use his quirk when Best Jeanist used his own, manipulating the suit's fibers to trap him with his own clothing. Although he managed to subdue him, All for One used his quirk, freeing himself and then generating a shockwave that destroyed all the buildings in a certain range around him. Izuku could feel the power of the explosion even though he was far away. Izuku. Curse. Tomoko. Midoriya. Izuku. Don't worry, look for the police. I don't like to say this, but thanks to the explosion the authorities will arrive faster. Tomoko. We must go back, we must help them. Izuku. In our current state, we can't. You're too weak and my muscles hurt with every movement. Tomoko. Don't you remember what Almight said? Forces Izuku to stop by pinching one of his cheeks. Izuku. I detected. Tomoko. Go beyond your limits plus ultra. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. At that point, one of his classmates, Kirishima, called out to him. Izuku. Kirishima, you're here. And the rest. Kirishima. They're after me. Why did you run away? Izuku hands it to Tomoko. Tomoko. I'm not baggage. At that, the green-haired man slaps himself twice at the same time, surprising Kirishima and Tomoko. Izuku. Sorry, Ragdoll, but I won't let you go there. Leave this to me. Smiles determined. Tomoko. Kirishima. Hey, you can't go fight the villains. If they see you, they might. Tomoko. Go, Midoriya. Kirishima sees the pro-hero, completely in shock. Izuku. Ragdoll. Tomoko. I'll take full responsibility. Please help them. The green-haired man nods and returns to the rest. Kirishima. Are you sure you can do it? Tomoko. I trust him and his strength. I don't know how, but I feel like he can be much stronger than he is now. Kirishima. Saka. Tomoko. Hey, is the girl with the creation quirk with you by any chance? Kirishima. Yes, of course. Deity realized that she was only wearing a white blanket, so he fixed his gaze on the sky and took her with the rest. The area was mostly clear, except for some debris from the buildings. Mount Lady, Tiger, and Gang Orca were all injured, but the worst of all was Best Jeanist, who used his quirk at the last second to get his companions as far away from the blast wave as possible. All for One was somewhat impressed by the fourth hero's reaction time. When he was about to attack with the fibers of his hero suit, All for One used his quirk, Air Cannon, to fire a shockwave directly at the hero, piercing his abdomen. All for One. It's about time uses another quirk. At the league base, it was being invaded by heroes. Kamui Woods managed to capture everyone with his wood quirk. Kurogiri was about to use his, but a retired hero, also one of All Might's teachers, Gran Torino, knocked the villain unconscious with a kick. The heroes finally managed to capture all the members of the league. All Might checks on Bakugo's condition. He seemed a little relieved that they would find him, although he doesn't show it. When they were about to lock up the league, a kind of grey slime came out of their mouths, which covered them completely and they disappeared. All Might saw Bakugo and the same thing happened to him. He tried to grab his arm, but it disappeared before he could. All Might shouted, frustrated and angry. Iida, Todoroki, Momo, and Kirishima were terrified. All for One's presence had a negative effect on the youngsters and they couldn't even move their feet to escape. Suddenly, several grey liquids appear and from them emerge all the members of the League of Villains who were in the bar. All for One. You failed me again, Tamura. But don't worry, try again. Tamura. Master. All for One. I brought all your partners, even the child, because you judged that he would be an important piece. The villain approaches and offers his hand to Shigaraki. All for One. You can try as many times as you want. It's all up to you. The villain was waiting for Tamura to take his hand, but suddenly All for One feels someone approaching at great speed. All for One. It's here. The symbol of peace had arrived and suddenly attacks All for One. All Might. I'll make you give it all back, All for One. The impact of both creates a shockwave that pushes all the villains present, including Bakugo. The symbol of peace and the villain move away from each other. All for One. You arrived too late. It's less than 5 kilometers from here to the bar and I sent the Nomus 30 seconds later. You've weakened, All Might. All Might. Just like you, All for One. Why do you wear that mask? Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Bakugo was impressed. He thought that this man must be the leader of the villains since he managed to stop All Might's attack using only his hands. All Might. Don't make the same mistake you made 6 years ago. This time I'll send you to prison. Flies towards All for One. All for One? You say more than you can do. The villain raises his arm, pointing his palm at Almight. The muscles in said arm expand and fire a powerful shockwave directly at Almight, launching the hero towards some damaged buildings. Using this opportunity, he generates black protrusions with red lines from his hand and stabs them into the unconscious Kurogiri, forcing the activation of his quirk. A portal is generated. The villain tells the League that they will take the ash-haired boy to the portal. Mr. Compress uses his quirk and encases Kurogiri in a marble for easy transport. The rest of the League surrounds Bakugo and tries to capture him, but suddenly an energy sphere appears, hitting Magni and Spinner and exploding in their faces. Bakugo. That Quirk Deku. Izuku. You guessed it, appears in the air and lands in front of Bakugo. Bakugo. What are you doing here? Izuku. What else, saving you. Bakugo raising his guard. Bakugo. I never asked for your help, dodges Mr. Compress and throws an explosion in his face. Izuku. Shut up and listen. We both know your resistance will end before you can escape from everyone. Put your pride aside and fight by my side to get out of here. Bakugo. TCH, damn. Spinner attacks Bakugo from behind, but he propels himself forward, allowing Izuku to hit the villain with a punch. Bakugo. You'll only help me this time. Izuku. Hi. Both of them launch themselves towards the villains to create an opening and escape. Chapter 35. How many minutes has it been since they started fighting? The other heroes didn't appear, most likely the Nomus that All for One released when looking for the League was distracting them. All Might is using all his power to defeat the leader of the villains. Izuku and Bakugo were looking for a way to escape from the League. Izuku. Damn. While analyzing the situation, he managed to avoid a deadly attack from a young woman with blonde hair who was holding a knife. Behind her were 2 others of the same type. Izuku. Sisters. No notices that behind her was a copy of Deadpool creating clones of the young woman. That's cheating. Shoots Kai blasts in an attempt to eliminate the copies. While Izuku was busy, Bakugo dodged every attempt by Mr. Compress to capture him in Shigaraki's hands. Even with little information, he was able to deduce that his quirk can disintegrate anything it touches. Magni summons Spinner and uses him as a projectile. Activating his magnetic quirk, which attracts women and repels men, he throws the young man with the reptilian quirk towards Bakugo from a blind spot. Just as he is about to cut him with his sword, a sphere of energy emerges from the ground, hits Spinner in the abdomen, and knocks him off course. Bakugo. Damn, I didn't need your help. Shouting at the green-haired boy. Izuku. Donata. At that, some protuberances were directed towards the pale-haired boy. Izuku grabs his shirt and pulls him to save them. The protuberances stab the green-haired boy in one of his arms and one of his legs, and one of them manages to reach Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo. Curse. Izuku. It hurts. The protrusions came from All for One. They were the same ones he used to forcefully activate Kurogiri's quirk. Bakugo began to launch explosions uncontrollably, although some were intentional, managing to land several of them on his enemies, but others on Izuku. The continuous explosions generated a smokescreen. The League of Villains retreated before that. All for One. Wow, his quirk is quite interesting. UA has some exceptional students. All Might. The hero had been noticed by the villain. He attacked with his Carolina Smash move, but the villain stepped back, preventing the technique from reaching him, although the air pressure it generated managed to injure him a little. All Might. Shut up. All for One was about to activate Izuku's quirk, but he realized something, he couldn't do it. Izuku. Ha. The Kamehameha emerges from the smokescreen and hits the villain. The explosion disconcerts him and pushes him towards some rubble, giving All Might the opportunity to connect a powerful blow that launches him towards a ruined building. Izuku and Bakugo were injured by the bumps that were torn off by Izuku's attack. Izuku. Bakugo listens. He approaches and whispers, I'll use the Teiken to blind the villains. Behind the red wall are Kirishima and some of our companions. Go with them. Bakugo. No. Izuku. It's your only chance, go. He stands in front of the villains and takes a stance, bringing his hands to his forehead. Teiken. A dazzling light appears, blinding both villains and a helicopter that was broadcasting the fight. Bakugo didn't see the light head-on, so he wasn't blinded, but he couldn't open his eyes. Izuku sees that Bakugo ignored him, so he grabs him by his shirt and throws him in the direction of the rest of the students. Once done, he launches a Kai blast towards the League, managing to separate them. He went first towards Magni and Spinner, but 2 Togas approached him. Izuku steps back and uses the Teiken, but she had already seen the technique, so she throws her knife before being blinded. The knife stabs into the green-haired man's left hand. He groans in pain while holding his arm and steps back. Izuku. GHH. He silences his cry of pain as he removes the knife and then bandages his hand in an improvised manner with a piece of his clothing. The green-haired man couldn't stop them. They had already escaped from the place with the help of All for One and an exhausted Magni, but he had managed to save Bakugo. He was ready to leave, but then he saw All Might face to face with All for One. The hero's muscles had decreased a little. Izuku. His Kai is continuously decreasing. All for One. You know, I'm thinking Tamura was the one who diminished the trust in the heroes little by little. All Might was exhausted, his time limit was near, and he coughed up too much blood. All for One. Is it really okay for me to deliver the decisive blow? But you, no matter how much you hate me, I hate you just the same. I killed your master, but you took away everything I built, right? Suddenly, red lightning bolts appear on the villain's arm and he increases in size. Izuku fears the worst and increases his Kai as he flies towards All Might. All for One. That's why I want you to have the most horrible death possible. He points his arm at All Might and he was about to dodge it. Are you really going to dodge it? But those words, All Might realizes that a civilian had been trapped in some rubble behind him. All for One fires a shockwave, the hero raises his guard to receive the attack, but suddenly a wide aura appears in front of All Might. All Might. Midoriya Shonen, what are you doing? There was no time to respond. The attack connected with Midoriya. He resisted the attack, but it seemed to go on forever. Little by little, the attack pushed the green-haired man back, but he resisted as much as he could. Even so, it was impossible to stop the attack, so he resorted to increasing his Kai. His aura had a brilliance that dazzled everything, including a helicopter. The glow disappears, and the cloud of dust raised by All for One's attack. Some pieces of bandages were floating. All Might feared the worst for his student. All Might. Midoriya Shonen. Izuku. Don't worry, All Might. The hero was surprised. His student seemed to be fine. In fact, he seemed to have grown a bit taller. When the smoke completely cleared, everyone was surprised to see Izuku's appearance, as he had gained both height and muscle. The same green-haired man was also surprised, he could feel that his power had broken that limit. All for One. Wow, kid, your quirk is too good. You should give it to someone who will know how to use it. The villain launches another shockwave, but this time at Izuku. The green-haired man doesn't back down, he raises a hand and fires a Kai wave, managing to counter All for One's attack. Izuku. All Might approaches him and transfers some of his Kai. All Might. What is this? Izuku. I transferred some energy to him. He should keep his quirk a little longer. All Might. How do you know? Izuku. I can feel it, I can also feel how my Kai decreases continuously, although it seems he cannot face this villain, not alone. Let me help him. All Might. Izuku. Trust me. The determination shown by the green-haired man managed to convince All Might to let him help, but to avoid direct combat as much as possible. They both launch themselves towards All for One, he launches a shockwave, but they both separate to dodge it. Izuku launches Kai waves to distract him, All for One blocks them, All Might uses the distraction and connects a blow causing the villain to retreat. Izuku launches himself into a close attack before he can recover. He attacks with a kick, but All for One manages to catch him and knock him to the ground. All Might approaches and punches the villain, but he manages to grab the hero's fist and exerts pressure on his hand to hurt him. Izuku launches a powerful Kai wave generating an explosion. From the cloud of smoke both heroes appear while being chased by some black protuberances. Izuku imbues his arms with Kai increasing the defense and then destroys said protuberances while All Might dodges them and approaches the villain again. He knew what he was about to do so he prepares to counter the attack, but his concentration disappears when Izuku attacks with a paw directly to his head, causing All Might to connect an effective blow. All for One. Not a mal. He uses a quirk bone spear, generating sharp bones in his arms and attacks Izuku, managing to injure him. All Might attacks with an uppercut lifting the villain into the air, he stops in the air, but a little before, hero and student had jumped, reaching the villain and attack him with powerful blows, pushing the villain a little higher. All Might follows him while Izuku stays in his location and charges an energy attack. Izuku. Aye. All Might and All for One bump fists, neither of them going to give in. All for One. To think the symbol of peace would need help from a child to face me. You disappoint me, All Might. All Might. It's because you don't see it from my point of view smiles with satisfaction the fact that that kid offered to help me. Izuku. Me. All Might. Proves that the next generation of heroes has great potential. Izuku. The green-haired man's energy attack is directed at All for One. All Might grabs the villain's arm and throws it towards said attack. When the Kamehameha hits the villain, it explodes. All Might wastes no time and approaches All for One. All Might. United State of Smash. All Might connects a direct punch to the villain, who manages to block it, but the power of the attack pushes him to the ground. Despite all that power, All for One does not intend to give in. Izuku? Not yet. The green-haired man flies towards both of them without any sign of stopping, crossing his arms. Izuku. Kaioken. Izuku impacts All for One. Izuku All Might. AHHHHH. War cry. Both of them used all the power they had left, causing their attacks to generate a large tornado and a large crater. When the tornado disappeared, they were both back on their feet. Izuku had lost his transformation just like the symbol of peace. Everyone witnessed All Might's true form, left perplexed and speechless. The hero said nothing, simply transforming into his heroic form with the remaining power he had and raising his arm in a sign of victory. It is unknown why, but upon witnessing this, the viewers shed tears of joy and cheered at All Might's victory over the villain. Izuku? Are you sure of being in that form? All Might. This might be the last time I can do this, you should do it too, Midoriya shonen. The green-haired man simply listened and raised his arm, doing the same action as All Might, but after doing so for a few minutes, he fell exhausted to the ground. All Might. Midoriya shonen. Izuku? Sorry, laughs exhausted, I think I've reached my limit. The authorities had arrived, along with some heroes. Meanwhile, on an island, the location of which is unknown, there was a small house of a particular color. Inside it resides an elderly man who saw the entire fight on television. Who would have thought these days there are still martial artists who can use Kai? He gets up and walks towards the exit. Maybe I should visit that young man. Chapter 36. A few days passed. Since All for One's appearance and his confrontation with the symbol of peace, many changes had occurred. Due to the League of Villains' attack on the forest where UA was holding its camp, the academy decided to implement a boarding school system. To do this, teachers went door to door, obtaining parental permission for their children to move into the dorms. This was complicated for some, but simple for others. When Izawa and All Might went to Izuku's apartment, they were greeted by Fukawa. At first, she was a bit angry that All Might would allow Izuku to face someone dangerous, but after apologizing and thanking Midoriya for being there, Fukawa's anger was appeased. As they were talking, the door opened, revealing a green-haired man. Izuku, who had helped All Might in his fight, was in the hospital. Although his injuries were minor, he was released quickly. However, a certain rabbit didn't like the fact that he was in danger, so he spent a few days at her house to calm her down. In short, staying calm for a few days at his girlfriend's house, with her being loving and protective, was harder than the fight with the forest villain. Changing the subject, once Fukawa had confirmation from Izuku's parents, she agreed that the young man would move into the UA dorms. Izawa. Bien Midoriya. Izuku. Yes. Izawa. You understand that you were in a life-or-death situation when you faced All for One, right? The green-haired boy nods at Izawa's question. All Might. Izawa, I don't think so. Izawa. All Might, stay out of this. I flew to see Izuku. While I appreciate you helping All Might, that's no excuse for your actions. You're still a student without even a provisional license. Izuku. I understand. Izawa. Because of this, you'll be suspended for a month. When the suspension is over, you can send your things to the dorms. We'll send all your classes to your email. Izuku nods. After talking a little more about topics related to everything that happened, the teachers say goodbye. A week passed, and Izuku continued training in his apartment in an attempt to regain his strength. He still remembered what happened in the fight, wondering if the change in his body was a result of what he tried to do at camp. After training for a bit, he decided to go for a walk. After all, some people would bother him if he didn't do anything other than train. As he walked, he couldn't help but think about all the events he'd experienced since discovering Kai. The fights he'd had, the teammates he'd met, being able to enter UA, meeting pro heroes, and dating one of the strongest women in the world. Izuku. Blushing. Flashback. Izuku. Esto Rumi-san. Rumi. Rumi looks at him with slight anger. Izuku. Rumi, can you move a little? Rumi. No. She was lying on the couch, using the green-haired man's legs as a pillow. Rumi. When I saw you on TV, I was sure you would defeat them, but… Izuku. Piro. Rumi. Still, I couldn't help but feel worried about you watching TV in an attempt to avoid seeing you. Izuku. Smiles and strokes the heroine's head. I'm sorry if I worried you, Rumi. In the caresses, out of curiosity he decides to touch the rabbit ears, but doing so causes her to moan, resulting in an awkward moment in which they both blushed. End of flashback. Izuku. Blushes, it really took me by surprise. Before he knew it, he had reached a playground. His body was still tired from the fight. It seemed like it would take a little longer to fully recover. After drinking some water, he heads to a bench to rest, but just then he sees something happening a little further ahead. Some teenagers were bothering an old man who was wearing beige pants, a Hawaiian shirt, and carrying a purple cane the size of his own. Izuku was about to interfere, but… You know kids, I think you should learn a little respect for your elders. The young man 1. Shut up, old man. The young man attacks with a blow, but the man dodges smoothly and delivers a swift karate blow straight to the neck, causing the young man to stumble. Anyone else want to try it? 2 of the 3 remaining attack him at the same time, but it was useless. He deflects the blows and dodges others effortlessly, then pushes them back without much force. The young man uses his quirk, which allows him to charge any object with kinetic energy, takes a card, and when charging it throws it at the adult, but the adult could see the trajectory of the card, so he dodges it, allowing said projectile to hit the young man's companions. Seeing that they had no chance, they decided to retreat, leaving the old man disappointed. Even with their quirks, these guys are disappointing. While thinking about this, the old man notices a strong kai coming from someone behind him. Turning around, he notices that the green-haired man had his guard up. Izuku, he is the one. Wait. Attacks, and Izuku blocks. The 2 struggle and then retreat. Izuku moves fast enough to confuse. He moves behind him and attacks him with a horizontal kick. He realized his plan and ducks to dodge the kick, then turns and kicks the green-haired boy's foot, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Izuku was going to launch a small kai wave, but he uses his staff deflecting the green-haired boy's arm, causing him to miss. Izuku backs up and jumps, but he approaches quickly. Their reaction is a little slow. Izuku tries to hit, but attacks with his staff directly to the stomach and then hits him with it on the chin. The blow made Izuku fly a little. He approaches with a jump and applies an axe kick, making the green-haired man hit the ground. Izuku. GHH. Lands in front of the crater. Tell me kid, why did you train martial arts? Izuku. Stans, what are you talking about? And who are you? I won't tell you the answer yet. And second, my name is Rashi, Master Rashi. Rashi. You know, even though you're still somewhat immature, you have exceptional talent in the martial arts. How did you learn to master Kai? Izuku. Rashi. I can tell you don't trust me, but generates a Kai sphere in his hand. This should be enough evidence for you to do so. Izuku. I learned it from a book. There were also some techniques in it, like one called Sakuden, also came. Rashi. Lonely. Izuku. Yes, how did you know? Rashi. Child, before you is the creator of the technique. Izuku. What? Surprised. Wait, that book seemed to have been written centuries ago. Rashi. Well, let's just say I've lived longer than anyone. Smiles. Izuku and Master Rashi talked for a long time. The master told him the story of the Z fighters, protectors of the earth, warriors who managed to surpass their limits. Izuku was fascinated to know that there were people from other worlds and universes, not to mention that some new martial arts and impossible techniques. For a moment, the green-haired man didn't believe him, but when he saw Rashi's nostalgic expression, he knew he wasn't lying. Izuku. Wow, you were in some incredible fights, especially when you faced an army and destroyed a submarine. Rashi. Thank you for the compliment, young man, and also for coming towards me. Izuku. What do you mean? Confused. Rashi. The reason I came here was to train you. It's another day, the sun was setting. Izuku was at home with a somewhat unexpected visitor. Umi. Give me space. Jumps onto the couch and lands next to the green-haired man. Apparently, the agency she helped for a while had received a large number of calls because, after the sudden removal of the P symbol, the crime rate was gradually increasing. Izuku. It's really good that you're here, knowing that there's a crime wave. Umi. Let me do it. He rests his head on the green-haired boy's legs and makes sad eyes. I worked many hours. Izuku admits that he has never seen his girlfriend with that expression. Izuku. Are you trying to be cute? Umi. Why? It doesn't work. Izuku. Seeing the strongest heroine do that is really a surprise. Umi. Sokka. Izuku. And it really works. Strokes the white-haired girl's head. You look cute and pretty. Smiles. Umi avoids eye contact. Izuku can't help it and caresses his girlfriend's belly too. She can't help but feel good and stretches even more. Her boyfriend's caresses make her relax and feel sleepy. Izuku. She must be quite tired, you should get some sleep. Umi. I don't want to. I can almost never be with you. She gets up and then sits on the green-haired boy's legs, looking at his face and hugs him. I want to be with you much more. Izuku looked into her eyes and then hugged her, bringing her body closer to his. He then kissed her, surprising her. Umi. Separates a little from Izuku. Wow. Izuku. I should be more assertive. Right. He sees that she was completely blushing. I think so. He laughs a little at his girlfriend's expression and continues with the affection. As time passed, the kisses began to get a little more intense. Izuku grabbed Maruko's fluffy tail, causing her to moan, but said moans were drowned out by the green-haired boy's kisses. Rumi's hand slowly approached the little Deku, but suddenly the apartment door opened. Fukawa. Izuku, I'm here. He approaches the living room and sees both of them. Hello Maruko-san. She and Izuku were sitting on the couch. Urmi. Hola Fukawa-san nerviosa. Fukawa. It's nice to see you. Hey Izuku, I brought some curry for dinner. Izuku. Thank you. They were both nervous and blushing, not only because they were almost caught, but because they were surprised at what they were doing. Once the three of them had dinner. Izuku. This Fukawa-san. Rumi manages to get both of their attention. I have to tell you something. Both were somewhat confused by the green-haired man's sudden seriousness. Izuku. I found someone to help me train my quirk, since he has one similar to mine. Fukawa. Incredible Izuku. Rumi. That's true, you'll become stronger. Who knows, you might even defeat me. He jokes a little. Izuku. Thanks for the encouragement, but… Rumi. Izuku. I won't be here for 3 weeks. Fukawa. Q. Rumi. What? Where will you go? Izuku. We'll be somewhere quieter. He told me where, but I forgot. He shrugs and shows an innocent smile. Rumi. Oh no, I won't let someone you met yesterday take you. Pulls Izuku by the arm. Izuku. Espera, Rumi. She was about to open the door when… Fukawa. Deseo suerte Izuku. They both turned to look at Fukawa, who only had a somewhat serious smile. Rumi. Hey, what are you thinking, Fukawa-san? You're letting her go with a stranger. Fukawa. Sirdo. Rumi. Then. Fukawa. Izuku, before you go, you must let me meet your master. Only then will I know you'll be okay. Izuku. Of course. Nervous. Why was the green-haired boy nervous? It's simple. When he was talking to Master Roshi, he once cut the conversation short to try to flirt with a girl, but he got all perverted and tried to grope her, ending up on the floor after the girl hit him. Izuku. Curse. After talking for a while, Fukawa says goodbye since he has to go to work early. Izuku says goodbye to Maruko and was about to go to sleep, but he notices that she hasn't left the apartment. Izuku. Rumi. Izuku, can I stay overnight? Izuku. But. At that moment, he noticed. She was depressed, even if she didn't show it, but it was normal. After all, he wouldn't see her for a few weeks. Izuku. Look, he approaches her and takes her hands. I'm sorry I made this decision without telling you. Rumi. I'm not angry. Izuku. I know, but it was still wrong. He approaches her face and kisses her cheeks. I promise you'll be the first to know if I make a decision like that. Rumi. Izuku. Rumi. Baka steals a kiss. Kisses are supposed to be on the lips. The green-haired man laughs a little and kisses his girlfriend on the lips before taking her to his room. It was no delicious. The big day arrived. The green-haired boy and Roshi were walking toward the forest. Nothing happened at the meeting between the teacher and Fukawa, which surprised Izuku a little. Izuku. How come I didn't try to touch them? Roshi. That's it. I felt like if I tried, I wouldn't be saved. Once deeper into the forest, Master Roshi takes out what looks like a strange capsule, something Izuku had never seen before. The young man sees how the master presses a protrusion on the capsule and then throws it. The capsule explodes, and when the smoke dissipates, a kind of ship is revealed. Izuku. Brilliant. Master Roshi. Come on up Midoriya, we don't have much time, and you have a lot to learn about Kai and martial arts. Izuku. Hi. Following their master, they both enter the ship and it rises. The master activates what seems to be an invisibility system made up XD. Bulma didn't make one of those ships I think, and they fly towards the ocean. The green-haired boy is excited about the training and the knowledge he will gain. And let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.